If I don't do nothing else, I'm gonna talk that law. Let's talk about it. But before I begin, for those who may not know me, I'm a Texas trial attorney. Y'all see the law license on the wall, signed by the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. I was minding my business, and I was drinking my water. And somebody said we got closing arguments today for A$AP Rocky's trial. So let's jump right in and see what the judge is talking about.
My question is about the water, the rain, the rain with the fires. Are you getting that? Are you isn't it upgraded to out there or not? Not where I am. It wasn't so far, hasn't they made it sound like it's maybe it's not. It's supposed to be later this afternoon. One bad last night. All right, we're outside the presence of the jury. The jury is about to come in, and both sides, well, we'll begin the summations. If there is an objection during the summations, I will rule on the objection. If I agree with you, I will sustain the objection. If I do not agree with you, I will overrule the objection. But whatever my ruling is, there will be no approaching the bench, there will be no discussion, there will be no debating, and there will be no arguing. The ruling will be the ruling, and then you move on. You know, we're just requesting that, because a lot of times objections are not from the legal ground. Objections during my co-counsel's argument, and it's just objections sustained. We don't have any idea what the grounds are. So the court rules of state grounds. Yes. Or else it's overruled. Yes. If there's an objection, the legal grounds will have to be stated. If it's not stated, then it will be overruled. But I'm assuming that both sides will state. All right. Both sides ready for the jury? Mr. Priscilla, are you ready to begin? All right. Ready for the jury?
The prosecution goes first, the defense goes second, and then the prosecution goes again last. So thank you, Keith Mobile. Thank you for hitting the like button on the way in.
Your Honor, are you ready for the jury?
Yeah, please. Send it.
Sorry, Your Honor, we're waiting on one juror.
Do you know which one?
I do not, I think I know.
All right.
I haven't heard anything so far as time limits.
Sorry, Your Honor, they are all here.
Okay.
Use the restroom.
One's in the restroom?
Yes.
Okay, when that juror comes back, then,
Bring them in.
yes, please.
Here. Thank you for popping in. Let's see what we got going on today. And we got to remember that the prosecution and the defense made a stipulation the last time we were here. And I wonder if that stipulation will help the jury or confuse them even further as far as if the gun was real or fake in the shell casings. You know he there. He not in New York right now. He going last. Yeah, he gonna bring it home. But we want to keep up with the objections. I'm sure we're gonna hit some objections, facts not in evidence, assumed facts not in evidence, things like that. When the lawyers may try to say something that was not presented in evidence throughout the trial. They may try to sneak something in closing arguments, and the other side will object. Say, hold on, Judge, that's assuming facts not in evidence. Somebody say, do he got a plane in New York tonight? You know, Valentine's Day tomorrow.
Great, but we can recess it.
No, we recessed on Tuesday at like 1.
Oh, that's
I guess he having
You
another
got there.
sleepover in New York. He might be having another sleepover in New York. I don't know. Don't give me the
All right,
line.
we are back on the record.
Oh, let's go.
Jurors and counsel are present. We're about to start the summations. I want to remind you that what the attorneys say is not evidence. However, sometimes the attorneys might say something that you feel will be helpful for you in deliberations. Does anybody need an additional pad of paper? Everybody's okay? All right, about scheduling. I don't think we'll finish the summations today. There may be a little left, so that will be tomorrow. We'll start up again tomorrow at 9:30. After the summations are finished, then you'll be released to deliberate. You will be deliberating tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. If you do not finish tomorrow, you will have to come back on Tuesday. Monday is another holiday. It's President's Day. And the deliberation hours will be 9 to noon and 1:30 to 4:30. All right, Mr. Prezomic, are you ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When I stood up here in opening statements, I started by telling you that this case was really an easy case, not a complicated case, a very simple case. And as I stand up here before you now, I want to reiterate, this is not a difficult case. The question for you to answer in this case boils down to really just one question. There's only one important question in this case, one critical question that you have to answer. And that is, did Mr. Mayers, the man at the table, did he use a real gun or did he use a fake gun? Now, for those of you who have been jurors in the past, you know that as jurors, often when you sit in these cases, you have to answer a whole host of questions. You need to answer, was the defendant, was Mr. Mayers, was he even there that night? Was a gun, did he actually have a gun? Was the gun loaded? Did he actually fire the gun? You know, there could be a bunch of different questions that you have to answer. In this case, all those questions are agreed to. And it only comes down to that one question. Was it a real gun or was it a fake gun? Nothing else is in dispute. Now, I'm sure that Mr. Takapina, when he comes up here, he's going to stand up here, he's going to talk about Mr. Ephron a lot. And he's going to talk to you about how did Mr. Ephron earn his income, who's Mr. Ephron's girlfriend, did Mr. Ephron tell people he was a millionaire, or what kind of lifestyle did Mr. Ephron lead people to believe he had on Instagram? None of that matters. None of that matters. None of that relates to the singular question that on November 6, 2021 in Hollywood, did the defendant have a real gun? Did he have a fake gun? Now, you're not going to hear me, and you haven't heard Mr. Lewin or I throughout this case tell you that after this crime happened, that Mr. Ephron did not think to himself, I want to be compensated for what happened to me. And we are not going to tell you that Mr. Ephron, after this crime, this horrible crime happened, that his primary motivation wasn't, man, I really need to go to the police and make sure that whoever did this was held accountable. That's not what Mr. Ephron was thinking. Mr. Ephron was absolutely focused on himself. We agree to that. We talked to you about that all the way back in jury selection. We told you at the time, Mr. Ephron filed a lawsuit. Mr. Ephron wants money because of what happened. Okay? That hasn't been hidden from you. We actually stood here and stipulated to that with the defense. That there was a lawsuit, what the causes of actions were. We agree to all that. None of that's in dispute. It's very important that you understand your role in this case, and specifically what your role in this case is not about. You are never going to be asked to decide how much money should Mr. Ephron get for what happened to him that night. Does Mr. Mayers, does he owe Mr. Ephron $1? No dollars? A gazillion dollars? You'll never be asked to answer that question. Your role is not to consider that. Not to consider that question. The only question that you are here to answer is, that night in Hollywood, did Mr. Mayers have a real gun or a fake gun? Was the gun that Mr. Mayers pulled out of his pants, pointed at Mr. Ephron, a real gun or a fake gun? Was the gun that Mr. Mayers turned around and pointed at Mr. Ephron and fired twice at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar, was it a real gun or a fake gun? I want to start out too with where I started in opening statements, with the video.
Okay, here we go with the video again.
My apologies, the audio here is not for this video. But that's what we're talking about. That moment in time, when you see the gun on that video. The answer to that question that I've now posed to you several times is obvious. It's obvious. That man decided, for whatever reason, that he was going to settle his dispute with Mr. Ephron that night with a gun. That he was going to do that in the middle of Hollywood. And that he was going to fire his gun not once, but twice. That man made the decision to reach out to Mr. Ephron.
Not the coffee.
To provoke this confrontation. He made the decision to bring two other people with him. Ills and 12. Mr. Ephron's outnumbered 3-1. But still, he made the decision to bring a loaded, concealed gun with him to that confrontation. Those were his decisions. Those decisions had consequences, and you know the results of those decisions. And that is what we are asking you to hold him accountable for in this case. We know the consequences of his decisions really beyond a doubt. The video here is clear. The defense put up 12 Mr. Phillips to narrate the video for you. And I guess the question you have to ask after listening to 12s is, are you going to listen to 12, the man who relies on the defendant for his livelihood, for his income, really for his entire career? Are you going to rely on him, or are you going to rely on your own lying eyes? Because what he described on the video did not happen. What did the video show? Well, it showed the defendant confronting Mr. Ephron. It showed the defendant executing his plan to immediately get in Mr. Ephron's face. immediately engage in a physical confrontation. It shows Mr. Ephron did not have a weapon. And honestly, it shows that Mr. Ephron was really unprepared for what he was walking into. Mr. Ephron went there to talk. He went there to argue. He went there that night to resolve his differences, not to engage in a physical fight. But he's immediately confronted with a physical confrontation. So how does he respond? Again, let's pause. Consider Mr. Phillips, 12. When he's asked simple questions, this is just a hypothetical, but if he's asked, what's the weather like that night? You know, his answer is going to start out with something like, I couldn't tell. Mr. Ephron is such a huge man. He's so muscular. When he approached me, he blotted out the sky. I couldn't tell you what it was because he's such a large individual. Okay? He repeatedly puts that fact in front of you. He wants you to focus on Mr. Ephron's size, how big he is, how muscular he is. How honestly, it sounded like this was the first time that 12E had seen Mr. Ephron outside of the gym. He constantly repeated how much Mr. Ephron was in the gym, how big he was. At that moment, when Mr. Ephron is approaching the defendant, he doesn't know what's about to happen. We all know because we see it on the video. But at that moment, he did not know. He did not know the defendant had a gun. So Mr. Ephron, this huge, hulking man, he's confronted outside the parking garage, and how does he respond? He responds by doing absolutely nothing. He's approached by the defendant, and what does he do? He reaches forward with his left hand. Now this man's coming right up in his face. He reaches out to maintain the distance. 12E wants you to believe Mr. Ephron's there to fight. He's there to start it. So when he reaches out with his left hand, what does that leave free? His right hand, his dominant hand. That muscular right hook. Does he throw a punch at the defendant? No. He honestly does nothing. He reaches out with his hand, and the defendant immediately gets in his face. He's actually propelled backwards. Why doesn't he punch the defendant? Why doesn't he fight? He's there to fight him, right? That's what 12E wants you to believe. He's there to fight the defendant. Why doesn't he? Well, he told you. He knows. If I fight this man, it's all over. Not just his relationship with the defendant. He knows they're not going to recover from that. If I punch him in the face, we're done. Our friendship is over. But not just that. My livelihood, my life is over. He's thinking in that moment, we've had problems in the past, we've talked it out. We have problems now, we can talk it out. Okay? That's his mindset. He doesn't know the defendant's mindset though. And he has no idea how bad it's gotten for the defendant. Because a relationship takes two people. And Mr. Ephron, he can only give you his perspective. Apparently though, it's gotten very bad for the defendant. Beyond repair. That is, Mr. Ephron doesn't know that. He doesn't know how bad it's gotten until the next split second when that gun comes out. And you have to understand, in the instant that gun comes out, it has to be immediately clear to Mr. Ephron, oh my God, it is so much worse than I thought it was. This man, my friend, a person I've known 15 years, is pulling a gun on me. This guy hates me. And this is not going to end well for me. It's all over. That's what he's confronted with in the split second that gun comes out and is pointed at him. My career's over, my livelihood, it's all done. Now, I'm going to go through multiple people's perspectives. I am not going to hold back, okay? When I talk about the defense witnesses, I want to be very clear. What they got on the stand and told you were lies. They repeatedly lied when asked about a whole variety of topics we'll get into. But there was one thing that not even they could lie or deny. And that is what was, I mean, it had to have been obvious to you before you even walked into this court on this case. The defendant, and certainly the significant other, are powerful individuals within the entertainment industry. Even their own witnesses, even 12E, even ASAP Blue had to acknowledge that too. And they certainly have enough power to cancel small players like Mr. Ephron or 12E or Lou if that's what they want to do. And that right there, in that millisecond the gun is pulled out, that's what Mr. Ephron is faced with. So how does he respond to that? That's a lot to take in a very short amount of time. You cannot put yourself in his shoes and say, what would I do? You cannot possibly capture all the emotion, all the history, everything that's going on in his head. And he probably doesn't respond the way that you would. You know?
All right, they just said that Rihanna and Rocky's children are there. Rihanna just walked in the courtroom with her and Rocky's 2 young sons. I think one was born in 22, one was born in 23, so they're young. And one of them has a pacifier in his mouth, so that is the noise.
I mean, you probably would not walk after the person who just pulled a gun on you and unload on them verbally with your grievances. But he's angry. He's upset. He's confronted with his life changing, and he knows it's over. And even though the defendant pulled a gun on him, he's not really thinking about the gun. So he follows, and he tells the defendant how he has failed the other members of their collective. And he uses ills and he uses 12E as examples along the way. So we get to the next location, the parking lot. Vista Del Mar in Selma. And when we get to that corner, the defense, certainly 12E, want you to believe that as they arrived there, Mr. Ephron immediately started attacking ills. I'll go through the video. Honestly, we will slow it down and I'll show you where everyone is at that moment when the defendant turns around with the gun. But you know, you've watched the video. I honestly wondered to myself if I even had to address, was Mr. Ephron attacking ills at that moment? There's daylight between them, clear space. But this is where the defense is going to double down on the idea that you cannot believe what you see with your own eyes. Because when you watch the video, you can see space between ills, you can see space between Mr. Ephron. 12E could not acknowledge that on the stand. That's not why he was here. He was here to say that Mr. Ephron was attacking ills. And I'm sure, as you listen to his testimony, when you first started testifying, you had to think, this sounds like something that's been practiced. This sounds like a man who's repeating pre-programmed answers to it. It came off very robotic. I don't have to tell you he was coached into certain answers because you saw it for your own eyes in court. If you didn't see it, you heard it. When 12E's asked a question, what is awe? That's kind of a mundane, really seemingly insignificant question. What does the defendant do? He screams out, don't answer that. Don't say. He's literally coaching him in court in front of him. And what's 12B's response? My brother's company? Man, I don't know. I can't say it. So do you expect him to come into court and tell you the truth about exactly what happened on that street corner? That video does not show Mr. Ephron attacking Ills. And that really is why when we get to the jury instructions, the instructions on defense of others are not going to apply in this case. Because what the video shows is that when they got to that street corner, the defendant thought, I've had enough. And he decided to pull his gun, and he decided to start firing at Mr. Ephron. The video clearly shows, before Mr. Ephron is anywhere near Ills, the defendant is already pulling the gun out, turning around, putting his arm forward. When exactly in that sequence he fired, hard to say. The sound doesn't necessarily match up perfectly with the audio. These are from two different systems. The sound is farther away than the video, but they're close enough that you can tell that in those seconds, the defendant starts firing. How does Mr. Ephron react? He reacts by grabbing Ills and using him as a human shield. Would be a natural response when you're faced with someone firing a gun at you. How does the defense try to twist that though and reframe it? They try to tell you that's actually, Mr. Ephron attacking Ills, because it's a tough case for them. Because it's all on video, you get to see it for yourself. This would have been a lot easier if there was no video and all they had to do was poke holes in Mr. Ephron, but there's video. So they're trying to get you to believe that what you see on the video is not really what you see. Apparently, the defense also thinks that it's a problem that the defendant is actually firing shots at Mr. Ephron. A problem for their defense of, apparent defense of Ills, because they say actually what he was doing was firing warning shots. Warning shots. We thought it was a prop gun. There's no such thing as a warning shot from a prop gun. So that takes me to the next, really most absurd part of the defense in this case, which is that not only was this a prop gun, but Mr. Ephron knew it was a prop gun. They want you to believe Mr. Ephron knew that this gun was a prop gun. But at the same time, they also want you to believe, need you to believe, that he pulled the gun in order to intimidate Mr. Ephron with the gun that Mr. Ephron already knows is a prop gun. It is absolutely absurd. Let's start with the first premise that they want you to believe there, that the defendant is carrying a prop gun in the first place. The testimony through Lou, what the defense wants you to believe is the defendant, he's been stabbed. Not only was he stabbed in this nightclub, 12 was stabbed at the same time. That's a violent thing to have happen to you. Not only that, but he has crazy people breaking into his house. Crazy people stalking him. Also breaking into his house. And when he's faced with that real violence, being stabbed with a real knife, having real people in his house that he doesn't know, what is his rational response to that? Let's carry a fake gun. Let's talk about Lou for a second. This is ASAP Lou. ASAP Lou is a very valuable friend to have. ASAP Lou tells you that the defendant singled him out in a crowd because the defendant liked his energy. And little did the defendant know that he was basically recruiting the Swiss Army knife of best friends, okay? ASAP Lou, not just your personal assistant, but turns into your tour manager. You need someone to be at your house while the police are searching it on a moment's notice, you got Lou, he's there. But, by the way, let's be clear, Lou, he's totally impartial. He's not financially reliant on the defendant because Lou also has his own DJing business and his own clothing brand, which apparently have nothing to do with his good friend, the famous musician who is also an ambassador to multiple clothing designers. Lou must have done that all on his own. On top of that, Lou, I said he's the Swiss Army knife. One of his functions, he's also the defendant's security consultant. And Lou told you that he sat down with some unnamed, unidentified security expert that did not testify, whose name he couldn't tell you, could give you no information about. And after the real security issues that the defendant was having, being cut with a real knife, he decided the best way that he could protect himself, that Rocky could protect himself, is with a fake gun. So that the next time someone approaches him with a real knife, he can pull out his fake gun. That's going to go one of two ways. That assailant might say, I didn't know you had a gun, and leave. Or they might attack you with their real knife or their real gun, and your fake gun is completely useless. You have no way of actually defending yourself. And if you're faced with real threats, clearly you want to have something that you can really defend yourself with, not some prop. That security advice, that is not just illogical, it's absurd, okay? And the reason why it's absurd and makes no sense is because it's not real advice. That advice was not given to the defendant, okay? Lou made that up for this case, for his testimony in this trial. It did not happen. But wait, because it gets even more absurd, all right? It's even more absurd because they're saying that Mr. Ephron knew, he knew that that gun was fake when the defendant pulled it on. So any even remote possible deterrent effect that that fake gun would have on anyone goes completely out the window when we're talking about Mr. Ephron. Because Mr. Ephron knows it's fake. I mean, with the defense logic, the defendant could have popped a balloon and it would have had the exact same deterrent effect on Mr. Ephron as the fake gun. Did they prove to you? Did they prove to you at all that Mr. Ephron knew that gun was fake? Mr. Ephron denies it. He says, when I asked him about a prop gun, it took him back. What are you talking? Where does this prop gun come from? Okay? They told you he got that prop gun at a music video shoot in July 2021. We know the shooting happens November of 2021. Between July and November, did they show you a single instance where the defendant and Mr. Ephron are together? A single instance where Mr. Ephron could have received that information that this was a fake gun? Does it even make sense that if the defendant's going to carry a fake gun for his security, that he's going to tell everyone around him, hey, it's a fake gun, it's a fake gun? How does that make any sense? It makes absolutely no sense because it's not true. The truth is the defendant did not have a fake gun. He had a real gun. How do we know? Well, the first scene where the defendant pulls the real gun on Mr. Ephron, what does he do? How does Mr. Ephron respond? How does Ills respond? You don't see the very moment that the gun is first pulled on Mr. Ephron. It's not captured on the video, they're just off camera. But what do you see when they come back into the frame? Mr. Ephron's backing up. Ills is between them. Ills' entire focus is on the defendant, the man with the gun. Where's Ills looking? Is he focused on Mr. Ephron, the provocateur, the one who's provoking this fight, who's trying to hurt his friend Rocky? No. He's got his back to Mr. Ephron. He's focused completely on the defendant. What's Mr. Ephron doing? Again, they want you to believe Mr. Ephron looked at the defendant and said, "Put that fake-ass gun away." He never said that. What's he doing on the video? He's backing up. There's no video of the second that gun is pulled on him from this scene. But there is that video from the second location. So I want to play that for you, and I'm going to slow it down for you. I will play it at 2 different speeds. You've seen this video over and over and over. You could probably, if you have any artistic skill, you could probably draw it out from memory. But I want to play it slowly. You know who the people are involved in this. What's the defendant doing? He's pulling the gun out, and you see Mr. Ephron dive behind Ills. That's how Mr. Ephron responds when the gun is pulled on him. Now this is really the moment. So I'm going to slow it down even more. We're going to go to 1/4 speed, okay? You can see the defendant already moving back towards Mr. Ephron. Mr. Ephron is nowhere near Ills. He's lunging towards Mr. Ephron, and Mr. Ephron is diving out of the way. Now this video, it creates a host of problems for the defense in this case. This is a moment where the defendant is turning around towards Mr. Ephron, where he's pulling that gun out, where he's pointing at Mr. Ephron. And the gun comes out before Mr. Ephron is anywhere near Ills. That completely negates their defense. Negates the reason why he says he had to pull the gun in the first place, to protect Ills. Negates Twelby's testimony that Mr. Ephron was punching Ills. Creates a lot of problems for them. You can see the space for yourself between Mr. Ephron and Ills. You don't need anyone to tell you that Mr. Ephron is not attacking Ills. I guess the best that they could argue is that Mr. Ephron was going to attack Ills. I don't, for that to be true, there would have to be a time machine involved. But the instructions, the jury instructions on that are clear. No, you cannot have a belief that there's going to be future harm. Doesn't matter how imminent it was. Doesn't matter if Mr. Ephron was actually saying, I'm going to beat Ills up. I'm coming after you, Ills. Doesn't work. Belief in future harm is not sufficient. I want to go back to this. You can see the moment where the defendant turns with the gun in his hand, where Mr. Ephron is, and where Ills is. The second problem with this, so other than negating the defense, right, that 12E wants you to believe Mr. Ephron is beating up Ills, that video further causes problems for the defense because nobody on that video is acting like that's a fake gun. They're all reacting to a real gun. Consider it from each of their perspectives. From the defendant's perspective, Mr. Mayers. If he's holding a prop gun and Mr. Ephron knows it's a prop gun, that's what they're telling him, right? Why does he have to run towards Mr. Ephron? Why does he have to move at all? Why does he have to lunge towards him? When Mr. Ephron runs around Ills, why does he have to try to duck and dodge side by side to try to get a line of sight around Ills? If nothing comes out of the barrel, the tip of that gun, because it's a prop gun, not a real gun, there's no need to chase Mr. Ephron. There's no need for him to move, period. The gun would make the sound. They're telling you that's what the deterrent is. So why does he move? He moves because it's a real gun, because things do come out of the end of that. And he's trying to get a line of sight on Mr. Ephron. Consider it from Mr. Ephron's perspective. They want you to believe at the first scene, Mr. Ephron looked coolly at the defendant when he pulled that gun out and said, put that fake-ass gun away. So when he pulls it out a second time, a few minutes later, does Mr. Ephron look back at him and say, do I have to tell you again? Put that fake-ass gun away again. No, clearly that's not what he's doing. What he's doing is reacting to, oh my God, someone just pulled a real gun off. And he's jumping around Ills, trying to put something in between him and the defendant. They're very close. He believes that's a real gun. He knows. His reactions are, that's a real gun. 12E. Let's talk about 12E's perspective. He says, when he testifies, I knew that was a fake gun. That's, going back, I already knew that before the defendant pulled it out. But what does he do on the video? What does the video show? He's behind a wall. So he's the guy to come in here and tell you, we all knew it was a fake gun. When you see him, when you see his reaction, where is he? He's on the other side of the street, he's hiding. Why does he have to hide if nothing comes out of that gun? He's hiding because he knows, what we all know, it's a real gun. The third problem that video creates for the defense, it negates this whole idea of defense of others, that the defendant had to do this in order to protect Ills. The defense of others instruction will tell you that it really only applies if the defendant used no more force than was reasonably necessary in the circumstances. The defense in this case needs you to believe that Mr. Ephron was not just beating up Ills, but that he was savagely pummeling Ills. 12E, before he's confronted, says Mr. Ephron was throwing haymakers at Ills, mercilessly, savagely punching Ills. Why is Mr. Ephron doing this? That's never explained. 12E has no explanation for that. In his opening statement, Mr. Takapina told you that Ills' face was pummeled, and that they were going to bring in pictures to show you just how damaged Ills was. Well, obviously that did not pan out. And obviously 12E was not expecting to be confronted with pictures or videos of Ilse's face the day after this happened, showing not a single scratch on his face. Nothing. If what 12E was describing to you had actually happened, these savage blows landed on Ilse's face, if that had actually happened, they would have brought in photos of Ilse's bloody, bruised face, black eyes, busted lip, whatever it was, cut on his cheek. They didn't bring in any of that because it didn't happen. One step further, we actually brought in pictures of him to show there's nothing there. It absolutely did not happen.
Burden shifting.
Okay. Before I go on, I want to address another thing that I'm sure Mr. Takapina is going to talk about when he stands up here, and that is the injury to Mr. Ephron. And some of you may have the attitude as you sit here, you know what? He wasn't really hurt that bad. Mr. Takapina will, I can almost guarantee he's going to call it a finger scrape. And then you have on top of that, you have Lou blurting out that, you know, the defendant's going to go to prison for this long period of time. There's a reason why the judge sustained that, told you not to consider that. But it's interesting that Lou blurts that out when he's not asked a question about that. That's evidence, clear evidence of Lou just trying to get out information to you that he thinks is prejudicial to the people, to our case. I hope you understand that even though this one incident did not result in a serious injury, this is still a serious crime. That the potential for real serious harm was absolutely there that night. This was 10 o'clock p.m. on a Saturday night, a busy Saturday in a busy area of Hollywood. And your common sense tells you how bullets travel when they're fired. They don't always hit their intended target. And the potential for someone else to have been seriously hurt, in this case, is absolutely present. You had busy nightclubs, people getting out of nightclubs, cars, the whole parking lot full of cars. The potential that someone else could have been hit was there, it was real, and it's serious. And you know that when guns are discharged in busy areas, people die. We are lucky that's not this case. But it's still an important case. And I'm going to continue to point out how absurd some of the defense arguments are. And I will fully acknowledge to you that my tone can be sarcastic. Please don't take my sarcasm as any indication that this is unserious.
Yeah, okay.
There are definitely laws that you can argue with and say, I don't really know if this should be on the books. This is not one of them. Firing a gun off in Hollywood on a busy Saturday night, not one of them. And even if that's your perspective, you need to set that aside. That's not your role as a juror. The judge tells you what the law is. Your job is just to apply the facts to the law and make a decision. The only decision you have to make is, was it a real gun or a fake gun? Now, to that end, talking about Mr. Ephron's injuries, you'll be able to read the jury instructions for yourself, but there's a whole host of things that we do not have to prove in this case. The law tells you we do not have to prove. That the defendant even touched Mr. Ephron. Mr. Ephron doesn't have to be injured in any way. The defendant does not even have to fire his gun for this crime to be completed. He doesn't even have to point it directly at Mr. Ephron. The moment the defendant pulled that gun out, armed himself, and was capable of inflicting injury on Mr. Ephron, that crime was completed at that moment. Again, you'll see in the instruction, I put the number of the instruction at the bottom for you so you can go back and read it yourself. The gun does not have to be pointed directly at Mr. Ephron. There can be steps, but the defendant still has to take before he inflicts injury. It does not even need to be fired. The evidence in this case compels you to one conclusion to that question I've posed to you multiple times now. Was it a real gun or a fake gun? And that is really that the defendant was in possession of a real gun. Mr. Ephron recovered real ammunition from the scene, from a real gun that fired. Everyone in the surveillance videos that I've played for you now, that I've slowed down for you, is responding like it's a real gun. When the defendant's house is searched by LAPD, they only find real guns and real ammunition. The defense theory in this case that this was a prop gun, there is absolutely no evidence to support that idea. The only thing that supports that is Twelby and Lou, who are telling you that it's a prop gun. Once you decide that it's a real gun, you're deciding that those two witnesses especially lie. Everything that they say should be rejected. And why did they lie to you? Because they know the truth. They know this was a real gun. So you can decide this case by finding they lied to you. You can decide this case by just watching the videos for yourself. You can decide this case by listening to Mr. Ephron's testimony. Every time he's talked about this crime, he has always maintained this was a real gun. And if you determine that the gun used in this case was a real gun, the law compels you to one conclusion, that the defendant is guilty. That's it. Not because you want to find him guilty, not because you're going to find pleasure in finding him guilty, but because the law compels you that once you make that determination, that's the only just outcome in this case. I know Mr. Takapina is going to talk about Mr. Ephron, and he's going to talk about all of Mr. Ephron's statements. He's going to point out every single minor inconsistency that Mr. Ephron has ever made when he is given statements.
Not minor.
He's going to bring up points in time that Mr. Ephron is talking about things that have absolutely nothing to do with this case. You saw that clearly when the defense put up Wally Sajemi and tried to play snippets of Mr. Sajemi's recordings of Mr. Ephron. They tried to put up clips where Mr. Ephron said to Mr. Sajemi, "I'm already a millionaire." Oh, look, see, he said he was already a millionaire, but he's not. Where he said to Mr. Sajemi, "Go ahead and post news articles on social media." He said he was, I'm suing Rocky. I don't care about the police. I don't care what happens to the criminal case. I'm getting 30 M's. If I disappear, this case will be harder for the prosecutors. All those clips, none of those clips helped you answer the question in this case: was it a real gun or a fake gun? And who cares? Who cares if Mr. Ephron said in the past he was a millionaire when he wasn't? Who cares if he asked someone to post a news article on social media? Mr. Ephron wants to be paid because he was the victim of a real crime by a real gun. And some of the most important evidence that you heard in this case actually came from those recordings. Those recordings are very important because Mr. Ephron does not know he's being recorded. He thinks he's talking to his friend. He has no idea that this person is betraying him, recording him, and then immediately turning their conversations over to the defendant. These are his unfiltered, unprepared thoughts. He's not talking to the police. He does not even know he's being recorded. But what he says to Wally in those recordings is exactly what he told you here in court. I want to go through them because these recordings are important. So I'm going to break them down. And we're going to play a couple of them.
Okay, son, I'm mad at both y'all niggas because I'm actually happy for me.
Oh, it ain't no picking sides. That nigga 100% crazy and wrong. 100% wrong. And he got 12-year ills mixed up, bro. I'm not. You gotta understand, Racky been on this high horse for a very long time. You feel me? He didn't have to do what he did. I don't have, he forced my hand. You feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him deals. Why is Rocky going out of his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you didn't get a story or whatever it is. But you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out his way to call me 20 times? Like there was a 12-year with him. Text messages saying link up, where you at? And all of this is because of I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh's mom and lied. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote with him about that. He hits up Bari later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that conversation because he sees I text him about Josh. You feel me? He told me taking ASAP out my name. This is 7 months ago. I took ASAP out my name. You feel me?
Yeah.
He's a bitch, so he goes ahead and hit Bari because Bari influenced him a whole week later doing that complex con shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits him. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real Money, 12-year ills is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning, tell Real Money. I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him. Woo-dee-woo. You feel me? No fighting words, none of that. Just basically, nigga, I heard you. But in Rocky's head, he was like a bitch because Bari had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me. And I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep. You feel me? Boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I wasn't supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky I never heard him say first words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell Real Money, tell that nigga fuck him. You feel me? Boom. Shit is related to him. Next thing you know, I get over 20, 30 missed calls between him, Ills, and Rocky. Text messages. I'm staying at the Lowe's. I tell him, he calls me. I finally answer because I'm sleeping.
Yeah.
I answered him. He's like, where you at? With a slim voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Nigga, I'm at the W. I'm not really at the Lowe's. You feel me? There we go, Hollywood Boulevard. They all look the same. He's like, no, you not, nigga. That's a bum-ass hotel. I'm like, huh? He said, show me outside. Okay. All of it look the same. I showed him outside. What he does, be there in 5 minutes. I'm like, all right. My girl like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, I don't know. He calls me. He calls me. I got all these text messages. Bro, these niggas is dumb. You and a couple other people heard this story. Rocky out here thinking it's all sweet, but his life is really, and bro,
That's what I wanted to ask you, bro. Like, why boys though? You feel me? Why take it to you know the guy? You feel me?
Who, me?
Yeah, think though how the boys meet.
Why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. He blamed at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on me. Everybody,
bro.
Rocky had everybody turned on me that day. What the fuck am I doing? Spin on his block and go shoot him up?
In that couple minutes, he tells the exact same details that he told you when he testified in this case. That's evidence they created. That's their person trying to trick Mr. Ephron, trying to get Mr. Ephron to say something damaging. Say something that's going to undermine his case, because while he knows he's recording these conversations for one purpose, so that he can turn them right over to the defendant. But what is Terell saying? Everything consistent with what he told you. How this interaction started. Even that he blamed at him, that he shot him.
Why is he playing this whole
The
thing?
same thing, because he weird at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use ills as a shield. Why be mad?
I feel niggas ain't trying to like, you feel me? Not trying to end squash this shit, get some paper or something, or what, you know? Like,
Bro, it's too late. He told me suck a dick. Boom, boom, boom. I hit up John the same day. Bro, that's all on him. We had nothing but time, bro. When I got the best boy in LA and what about my business. You feel me? He told John to stop contacting me. I sent him the pictures of the bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you. So what I'm supposed to do? Accept the nigga shooting at me 4 or 5 times where I almost died, or sue this man. Now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he's trying to kill me. So that's what he gotta read. You feel me?
I feel ain't no way niggas could squat, like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, bro. Like, you feel me? Like,
bro, he's he's 33 years old. He got other men talking for him. He know what he did. You get what I'm saying? He had more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He wasn't trying to reach out to me. He still didn't reach out to me.
with the legal shit involved out of boys, you know, so.
That's on him. I didn't want to go like that. I went ahead and got a lawyer. When you get a lawyer that has nothing to do with boys, and Jabari, his friend, he might as well thank him for him not being late in the field, because those allegations, you feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the PR team. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those was allegations. Jabari made it official.
Again, he's entirely consistent. The defendant shot me 4 or 5 times. The same thing he walks into the police station and tells the police. He's entirely consistent about what happens after the shooting. That he reached out to the defendant. That he sent him text messages, pictures of the fired cartridge cases. That he reached out to the defendant's manager. All that consistent with what you saw in the text messages and everything else that came in. Even how he was outed as the victim in this case, that Jabari made it official. That Jabari was the one who said that he had snitched and attached his name to it.
Right.
That's their evidence that they created. And it's entirely consistent with what he fortunately testified.
Hey, but isn't this call supposed to be AI according to Relli? The call is fake. So what they saying? Let's go.
With what he fortunately testified.
I just want y'all niggas to trying to end this shit and, you know, buy guns.
And no, and he could have ended it when he shot at you. Who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times when you gotta grab another member to protect yourself? He called me out my living space. Called me, told me stop ducking him. He claimed that that's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He told me I'm gonna come to a gun battle. I came to link him to see what the fuck the status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. And then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy boy. Give me an ills to standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He didn't give me no seconds for the shit happening like that. And I got it all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. He's stupid. He did it all on camera, champ.
Again, consistent. I didn't know I was walking into a gun battle. I didn't bring a weapon. What does he do to me, though? He tries to chest bump me, and then he shoots at me.
So it's really to get hit, bro, or you just trying to move on and shit.
Besides suing somebody like that. You feel me? Now he gotta face the consequences of with that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. That has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. If you look at it on my end, what else am I supposed to do?
Why not just ask for the bag or, you know?
I I tried already, bro, and you don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro. When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you ever look like I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand I'm not a dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me? You're gonna do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
What's Mr. Sajemi trying to do? He's trying to bait Mr. Ephron into giving some kind of inconsistent answer, but Mr. Ephron's consistent the whole time.
The lawyers, when I went to the lawyers filed, gave the police the evidence, but you can't sue somebody with circumstances like that without criminal actions because it's such a heinous crime. When you purposely know what you're doing, that's a whole different ballgame. You get what I'm saying? And I'm still feel sympathetic for this man because I know that. I know what he's about to endure. But he told me, fuck off, go to the police. He told me this type of shit.
You're hearing his unvarnished, his unprepared thoughts. He's telling you, even as this happens, he still feels bad for the defendant. He still knows he's about to go through stuff, but the defendant gave him no other option, told him to go to the police.
I'm not the toughest nigga in the world, and I don't know too many gangster niggas that's gonna come at Rocky. He's a millionaire, bro. That shit can come from anywhere. He decided to firearm me.
And that's why, right? Because it was the defendant's decision.
Like, who gets cool after somebody firing on you 5 times, bro? Nobody.
Bro, I could probably talk to them and shit and figure out, you know, like, some.
I don't even want no message relayed like that because he had more than, bro. I had over a year to reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? He chose to do that. Like, and you see what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John's and trying to figure out what we're gonna do here before I even hit up a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he don't want to hear nothing from nobody, bro, until like, some people is like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and I don't want to jeopardize what you have going on and thinking that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Trust. Rocky will start looking at you funny, and I don't need you feeling like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It just trickled down to everyone, you feel me? Like, even if you don't, you feel me? Like,
everybody's career who work for him.
You feel me? So,
everybody who worked for him, but he did that because he's stingy, bro. I can't not do what I'm doing and think about everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta worry about myself and worry about what the fuck happens to me. He wasn't thinking about nobody. Everybody's thinking like that, but then when it comes out, niggas are gonna really start hating him because, bro, why would you do that? Why would you put yourself out there to do something like that where it's unforgivable, bro? You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like, this ain't something like it was a fight, you punch me, I can sue you, you don't go to jail, bro, you fired on me.
Those recordings are important because the defense created them. Because Mr. Sajemi knew he was going to send those immediately to the defendant. And he recorded 2 separate phone calls on 2 separate dates. Said he sent them to the defendant. But Mr. Sajemi, although he tried to catch Mr. Ephron saying something inconsistent, catch him in a lie, didn't work. When it comes to asking Wally, well, hey, what did you say? What did the defendant say to you about this? All of a sudden, he can't remember. Didn't record those calls. He's the mediator, right? But he doesn't remember a single thing the defendant said to him about this. Definitely doesn't remember the defendant saying to him, what are you talking about? This was a fake gun. He hears over and over and over from Mr. Ephron that the defendant fired a real gun at him 4 or 5 times. So he's trying to catch Mr. Ephron in a lie, but what does he catch him saying? I'm with Jabari, and Rocky talks bad about him. I tell Rocky I don't want to have anything to do with him. He calls me while I'm sleeping in my hotel room. He provoked a meeting with me. He and Ills called me 20 times. He told me he's going to come meet me at the W, and he fired at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use ills as a human shield, or I'll be dead. He's unequivocal. This was a real gun. He tried to kill me. And after that, everybody turned on me. It's too late for Rocky to pay me and make this go away. I tried to resolve this quickly. I tried to reach out to Rocky. I tried to reach out to John, his manager. He left me no options. He told me to go to the police. So I got a lawyer, and that's what I did. Maybe we still could have kept this quiet, but then Jabari posts that post about me and outs me to the world. Those recordings, I want to say they're about 25 minutes. You listen to the whole thing, those are just snippets. Tried to give you a reasonable sample from them. But you listen to the whole thing, what will you not hear Mr. Ephron say? I'm faking the whole thing. Rocky really fired a fake gun at me. You know, right? We all know. Rocky carries that fake gun. That's pretty new. I was never in any real danger. None of that comes out of Mr. Ephron. He's unequivocal. He tried to kill me. That's the entire case. Mr. Ephron told the police what happened. He was consistent about the details of the shooting. Since the very beginning of this case, he's been consistent. He was consistent when he knew he was being recorded. He certainly knew the police were going to write reports. He probably had some idea that the police were video or audio recording him. More importantly, he was consistent even when he didn't know he was being recorded. When he thought he was in a safe space, when he thought he was talking to his friend, he's still consistent. He has told the details of what happened that night no less than 9 times. Okay? And he was on the witness stand for 5 days when he testified. He has had to repeat this over and over and over. Can you imagine telling the details of something that happened to you 9 times and not having minor inconsistencies in what you said? I mean, it's completely natural. But he, Mr. Ephron, was locked into his statement on November 8th, 2021. You could even argue that he was locked in on November 6th, the day of the shooting, because he started sending text messages to the defendant, to 12, 2 ills, 2 John. He's locked in with all of them, telling them this was a real gun, sending them pictures of those cartridge cases. Focusing though on that important question of was this a real gun or a prop gun, when is the first time that's raised, that this is a prop gun? You heard in the testimony from ASAP 12 and ASAP Lou that the first time this comes up, I guess, is August of 2024, and they are only going to tell the defense attorney. So they held that all-important information for over 2 years, almost 3 years, before then they're going to tell the details to the defense attorneys only. You found out that it was only turned over to us the day before jury selection started in this case. And then you found out that Lou's statement was actually changed about, oh, where the gun is now. That was changed the day that he came in to testify. That timing alone defies credibility.
Objection or the mistakes of the evidence.
The idea that they would not be running into the police station to tell their story is absurd. So let's focus on their stories. ASAP Lou, I've already talked to you about how he's conflicted in this case, how he relies on the defendant for his financial, livelihood. You should view his testimony as being very convenient. His story changes, and he has a perfect explanation for everything. He came in, he told you a story to explain away the evidence that would obviously point to the defendant's guilt. The primary piece of evidence that he needs to explain away, that Lou needs to explain to you so that you no longer see the defendant as guilty, was why was the defendant carrying a fake gun? Lou's going to answer that for you. And why did the defendant have a magazine for a Glock 43, which just so happens to be the same type of gun that's consistent with the gun that fired those 2 cartridge cases that Mr. Ephron located? Why does he just so happen to have that same magazine in his bedroom closet, the defendant's bedroom closet? So how does he answer the question of why the defendant was carrying a fake gun? Again, we went through the whole thing of extreme violence that the defendant's facing, and their only reasonable response to that is to carry a fake gun. We've already talked about how that defies any logic. Keep in mind, though, that apparently, even though that was Lou's advice, the defendant doesn't follow that advice completely, because he literally sleeps next to a 44 Magnum Desert Eagle, a real gun, which is in reach of his bed. Not much further away, he has a rifle and a shotgun. What he did not have anywhere in his house was a prop gun or any prop ammunition. Obviously, if you were the victim of a violent crime, the response to arm yourself with a real gun is preferable to this whole prop gun thing. Clearly, that's something the defendant also agrees with. Lou was very clear that the fake gun that he alleges that the defendant had, which he said he personally modified, was modeled after a semi-automatic pistol. That's Lou's testimony. And here's where it becomes painfully obvious that Lou did not fully think this through. He didn't fully flush out the story before he came in to tell you. He had to tell you that he modified the gun by adding that belt clip and by putting that magazine extender on, so that he could explain why that gun had those small things that Twelby could just so conveniently come in here and tell you that in the heat of the moment, when it's quickly pulled, he saw those 2 same features, that tiny piece of metal on the side that would hold it to your belt, and the magazine extender. And so that their stories match, their stories line up. If you accept that the defendant had a fake gun that Lou just described, you would also have to explain why there are no fired fake prop cartridges at the crime scene. Because the gun that Lou described, this prop gun that existed, that's a semi-automatic prop gun, would operate just like a real semi-automatic pistol. And it would shoot those cartridge cases out the side just like a real gun would. So why are there no prop cartridge cases found at the scene?
Where they at?
In his opening statement, Mr. Takakina made a big show of pointing out how 7 or 8 LAPD patrol officers scoured every inch of that street of Vista Del Mar. They walked up and down with searchlights, and they didn't find anything. They definitely did not find any prop-fired ammunition. Now, he obviously did that to argue to you that Mr. Ephron planted those cartridge cases. But he actually discovered them at the scene after the police had searched it. So there's no cartridge cases. He comes back and he plants them. But he forgot that if the police are as thorough as he's saying, that they also would have found the ammunition from the defendant's gun. That painfully contradicts their own defense in this case. Do you want to, I got your notes, do you want to take a break now?
It's up to you. Is this a convenient spot?
I'm going to move into.
All right, let's take a break now. Folks, please be outside the courtroom doors at 10 minutes after 11. At which time we will resume. Please don't discuss the case.
So the issue is, to me, that they stipulated that the gun fired real shell casings, even if it was a fake gun or a real gun, shell casings would have been on the scene. Where are those shell casings? And that's what the issue is now, because under the state's theory, if the prop gun fired shell casings, but the shell casings really picked up were not the prop gun shell casings, they were real casings. Where are the shell casings? If we're going to say that really shell casings are fake, where are the real ones? I mean, the real ones are still out there somewhere. That means the real ones are still out there somewhere. I'm going to drop the link. Anybody want to come up and have anything they want to add while we on break? And that's why I think they're going to have a hard time explaining. But, you know, Rihanna did, you know, show up with the kids today. I wonder if I can, let me see if I can show that. And you know what? I don't know what the play was for that. I mean, you know, we can surmise that
Rihanna, are you hoping this wraps up today? Are you hoping this wraps up today? How you doing, Rihanna?
Yeah. So, you know, what's the play on that? Y'all think it's for sympathy? Maybe. Hey, what's going on, Mr. Jones?
Man, you know I had to come through.
Come on. Thank you for popping in and checking on us. What you thinking so far? How the prosecutor doing?
From his first sentence, he started off on the wrong foot. Why in the world would he go back and replay that tape between Wally and Relli when Relli said the words, he chest bumped me, and then he pulled the gun out for self-defense. He admitted it was self-defense. And the defense need to replay that again. Everything he said he wasn't inconsistent. He was very consistent, because it went from being shot 3-4 times till him telling Wally he shot at him 5 times.
Yeah.
But we know that's not true. And like I said, why they keep asking about why the defense didn't do this. The defense don't have to do nothing. It's your case. You have to prove it. The defense don't have to do nothing. They don't even have to defend it if they didn't want to. You know, that's burden shifting.
Yeah, and I'm surprised there wasn't more objections. I believe we heard one objection from the defense, and that's it regarded the timing of or where the gun is. Lou said the gun is in New York, and they said that Lou changed his answer on the day of trial, and they objected, saying that's not true. And the judge overruled it. So he's giving them a lot of leeway with these closing arguments. And I think it's kind of a good thing. Just let both sides say what they got to say. I don't think it can really be a 4 or 3 objection right now, Teo, of like wasting time, because it's closing arguments. You can use your time to argue whatever points you want to argue, because it's your time. If you want to waste your time talking about the same stuff, instead of addressing your own client's shortcomings and his lies that he told. I mean, and to start off, he kept saying that Relli didn't lie. He was consistent the whole time. Wait a minute, the whole recording you're playing, Relli said is fake. Relli said that this is not a real tape. So either you're saying Relli's lying, or the tape is all of a sudden real. So I think that's a big thing that the defense should point out when they get their turn next.
Yeah, I agree with that. Everything he said. And then here's what everybody also got to realize, because this is what the jury is really going to have to, because there's no evidence one way or the other. There's no evidence that it was a real gun. There's no evidence that it was a fake gun. So that washes itself. It's on what they believe. So here's the main thing they got to, what the jury is going to look at with the evidence they've seen. The testimony of Relli versus the testimony of the defense witnesses. That's what it's going to come down. Who's more believable? And Relli wasn't believable. Listen, the jury sat there and listened to him get combative with the defense lawyers and even the judge. When the judge had to keep telling them, calm down, chill out, he kept going. You think that looks good in the eyes of a jury? No.
Yeah.
And now I know on rebuttal, Lewin is gonna get so animated he might have a stroke in the courtroom.
Oh yeah, and I saw your comment that maybe the other attorney would do the closing because he objected. Maybe since his closing arguments, he just did that because the other attorney is up there right now, giving the closing first. But when Lewin gets there, it might be Taco, but I think Taco Pina is going to be doing the closing arguments because it naturally makes sense. He has a better connection, I think, with the jury than the other attorney. The other attorney came up there a few times, but I don't think he's going to bring it home like Joe can bring it home. Joe going to be just as dramatic as Lewin.
Yeah, no, you're right. But when I heard the other attorney make the objection and not Taco, I was like, well, maybe he's the one that's going to do the closing. But you're right, it would make more sense for Tacopino to do the closing because he's going to hit home.
Yeah, I think he's gonna bring it home, and he's gonna point out all the inconsistencies. And I mean, the attorney, I don't think he should have played that tape. You should have left Relli in his lies in the past. Now we got his voice back in our head again. Like what?
What kind of move was that? I mean, playing the recorded phone call and even going back to playing the video of the scene. Here's what they're gonna have to answer. Because did you get that email I sent you the other day?
Oh, the jury instruction. Yeah, I went through that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I said that because I seen it, and that's where that self-defense and everything came in. And that to me freed Rocky with those jury instructions. That's why I sent you that.
I wish you would have been able to get a transcript, but definitely thank you for sending me that, giving me an idea. And that's what I kind of expected with the general jury instructions, as
right.
far as self-defense, and then you also have something called defense of others, and that basically puts you in the place of a third person if they were to use self-defense themselves. So if you with someone and they're getting attacked, then you can put yourself in their shoes and defend yourself as if they would if they had the opportunity to.
Right. And what stood out with those jury instructions to me is when the judge, when he said, California is a stand your ground state. So he didn't have to run away. He didn't have to lose. He could have stood his ground, which is what they did in the beginning when he first grabbed Rocky. So Rocky, even if he pulled the gun out, it was behind his back, then he put it back in his wood gun. He never pointed it at him. But also, when they left and turned the corner, why would you follow them? Because now that makes you look like the aggressor even more. So him firing them 2 shots, yeah, and they trying to argue, why are you firing warning shots with a prop gun? I mean, I don't know why he fired them with a prop gun. He fired them. Even if they was real bullets, with those jury instructions, it don't make a difference.
Did you hear the prosecutor? Some people call it a Freudian slip when he slipped up and called it a fake gun himself, and then he had to hairpin and correct it to real gun. Did you hear that part?
No, I missed that.
I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, he slipped up and said fake gun, and he corrected it himself to real gun. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. It might be.
It's a fake gun. It's a fake gun. How does that make any sense? It makes absolutely no sense because it's not true.
He didn't correct himself.
No,
The truth is the defendant did not have a fake gun. He had a real gun.
wait a minute.
How do we know? Well, the first scene where the defendant pulls the real gun.
You heard it? Right
Yeah.
there. Right there. Hold on.
Well, the first scene where the defendant pulls the real gun on Mr. Ephron, what does he do? How?
See, he said fake so many times that now it's coming out his
How
own
does Mr.
mouth.
Ephron respond? How does Ills respond? You don't see.
Yeah. So that was something that I caught. I was like, man, this is crazy.
You know what? I missed that. My Twitter fingers was moving too fast because everything you said, I was hitting them comments in the chat.
Let me see. Even at the beginning, let me see if I can find it. The Taco was so unbothered when he started his closing arguments. Taco over here, let me see if I can show it. Look at Taco stirring his coffee.
He leaned back.
He's stirring his coffee. He getting ready to take a sip. He ain't studying them. He ain't worried about nothing the prosecutor talking about. He know his lies. See, when you were listening to lies, you could be confident and just sit back and chill and wait your turn. Because he know he about to get him. Get him, Joe.
Yeah, nah. When I seen those jury instructions and I went over them, listening to them jury instructions, I said, man, there's no way that I can see a jury finding him guilty. That's why I said, let me send this to TTL real quick.
Yeah, I saw it this morning. But I already know that Brooklyn NYC is saying that that she hit the link, but some type of way it's not connecting. Brooklyn NYC, you may want to try again, disconnect and try it again. But Get 'em Joe said that I missed anything good. Now you haven't missed anything yet because we waiting for Joe to get him.
Yeah, it ain't
Tacopina to get up there and get him.
It ain't gonna get him to Taco and Lewin get up there. Lewin gonna get up there. I'm telling you, they might need to have a EMT waiting outside for him when he get up there and do his, because he gonna bust an artery or something.
Man, listen, I hope he got time to finish just in case, that he may have to take a flight to New York tomorrow and be with his boo out there, allegedly. So, hey, he might not take as long as we think he might take.
I can't see that. Hey,
right.
That man long-winded. He get up under that water like Michael Phelps. He ain't got to come up for air.
Shout out to Prentice. Is a good, great commentary guest. Salute to you. Oh yeah, thank you.
Hey, I appreciate that, C-Mac. Thank you so much, my man. I tried, man.
He own it. He owned it.
I mean, I'm gonna say this. Law is not hard. The only thing hard about law is that most of it comes from Latin. The lingo comes from Latin. But once you understand the law, once you start reading and understand, it's easy. I mean, I'm not gonna say easy because it's a tough job, but it's not as hard as some people might think, especially if you're a person that likes to argue.
Yes, New York book. Come on. Hey, he got a $17 million mansion to go have a sleepover in, apparently.
And you know what?
Don't give me the line.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I might have rolled past that house because I went out to I flew out to New York back in 2022, took a little 10-day vacation, and I stayed on Long Island.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I stayed out on Long Island. Long Island, I didn't know it was that big. You know, Long Island is huge. Long Island got over 3 million people there. I never knew that.
3 million?
3 million.
That's a good amount just for an island.
It's huge out there, man. It's nice. You know, it's nothing but hills. You see all these fancy houses in the hill, and most of the CEOs and big people that work down there on Wall Street and Manhattan, they live out in Long Island.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful out there. But it's huge. You know, I went through Amityville. You know, with the movie Amityville Horrors.
I heard of it.
Amityville is on Long Island.
Wow. That's crazy. So it's a real place.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was a real place.
Yeah, Amityville is on Long Island.
Let me see what other note, because I had took a few notes as he was going along. Let me see. He said, "Are you going to believe 12 or your own lying eyes?" That's what he said to the jury. I was like, wait a minute. I actually think 12 story was more consistent than Relli. 12,
yeah.
He pointed to the video. Somebody said, "Did you go to the house? Look here."
No, I didn't go to the house. I did not go to the house. No, ma'am.
Oh man, listen. I went to the house. Oh man. Let's see what this.
Hold on. Repeat what you said again about what he said. Are you going to believe 12 or your own lying eyes?
Yeah. He said, "You're going to believe 12 or your own lying eyes." And
why would you say that to the jury?
Right. I mean, it was crazy. Like what? If he said yes, we would have all be gone from here. Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, or his own lying client, because really lied more than anybody on the stand. You could put Lou, you could put 12, you could put Wally, and really beat them all. All.
Then you heard him in that call when they played the call, which I don't understand. I still can't wrap my head around that. I'm not a dumb nigga. I put in the chat. I said no. I said he right. He's not a dumb ninja. He's a super dumb ninja. Because if he or anybody else think he's smart, somebody need to go see a therapist.
Brooklyn, NYC. I dropped it again. Maybe try to do it again. Let me clear out these and try to click the new link. Brooklyn, NYC. Maybe that'll work. But yeah.
Come on, Brooklyn. You lacking.
You in NYC. So hey, you can give us some insight of what's going on. Because I don't know if you was here yesterday, but apparently the prosecutor like to take trips out there in the midnight hour, allegedly.
With his invisible daughter.
With his invisible daughter, I guess, just like Relli had an invisible girlfriend at the scene. Yeah, he took a trip, and apparently it was to the wife house of the man he had just prosecuted. So he prosecuted the man got locked up. He went to the wife house, spent the night over there, and then next thing you know, I guess the husband couldn't take it no more, and he died in prison right after that happened.
No, the husband died right before
it happened.
A couple months before.
He knew he knew it.
Hey, you also know that there's assistant prosecutors in the DA's office in LA suing Lewin and the head prosecutor now.
Man, we need to see if we can get some of them over here to tell us what's going on in the district attorney's office in LA. But I know he better, if this trial don't go his way, the head prosecutor, he better count his days. because I know they're gonna be ready to get rid of him.
Nah, if it don't go his way, I think he gonna drive to San Francisco and jump off the Bay Bridge.
Oh, the prosecutor.
Yeah.
Nah, what they do, they just go on to something else. He got that law degree. He can go work in the private sector, but I know that they're gonna really push to get him out.
Oh yeah, because they say there's a lot of DAs in that office that don't like him.
I don't like him.
Talking about Lewin.
Yeah, he gone. He gone.
That might have been a setup. That's probably why the head prosecutor put him out there to set up. We know you can't win this case, but here, take this.
Right.
So when he lose, hey.
Well, apparently the starter gun doesn't give off live bullets, but it was agreed that if it was a starter gun, it would have discharged shell casings like a real gun, but not necessarily bullets. So shell casing would have still popped out the side of a gun, like when you shoot a gun, but that don't mean right. That don't mean real bullets, like a projectile would not shoot from it.
Right, so, but here's the thing to that, TTL. If they shooting out the side of it, and the video showed where Rocky's hand was, so there's no way, because Rocky was standing directly in front from what it looked like on the video, in front of Relli, not that close, but in front of him. Like if he wanted to shoot, it would be a straight shot, which means Eels would have got hit also. So if he stand in front of me, he hold the gun to the side and shoot to the side, how in the world can the shell casings hit him?
Good. All right, we're back at the record. Our jury was present. All parties. Counsel.
Oh, you're more than welcome to stay if you would like, if you have time, and we can just talk on the break.
Your phone was not missing at all? No. Good. All right, we're back at the record. Our jury is present. All parties and counsel are present, and Mr. Persolman,
thank you. All right, well, just pick up briefly where I left off.
Can't hear nothing. TTL is muted.
It's muted? Oh, hold on. It's muted?
Yeah, I can't hear anything from the DA.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me stop sharing. Okay. Let me reshare it right quick. Sorry about that, y'all. He ain't saying nothing anyway. Let's go back a few seconds.
Police search at the scene when they initially respond to these calls. And I point out these calls because we heard from Sergeant Zizzo, who did his best to describe for you their response to what was, not necessarily a clear situation. They received multiple calls and they talked to multiple people on the scene that pointed them in 3 different directions. Did this happen at Selma and Argyle? Did this happen at Selma and El Centro? Did this happen at Vista Del Mar and Selma? Was it in the street? Was it in the parking lot? What exactly happened? They show up, they do their best. That was the testimony from him, that with this conflicting information, they did the best that they could, but they went to these multiple locations, sometimes receiving conflicting information. What Mr. Tacopina did when he stood up on cross-examination was play videos from another officer to show, look, there's 7, 8 officers on the scene. They're doing this thorough search of the street. He tells you in opening statement, it's a thorough search, spotlights involved. But what he's not told you is why the police then don't find the fired cartridge cases from the defendant's gun, this prop gun, that's going to fire prop ammunition, why they don't find those cartridge cases either, because they're saying that's also a semi-automatic firearm. So 2 cartridge cases also would have come out of that. Mr. Tacopina also made a similar error to you when he stood up in opening statement, and he described how you were going to see Mr. Ephron returning to the scene. He put up part of that grainy surveillance video of a person with a white top coming back to the scene at 11:10 and made a big point of telling you that's going to prove that Mr. Ephron's a liar because Mr. Ephron said he came back with his girlfriend, and these were his words, unless she's a ghost, she's not on that video. But you know now, because you've sat through the evidence and the testimony, that all the evidence points to that not being Mr. Ephron. Mr. Ephron, when he came back, took photographs of the cartridge cases. When LAPD went to collect this video, in the day after they were notified of this, they were told by Mr. Ephron an approximation of when he turned. He didn't have an exact time. He gave them an approximation. They went, they collected the video, they saw someone returning, and they thought, okay, that must be him, and they collected it. That error that they made back in November of 2021 has certainly been flushed out in the years since this has happened. And what you know from the timestamp on Mr. Ephron's photographs of those cartridge cases is that he actually came back closer to 11:45. The video stops at 11:20, so obviously we don't have video of him actually coming back. It certainly does not contradict Mr. Ephron's detailed statement to you that when he came back, he had his girlfriend with him. She wouldn't obviously be on video. It's not collected and not played. It's also clear the person who comes back is wearing different clothing than what Mr. Ephron was wearing at the time. And you also heard Mr. Ephron testify at the preliminary hearing. When he was first shown that video, he looked at it and said, that's not me. So all that together, you know the person that you see on that video was not Mr. Ephron. Mr. Tacopina, I'm sure, made a big point pointing out why Mr. Ephron returning to that scene, not having his girlfriend with him, and proving that Mr. Ephron was lying with those details, was all to get you to believe his next big point, which is that Mr. Ephron planted those two fired cartridge cases that he found at the scene. That's what the defense needs you to believe in this case. But the idea that Mr. Ephron planted those cartridge cases, when you really think through all the information that you have, does not make sense. One reason, consider that Mr. Ephron, as he's telling people what happened to him over and over and over, I mean, I could go 9 times over, he's telling everyone that the defendant shot at him 3 or 4 times, including the night he brings those 2 cartridges into the police station. He tells that police officer 3 or 4 shots. This is important because if you assume that what the defense is trying to argue to you, that Mr. Ephron planted those cartridge cases, you have to ask yourself, how, within reason, how would that happen? What you'll find is that none of the things that you would reasonably expect to happen actually happened in this case. If he planted those cartridge cases, what would you expect? First, where did those cartridge cases come from? How did he actually, mechanically, how did he have 2 fired cartridge cases to plant? The defense wants you to believe that apparently he knew in advance that Mr. Mayers, the defendant, was going to shoot at him. And that he was going to shoot at him with a semi-automatic pistol. So Mr. Ephron, the mastermind that you saw testify here, hatched this elaborate plan, and weeks before this crime, he went to a gun range, and he got a 9mm Glock 43 and fired it multiple times. By some miracle of a coincidence, Mr. Ephron must have known that ASAP Lou accidentally bought a magazine for a Glock 43. Okay? And that ASAP Lou, somehow Mr. Ephron learned that. He's also going to intuit or know ASAP Lou's going to load that magazine, fully loaded, and he's going to leave it at the defendant's bedroom closet. Now, if you're already thinking this sounds completely unreasonable, I'm with you. It makes absolutely no sense. At this point, just to go back to jury selection and the example that you were given with Boomer the dog, and Mr. Lewin asked you, well, how can you be sure that a tornado didn't come down the chimney and just trash the house? How can you be sure? I mean, honestly, that sounds more reasonable than the idea that Mr. Ephron knew in advance that he was going to be fired at and knew to go get that specific kind of gun to fire at a firing range to collect those cartridge cases that he could plant in the future when this shooting happens. There's no way that this scenario would work without Mr. Ephron knowing in advance that this shooting is going to happen and that he's going to need cartridge cases to plant at the scene. Under the defense scenario, too, he would not have time to get those cartridge cases any other way. He has a limited amount of time at 10 p.m., just after 10 p.m. on a Saturday, to leave the scene where the shooting happens, go find a gun, fire it off 2 times. The gun he's going to find also is going to be a Glock 43, so not any gun, but that specific gun. And he's going to fire it off multiple times, and then he's going to go back to the scene. I guess, by 11:10, when that person in the white shirt, so he changed his clothes, he's going to go back and he's going to plant those cartridge cases at the scene. He would not have enough time to possibly do that. So second point to consider, how it doesn't make any sense that Mr. Ephron planted these, is that, as I pointed out, Mr. Ephron told literally everyone who would listen, including Wally on those tapes, that the defendant fired more than 2 shots. Now, you all, I'm sure, can appreciate how stressful this situation would have been for Mr. Ephron, and that as the defendant's firing at him, he's not sitting there counting exactly how many shots. So as he's telling the police how many shots were fired at him, he's doing his best to recall a stressful situation, and he genuinely believes 3 or 4 shots are fired at him. That's his sincere belief. That's what he tells the police. If he is going to plant those cartridge cases, though, and come up with the crazy scenario that I told you, he intuits the shooting's going to happen, he gets these cartridge cases in advance so he can come back and plant them at the scene, wouldn't you reasonably expect Mr. Ephron to tell the police the defendant only fired at him 2 times? Wouldn't that be a reasonable explanation? If he's making this up, he planted these cartridges, and he's making up how many shots were fired at him, wouldn't you expect him to walk into the police and say, no, it was only 2 shots? He would match his story with the physical evidence that he's walking into the station with. Now, to this point, here's another way that Mr. Ephron would have had to have used his telepathic powers, because he's going to know, or he would have to know, that after he tells the police, I only got 2, but there were 3 to 4 shots that were fired, he's going to know the police are going to later go collect a video that has audio, and that audio is going to definitively show you that, in fact, there were only 2 shots that were fired. I want you to consider, when you're considering how reasonable this scenario is that Mr. Ephron planted these cartridge cases, consider the alternative, which is, what if Mr. Ephron had walked into the police station and he said, the defendant fired 4 shots at me, and he walked in and he was holding a bag with 4 fired cartridge cases in it. And then the police went out and collected video, and you found out there were only 2 shots. Then you'd have a major, major problem. It could not be true what Mr. Ephron would be saying. But that's not the evidence you have. You have the inverse. You have him saying, I genuinely believe it was 3 to 4, but I only found 2. And then you have independent evidence, independent of him, that shows you it was actually only 2. Third problem with Mr. Ephron planting these cartridge cases. If what the defense was telling you was true, that Mr. Mayers fired a fake semi-automatic gun, and Mr. Ephron planted these 2 real fired cartridge cases at the scene, wouldn't you expect other evidence to contradict his story? I mean, Mr. Ephron specifically sends text messages that night to the defendant's manager, Bills, and 12, all of which, in some instances, accuse the defendant of firing a real gun at him. Wouldn't you expect even one of those people to respond back to him and say, what are you talking about? We all know Rocky carries a fake gun. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. That's their moment to contradict him, to confront him, and they don't. While we're on the subject of his text messages, and him really kind of locking himself into this being a real gun that's fired at him, those text messages are important because they also betray 2 other major flaws in the defense theory of this case. Those messages by Mr. Ephron put the defendant, certainly the defendant himself, but all the other people in his inner circle on notice that Mr. Ephron is going to accuse the defendant of shooting a real gun at him. So I've already told you, wouldn't you expect them to respond back with, hey, you know that that's not true, this was a fake gun. That's not what happens with, the text messages you saw from the defendant were to deny anything happened. But second, the defendant would immediately understand that that prop gun that he used, right, that real prop gun that he has, that is not only his get out of jail free card, that is his make Mr. Ephron's fake lawsuit go away later. So he needs to keep close tabs on that fake gun, right? So your reasonable expectation was, Mr. Ephron texts the defendant, you tried to kill me with your real gun. The defendant's response would be, I gotta keep that gun. Now, what is the actual response you receive through Lou? ASAP Lou comes in here and tells you that the defendant came up to him with the prop gun and said, get rid of this, I don't want it anymore. Is that reasonable? This is kind of where my job gets hard, because I have to explain to you how their version of how this prop gun disappeared doesn't make sense. But we know that none of this actually ever happened, because this is all a made-up story. So when I talk about the prop gun, understand that there never was a prop gun, okay? Never to begin with. I'm sure what happened was Lou took that Glock 43, the real one that was used, with the modified slide, and got rid of it. And when he did that, he forgot that there was an extra magazine for that gun in the defendant's closet. Now to that point, and oh my gosh, this is a new magazine, I'm not saying that that magazine that we have in evidence, that magazine specifically was the one in the gun that was used at the time the shooting happened. Guns come with multiple magazines. You can purchase additional magazines for guns. But the defendant knew he had to get rid of that real gun. He can't have that because that's going to definitively tie him back to this crime scene. So either he or Lou, his right-hand man, get rid of it. And they get rid of it with the magazine that's in it. But they forget there's that backup magazine in the defendant's closet. But either way, let's assume their prop gun theory is true. Why would the defendant get rid of the one thing, the most important thing that could definitively prove his innocence? Why would he do that? He received an instruction about someone, either the defendant or someone other than the defendant, trying to conceal or destroy evidence, and using that as actual evidence that the defendant was aware that he was guilty. Why would the defendant get rid of that gun unless he knew it was going to prove he was guilty? Unless he knew it was a real gun. It literally makes no sense that he would not keep the prop gun so that when Mr. Ephron goes to the police, he can turn around and say, here it is, here's the prop gun. This is the one I used. Anyway, if you are inclined to accept Lou's story that he flew across the country on a private jet and gave the prop gun back to the co-director of the DMV music video shoot, there's still yet another problem with Lou's story. Why doesn't Lou get the gun back? So they haven't explained why would the defendant get rid of this gun in the first place. He needs to keep this. This is very important in this situation. But for whatever reason, he gets rid of it. Lou flies it back and they give it to this co-director. Lou knows this is a crucial piece of evidence. This would prove that his brother is innocent. So what does Lou tell you? What efforts did Lou make to get that gun back? Because he needs it back now. Oh my God, I can't believe we got rid of it in the first place, but now we definitely need it back. So what does he do? He makes one phone call, and he's basically told, I don't really know where it is. And so he decides, just let it go. Doesn't make any other inquiries, doesn't do anything else to try to get that gun back. Does that sound believable for even 1 minute? It's certainly not reasonable. We're bordering on consulting to your intelligence. Also consider the timing of when Lou comes up with this idea that he gave the prop gun back to the co-director of the music video. That was literally something he came up with the day that he testified. Why does that matter? Well, we don't have an opportunity to go find this co-director, bring that person into court, call them as a witness. But Lou's known about him for years. They could have called him. They could have had him come in, testify, and tell you all about it. Certainly, they would have known about it when Lou tells his story in August of 2024. So where is he? Where is this co-director? Where is his testimony? You didn't hear from him because his whole story is made up. On top of that, has the defense proved to you that this prop gun ever existed? Ever existed? I mean, you would want to hear from the co-director that has it now, right? But wouldn't you also want even a single piece of paper that proves to you that that gun ever existed? A receipt for it? This was on a music video. Where are the call sheets about it?
Burden
Is there a safety coordinator that could say, yeah, I was there, we had prop guns, and I had to warn people about them? Was there a video of the gun, even at the music video shoot? Is there literally a picture or anything? We found a picture of Ilse's face from the day after this incident. There's This, they're saying, is a prop gun that not only was it in the music video, but it was so widely known that the defendant carried it. Where are pictures of him with it other times? There's literally been no documentation provided to you that that gun ever exists. No purchases, no receipts, no paperwork, anywhere. Lou says he took that prop gun, right? And what did he do? He modified it. He put a belt clip on it. He modified the magazine. Did he bring in any proof of that? Receipt for a belt clip? Receipt for a magazine extender? Nothing. On top of that, this is an item that the defendant carried around all the time, right? He had to. This was his security. When the police search his house, do they find literally anything that supports the idea that a prop gun was there? Do they find any other prop guns? No. Do they find prop ammunition? No. Nothing. Literally nothing. You literally have zero proof except for the testimony of Lou and the testimony of 12. And I've talked to you about why you should view their testimony with a healthy dose of skepticism. That's literally the only thing. There's no independent proof that that prop gun has ever existed. And equally insulting is this idea that there is like a cone of silence within the ASAP collective relating to members who knew that the defendant always carried this prop gun, which they only speak about, only ASAP 12 and only ASAP Lou, they only speak about this on the eve of trial. And that they're going to hold this information inside them, knowing that the defendant, their brother, is facing criminal charges. They're going to hold this inside, and they're only going to really present it to the 12 jurors. Does that make any sense to you? As soon as the defendant's arrested, what would you expect them to do? You'd expect them to be beating down the doors of the police station to tell the police officers and detectives, you guys got it all wrong. This is a fake gun. That's not what they do though. They hold it inside. They let him have criminal charges hang over his head. They let the preliminary hearing come and go. They literally wait till the day before jury selection to finally reveal that there was the gun that was used was a prop gun. It's, again, defies all reason. They claim, 12 and Lou, they both claim that the police never tried to talk to them. It's not true. You heard that they both refused to talk to the police when asked, but the judge specifically asked both of them, when you said to talk to the police, they both refused. But even more, that's not really the expectation you would have, right? They had this information that would exonerate their friend, their brother, their meal ticket, the guy they rely on. You'd want them to seek out the police. At least that's what you'd expect. Not wait for the police to come knocking on their door, knowing that they have this secret information. Ladies and gentlemen, when you decide that the gun in this case was a real gun, for any one of the many reasons that I've given you, this case is over. Let me address really quickly, though.
Yes, it is over. It's definitely
It
over.
goes something like this. If you don't believe this was a prop gun, try to believe that when the defendant fired his real gun, he was only doing it either in defense of Hills or in defense of 12. Now, right off the bat, you have to acknowledge that that defense is completely contradictory, completely incompatible with the other defense, which is, no, actually, this was a prop gun. It cannot be both a prop gun and a real gun. The problem with that defense is very similar to everything else I've talked to, which is this whole case is on video.
Say, wrap it up, man.
video in this case shows you is that Mr. Ephron was not the violent person in either of these incidents. And especially at the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, when you can see that initial interaction, you can see that he's feet away from Hills as the defendant charges towards him with a gun. The defendant was not protecting anyone. He was not doing anything but initiating an attack, which he legally cannot do and then claim self-defense. I want to finish my argument with you by telling you the story. The story I'm going to tell you is the story of the defense in this case. If what they're telling you or want you to believe is true, this is essentially what would have to happen. Now, Rocky, he's a famous rapper. He's in his house and he's just hanging out with his good friend Lou. Lou would do anything for him. They meet in a crowd. Lou becomes his personal assistant, his tour manager. He's a DJ. He has his own clothing brand. He's a security consultant. Lou does it all. You need to know that even if you need someone to be at your house while the police are searching it, Lou's got your back. You need someone to come to court, lie on your behalf, provide a false alibi, Lou will do that for you too. Lou is Rocky's right-hand man. Now Rocky's having security problems. He's constantly being victimized by scary people. He's in a nightclub, he's stabbed with a real knife. It was violent, scary. Not only was he stabbed, but his good friend Twelvey was also stabbed at the same time. That's the kind of violence that he's faced. Not only that, scary people break into his house. He's had his home burglarized. He's had stalkers follow him. On top of all that, which has happened to him directly, that violence that Rocky's experiencing doesn't happen in a vacuum. Other rappers around him are also the victims of violent crimes, some even being shot and murdered with real guns. So faced with this violent world, these violent people, Rocky does the only reasonable thing he can think of. Does he hire extra security? No. He turns to Lou. And Lou, his security consultant, and a professional security person who will remain unidentified, jointly came to another reasonable conclusion, which is that when someone needs to defend themselves against real guns, real knives, like Rocky does, what they should do is they should carry a fake gun. Lucky for Rocky, he just so happens to film a music video, and on that music video set, they just so happen to have such a prop gun. Does he have to go out and buy a prop gun? No. That would have created a paper trail that could have proved that he had this prop gun. Instead, what Rocky does, he uses his ability to see in the future, where he sees that he's going to need this prop gun. And so he takes one of the prop guns from the music video shoot just in case. This is going to be very handy to his good friend Lou, who suggests to him that he should carry the prop gun to defend himself against, again, scary people with real weapons, real knives, real guns. Lou, you ought to understand too, in this story, Lou also loves guns. He owns a bunch of guns. He loves to shoot them. And he's very knowledgeable about guns. Specifically though, Lou owns a Glock 42, which uses .380 ammunition. Very important. You got to understand this for the story. Neither Lou nor Rocky own a Glock 43. That has to be true in order for their story to make sense. Because a Glock 43 uses 9mm ammunition. But back to Lou, the other thing that you need to know about Lou is he's also apparently very clumsy. He's not detail-oriented. And when Lou goes to the gun store one day, he just so happens to purchase an extra magazine, and it, wouldn't you know it, golly, Even though he owns the Glock 42, he just so happens to grab the wrong magazine. And he accidentally buys a Glock 43 magazine. Now remember, totally wrong magazine, will not fit in any of his guns, totally different caliber, totally useless to it. And around the same time, Lou and Rocky decide they're going to go to a shooting range together. And Lou comes over to Rocky's house, and he brings his guns and his new single useless magazine he's just bought with a completely wrong gun. And only then does Lou realize his mistake. While he's in Rocky's house, of course. Even worse, Lou calls around trying to find a gun range that they can go to, but he can't find one. So they don't go shooting. Now he has his guns, that's why he has his guns at Rocky's house, but that's why they don't go shooting. So what do instead? Well, they're gonna hang out, they're gonna drink alcohol, and they're gonna talk. Lou's not only clumsy though, Lou is also fidgety. That's his word, fidgety. And instead of fidgeting with literally anything else in the house, maybe the label on beer, literally anything else, what Lou's gonna fidget with is that magazine that he bought for the wrong gun. And Lou's fidgeting is basically going to consist of him loading that magazine, that completely useless magazine, with his real ammunition. The ammunition, by the way, is difficult to purchase, regulated, but Lou doesn't care. Lou fidgets and also apparently stops fidgeting when the magazine is fully loaded. Doesn't unload his 9mm ammunition. For some reason, keeps it in this useless magazine. And Lou, because he's responsible, is going to leave it at Rocky's house. By the way, the first time Lou's going to mention that he's fidgeting and that he has to do that is when he's on cross-examination at trial, and the fact that his useless magazine was fully loaded is pointed out to him. Convenient detail. Anyway, because Lou's been drinking, he leaves his guns, he leaves his magazine, including that useless one, at Rocky's house overnight. He comes back the next day and he collects most of his stuff. What Lou doesn't collect, though, of course, that useless, fully loaded magazine. You also have to understand that even though I told you in this story, Rocky, he's been told, carry a fake gun, he doesn't really follow that advice when it comes to his house. And even though he's told he should carry a fake gun, he's going to disregard that advice and he's going to have real guns in his house, including chrome 44 Magnum Desert Eagle handgun. He's going to have a rifle. He's going to have a shotgun. But importantly, none of those guns use 9mm Luger ammunition. And Rocky keeps those real guns right next to his bed. Somehow, and Lou doesn't really explain this, after Lou leaves this Glock 43 magazine at Rocky's house, the magazine miraculously is going to end up not just in Rocky's bedroom, but in his bedroom closet. And it's going to be in a box with a bunch of stuff that actually fits the guns that Rocky has. Rifle ammunition, shotgun ammunition. And again, it's just a total coincidence. Lou's useless magazine is going to end up, the one he's been fidgeting with is going to end up in Rocky's bedroom closet. Now, at this point, this is where I need to introduce yet another character to the story. This character, he's a cartoon-esque villain. He's hulking, hugely muscular. He spends most of his time in the gym, except for when he's using his cartoon villain powers of seeing into the future and mind control. What do I mean by that? Well, this figure, I'm going to call him Relli, is going to set up Rocky to make it look like Rocky shot at him with a real gun when everyone, including Relli, knows Rocky only carries fake guns. So how does he do this? Well, he's going to go to a shooting range, Relli. A few weeks before, he's going to set up Rocky. And he's going to fire guns, and of course, because he can see into the future, and he's going to set up Rocky, he's going to shoot a Glock 43 handgun and just collect those cartridges. Now, because Relli is such a mastermind, even though he's planning on setting up Rocky, he's going to film himself while he does this. For whatever reason, he wants to have proof of his master plan. While he's at the gun range, he's going to use his power to see into the future and see that Lou has bought the wrong magazine for a gun he doesn't own, and that Lou is going to leave the magazine at Rocky's house, and it's going to end up in Rocky's bedroom closet. And with that knowledge, Relli is going to intentionally fire that Glock 43, collect those cartridge cases, and carry them around just in case he happens to be in a place where Rocky shoots at him with his fake gun later. Relli's going to fly from LA to New York, North Carolina, back, repeatedly taking commercial flights. And somehow he's going to keep a hold on those fired cartridge cases that he's going to use to frame Rocky. Now here's where the mind control comes in. Relli somehow gets Rocky to provoke a confrontation. It's Relli's idea, but Rocky's going to do it. And he's going to make Rocky reach out to him with threatening messages and propose that Relli meet him when it's actually Relli's plan all along, right? It's brilliant. So Relli meets up with Rocky in Hollywood, and Relli gets Rocky to pull the gun on him as he's attacking Rocky. Now I say attacking Rocky, but what I really mean is that Relli's using his non-dominant left hand and casually reaching out.
I think there's something going on with the core stream. It's a little lagging. It should kick back up.
Hey, man.
This is where I have to introduce our next character, 12 to the story. And 12 is going to have the good fortune to be able to see and explain that.
Yeah, y'all. This is the course feed that's delayed. Let's see if I can skip forward.
Rocky isn't that. Why are you ducking my calls? Let's get to it. You know, very friendly.
Yeah. He bored the system in the glitching, right? Yeah. Let me see.
This Joker, man, I don't know what he doing.
He messing up
Even
the
though
system.
Rocky has the gun in his hand, Rocky's going to walk away. And since he hasn't satisfied his objective, Relli's going to follow Rocky and the other members. And he's going to call them a bunch of bad names. Relli, he knows that Rocky's going to attack him. But Relli's going to attack Ills first. And Relli's going to throw haymakers and punches at Ills, repeatedly punching him in the face. Now, shockingly, despite Relli.
Yeah, it's glitching on Law and Crime's feed, so we just working through it. It looks like it's starting back though. Let's see, skip forward.
Relli knows that the gun is fake. Relli's going to start acting like Rocky's using a real gun. And as is Relli's just fantastic fortune, Rocky and 12E are, also for unknown reasons, also going to act like Rocky is firing a real gun. Rocky's going to chase Relli, which he doesn't have to do because the gun that he's using is fake and doesn't fire anything. 12E too, he knows it's fake, but 12E's also going to run away across the street and hide behind a wall. Really though, he's just playing along because he actually knows the gun's fake. Relli's fortune's getting even better because there will just so happen to be a camera that captures all of this brilliant acting by Relli, Rocky, and 12. Okay. As is Relli's plan. Now, he's been successful. Rocky's fired that gun at him twice. He knows he's got those cartridge cases to frame him. So after everyone leaves, what does Relli do? Of course. Does he plant those fake cartridge cases that he's been carrying around to frame Rocky, and then stay there, point them out to the police? Hey, look, you guys find these. No. He's just going to leave. And he's going to wait for the police to search, not find anything, and then he's going to come back. And he's going to plant them for reasons that are unexplained, because he's then also going to pick them up again, and he's going to walk them into the police station himself. And then when he reports this to the police, he's going to tell the police that Rocky fired 2 gunshots at him so that his story matches the evidence found, right? That's what he's going to do? No. Actually, what he's going to do, this is brilliant, he's going to tell the police that it was 3 or 4 gunshots And in fact, he's gonna repeat that over and over and over and over again. Why? Again, Relli's got that power. He knows, he can see into the future. He knows that there's gonna be video that captures the sound of only 2 gunshots. And Relli also knows that when the police search Rocky's house, they're gonna find Lou's magazine for that Glock 43, which will seem will miraculously be consistent with the fired cartridge cases that Relli planted, but which it's all miraculous because Relli was, using his future-seeing power. Now, Relli's going to make a mistake. That night, he's going to accuse Rocky of firing a real gun at him. Specifically, he's going to accuse Rocky directly, and he's going to tell Rocky's manager, and he's going to tell other people that were with Rocky, who all know that the gun is fake, via text message that Rocky actually fired a real gun. Now, even though Rocky knows that Relli is going to say that he used a real gun, even though he knows he actually fired a fake gun for some unknown, still unexplained reason, Rocky is going to tell his good friend Lou that he needs to get rid of the fake gun. That fake gun is Rocky's best proof that he didn't shoot at Relli with a real gun. But for some reason, Rocky tells Lou to get rid of it, and Lou does. How does Lou do that? He flies back to New York on a private jet, and he just gives it back to the co-director of the music video where Rocky got it after the shooting. Now the police are going to get involved, and the police are going to arrest Rocky for shooting a real gun at that mind-controlling, super muscular Relli. And all that Lou has to do is go back to the co-director of the music video and ask him for the gun back. But unfortunately for Rocky, that gun's been misplaced. And Lou isn't going to follow up at all. He's to decide one call's enough, that's it. Even though Lou and 12B love Rocky like they're brothers, for some reason, they're going to decide not to tell the police that Rocky's innocent. They're going to wait until Rocky goes to trial, and then at the very last minute, they're going to tell the jurors that it was a fake gun. Because obviously, that's the rational thing to do. Wait for your brother to have charges hanging over his head. Wait for your brother to go to trial and then spring it on the last minute. Ladies and gentlemen, if that story sounded like it was not just unreasonable, but literally impossible, that is the defense story in this case. When I started, I told you that there's one key issue we need to decide. Was it a prop gun or a real gun? The overwhelming evidence in this case was that it was a real gun. Here's why. The defendant provoked that conversation with Mr. Ephron via text message and phone calls. He was clearly upset with Mr. Ephron prior to that meeting. When they met, the defendant was clearly angry. He pulls a gun, which Mr. Ephron and Ills immediately respond to by backing away. That's consistent with a real gun, inconsistent with everyone believing this is a fake gun. When they reach the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, the defendant pulls that gun for a second time. Immediately, he's making aggressive moves with the gun. He's making actions towards Mr. Ephron. That's consistent with a real gun, inconsistent with a fake gun. Mr. Ephron immediately dives behind Ills, uses him as a human shield, while the defendant's making active, furtive movements, trying to get a line of sight around Ills. That's only consistent with a real gun and inconsistent, completely inconsistent with this gun being fake. The defendant fires off 2 rounds, or loud, they set off car alarms. 12B retreats behind a wall. That's only consistent with a real firearm, completely inconsistent with a fake gun. After the shooting, the defendant gets rid of the gun. That's undisputed. That's completely inconsistent with that gun being fake. The defendant still has that Glock 43 magazine in his bedroom closet, on top of ammunition for the other real guns that he owns. Again, that magazine, consistent with the type of firearm that fired those 2 cartridge cases that are found at the scene. Those real cartridge cases, that real ammunition. That gun, the Glock 43, only fires 9mm. None of the other guns in the defendant's house fire 9mm. He has nothing else in his possession that that magazine would go to. It's completely consistent with him getting rid of the Glock 43 after the shooting, because that's the real gun that was used in this case. Clear, definitive proof the defendant fired a real gun that night. The last point I'll leave you with, on the other side, there's literally no evidence of a prop gun. No evidence that it ever existed. The actual prop gun has never been produced. Definitely not to you. There's no prop ammunition found in his house. The rationale, this whole security thing for carrying a prop gun, defies common sense, defies logic, totally unreasonable. The rationale for pulling that prop gun on a man who knows it's a prop gun, completely unreasonable. There's no prop ammunition found at the scene. There's literally not one piece of paper, not one shred of documentation that could prove to you the existence of this gun. And again, all the actions of the people that you see on that video, completely consistent with a real gun being fired, completely inconsistent with this being a prop gun. So left with that, clear evidence that the defendant used a real gun, and a complete lack of evidence that he used a prop gun. Your job, as I started in my opening statement, as I started here, is simple. Simple. The evidence compels you to your decision, and it compels you to find him guilty. That is the only just verdict in this case. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to take the break now, but it's going to be shorter than usual. 1:15, please be outside the courtroom doors at 1:15, at which time we will resume. Again, please don't step.
Listen. Make sure we're caught up. What you think? Is this a bad closing to you?
That's a terrible closing, man. He kept burden shifting, talking about they don't have to prove nothing. Yeah. And I think that's where Taco should have been objecting, because he's burden shifting. As the defense, we don't have to prove nothing. It's the state's case to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. You know, I don't think what he was saying was making sense to him.
Yeah, I agree. I think, you know, he should have objected more to the closing, because you can't just shift the burden over to the defense and say, well, why did he do this? Why did he produce the gun? If it's a fake gun, why didn't he bring it? That's not the job of the prosecutor. They have the burden to prove their case. and not to shift the burden over to the defense. And also when he said, the prosecutor just blatantly said that Lou got rid of the gun. We heard no testimony and saw no exhibits or any other evidence that said Lou got rid of a gun. That's a fact that's not in evidence that should have been objected to. Now, maybe, Taco may say, I'm not going to object to anything. I want him to say it all. And then when he get up there in his closing, he can point out the lies of the prosecutor. But, everybody got their own style. But it was just crazy how much the prosecutors were shifting the burden and adding their own facts in that didn't come in throughout the trial. Right. And then my question is, what the hell is the creeper gonna say on his rebuttal? Because this dude just said everything. Now, of course, Taco gonna rebut what D just said, but he don't have to take no 2 or 3 hours, because it's if you look at the evidence that they got, all he got to do is put that video. And you notice something that the prosecutor didn't do? All he showed was the video from the second. I don't think he ever showed the first video where Relli walked up and grabbed him. And then he tried to downplay it and say, he just stuck his left arm out. He could have punched him with his right. It don't make no difference what he did. He was the aggressor. What really got me is when the prosecutor, he's been showing these videos, and in Brooklyn, NYC, I see you. I don't know what you're trying to, come up with. I don't know if you're on the phone, but it's saying you don't have a micro cam to join. So maybe try another device, Brooklyn, NYC, so we can hear your thoughts on this if you can. But as far as the prosecutor, he's been showing these videos all day, but then he said Rocky's attorney showed a video of a skateboarder, and all of a sudden he said the video was grainy. He said he put up a grainy video. Grainy, yeah, I caught that. Wait a minute, how is that video grainy and all of your videos are grainy? Let me actually see if I can find that spot where he tried to say that since the video doesn't show what he wanted to show now, is grainy. Let me see if I can find. But here's another. Oh, okay, go ahead. No, go ahead. Another place where he messed up at bad. When they talking about Relli coming back to the scene, Relli testified that was him. He said that on direct. That was him. Lewin asked him, "Are you sure?" He said, "I'm positive." That was him. Then they put that detective up there, and he said, "Oh, well," he said it was him at first, but then now when he get on the stand, now he tries to switch that up. Nah, that man said it was him himself. So if I'm telling you that's me, you can't tell me who I am. And then they asked him, like, well, you had something about his clothes being different. He said he think he might have changed clothes, but it still don't. Where is his girlfriend? Right, where she's at. And I think that's why when he went to the police station, he gave them different times to when he supposedly was at the crime scene collecting these bullets, these shell casings. I think he did that because he didn't want the police to go all the way back to when he really was there. So he told them a different time frame to look and see the video when him and his girlfriend was supposedly there. And he's right. His girlfriend has to be a ghost if she's not on the video camera. Let me see if I can find that part when he said the video is grainy.
I'm out of that.
Okay.
Mr. Tacopina also made a similar error to you when he stood up in opening statement, and he described how you were going to see Mr. Ephron returning to the scene. He put up part of that grainy surveillance video.
You heard him? He put up part of that grainy.
Described how you were going to see Mr. Ephron returning to the scene. He put up part of that grainy surveillance video.
Now it's grainy. Grainy. All of it's grainy.
I caught it when he said it. I caught that when he said it. I just, couldn't say nothing. But I caught that when he said it. However, what about the video showing everything? I mean, if that video is grainy, you can't do nothing but take 12's, because 12 knew where everybody was. He knew who everybody was, and he pointed out everything. And everything that he said concerning that video lined up with what he testified to.
Right. Let me see Brooklyn NYC.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I have a quick question. So I missed the instructions to the jury. So let's say that the jury believes he had a real gun but he was justified in self-defense. Even though he's not claiming self-defense, could they still find him not guilty because he wasn't the aggressor? If they thought Relli was the aggressor and he was justified if he had a real gun, could they still vote not guilty or no?
Yes, and I think that's the reason that the jury instruction was requested of self-defense or defense of others, because even if the jury does believe it's a real gun, now we have to consider whether the gun was fired in self-defense. And it's been testimony that Rocky fired towards the ground when Relli was moving towards and trying to quote unquote attack eels. That's the only reason he fired, to stop him from attacking eels. And even after he fired, we can see on the video that Relli was still going towards eels. So I think it's a good strategy for the people that may believe it's a real gun to give them that second option of self-defense or defense of others.
So it's not like pleading insanity where you have to plead self-defense. The jury can still, even if you don't plead it that way, because that's it's called a positive defense, right? That you committed the act. But even though he's not doing that, he's saying he had a prop gun. Let's say they disagree and they think it was real, they can still find him not guilty, even though he's not claiming self-defense.
Well, I think self-defense was claimed throughout the trial.
Oh.
Yeah, it was claimed throughout the trial that the reason the gun was fired is because Relli was attacking eels, and eels was the person Rocky was with. So, and it's not self-defense per se. It's defense of others, defense of another, of a third person, which is the similar self-defense. So, it was testimony that from Rocky's witnesses that he fired that gun because he was in fear of Eel's safety. Even if it was a fake gun, the gun was still fired for self-defense purposes. So I think you can go either way, whether it's a real or fake gun. It was fired because of self-defense reasoning.
Okay. Appreciate that.
So what you think, how you think this prosecutor did so far?
Oh, you couldn't tell by my comments? He's horrible.
Oh.
The issue I had with him is he kept saying what the defense was saying, what makes sense. He's supposed to produce his evidence. This is what we have. This is why we believe we can prove. The evidence will show, right? The evidence will show, in the beginning, in the opening arguments, the evidence will show. And all he keeps saying is, why didn't they call? Why didn't they produce the gun? They don't have to do anything. You charge them. So you prove them guilty. That's just like if I'm in court as a witness and then someone said I robbed a store at the same time I'm testifying in court. Now, I know I'm innocent, right? But let's say the officers do a terrible job, and for whatever reason, they think I'm guilty and I get charged with robbery, whatever. I'm not going to do anything. You had the audacity to do that bad of a job because I'm clearly somewhere else, with millions of, witnesses. I don't have to go and say, look, I was here. No. Because if anything, I want you to prosecute me because then I can get malicious prosecution because that's how bad you did the job. He keeps putting it back on them, on Rocky and his friends and the witnesses. Why didn't you tell us this? Why didn't you tell the detective this? Nobody should do that, in my opinion.
Right.
Right. That's the thing. That's where the burden shifted coming on. Even when ASAP Blue was on the stand, his manager, he asked him, well, why didn't you call the police or call the DA's office? That's not my job.
Exactly.
He asked him, why didn't you investigate more? Because it's not my job to investigate it. That's your job. I don't get paid to
Exactly.
do your job. You have to prove this man's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. We don't have to prove he's innocent. They didn't have to produce nothing for him. And I don't understand why he kept doing it. I don't understand why Taco kept letting him do that without objecting.
He did it
Because
a lot. A lot.
those are grounds for a mistrial. Burden shifting is a ground for a mistrial. If you watch the YSL trial and opening statements, DA Love tried to
Yep.
burden shift. They objected and asked for a
Yep.
mistrial, which they should have got right away. But Glanville, YFN Glanville, he wasn't going to do it.
I remember that. She said, they're not going to tell you why they're not this, blah, blah, blah. And objection immediately. Immediately.
Yeah, and they had to, and they asked for, they said, I have a motion. So they had to excuse the jury while they dealt with the motion. That was the mistrial motion.
So TTL, if you were the defense and he was doing that same closing argument in front of you, would you have objected? And how often would you have?
Yeah, I would have objected every single time he did it, because sometimes the appeals courts will say, yes, he shifted the burden, yes, it was improper, but you waived that issue because you didn't object when it happened. You didn't give the trial court time to correct it when it happened. So now you don't get a second bite at the apple. You don't get to come to the appellate court and say, hey, he shifted the burden. They're going to say, well, what did you do about it? Did you say something then? And Rocky's lawyers say, no, well, don't say nothing now. So I think he should have objected every single time it happened. But, every lawyer got their own strategy. But I like to, preserve error, because if this case goes to an appeal, then you want to make sure you did everything as a trial attorney in your power to make sure you help your client out, because now it can be possibly, ineffective assistance of counsel. Your client can say, hey, you didn't do a good enough job representing me as my attorney during the trial, so he can, open his own self up to some exposure.
Yeah, I think it was all he let him go on and go on. So when he get up there, he could tell, because he's going to play the video, and I think he's going to play the video and point out everything that actually happened, as opposed to what the prosecutor did. But let me say this though: the prosecutor did what they're supposed to do. All they're supposed to do is talk about the stuff that's favorable to them. They're not supposed to talk about what's favorable to the defense, even though he said some stuff by playing that call with Wally that was favorable to the defense. Then one thing about it, when he brought the text messages up, the only thing he brought up was the text message that Rocky said, where you at? Let's get to it. Why you ducking my calls? Stop ducking my calls, or whatever he said. He didn't play the text messages that Relli deleted out his phone. And I believe Taco is going to bring all that up. He's going to point them out.
Did they ever find the girlfriend?
Nah. No, they still looking for her.
Why wasn't she called?
Because she was never there in the first place. It was all made up.
I'm with you completely. But could you, as a defense attorney, TTL, could you have called her, subpoenaed her to be a witness?
They could have. I
guess, if they could have located her or found her, but
that's his girlfriend. If he don't know where his girlfriend is.
But here's the thing.
Will he cooperate with the defense?
But what are the rules? They don't have the same subpoena power like the state does, right? You can't compel, right?
Yes, they can.
Well, yeah, you can subpoena them to court.
The defense can?
Yeah, you can subpoena them to court, but the thing, you got to find them, and we don't know who the girl is. We just going by what Relli said. Relli said a girl was with him. Who is the girl? Where's she at? Relli's not going to help find her.
I thought they identified her. He has a website.
Yeah, they got a website, and he showed Relli a picture of her. But here's the thing.
And he said that wasn't her. Or he said something about he said that he didn't confirm that was her. He acted like he didn't know what she looked like.
At first he did, but then when they brought up about the prostitution thing, that's when he got dumbfounded.
Yeah, he didn't know nothing about that. I remember that. Yeah, he didn't know nothing about that. So maybe, I don't know, maybe that's what the defense was trying to get at. Like, who is she? Where's she at? But he shut down. Like, he didn't want to identify how she looked, and I found that suspicious. He sure didn't want to identify that, you know, I don't know if he was pimping her, they were working together, all this is allegedly, but he was asking about prostitution on the stand.
Right.
Oh, take two to say it's the same girl he was hey.
And also, when it comes to a subpoena, when it comes to a subpoena, you have to serve them directly. You can't put it in the mailbox. You have to hand it directly to the person. Well, if you don't know where they are, you can't hand it to them. So, and I'm quite sure he didn't give an address for her or where she would be. So there was no way they could have got her a subpoena. So that's probably why they didn't subpoena her.
And then she might not have been effective anyway, because she could say, I was out there. He was searching one side, I was searching the other side, so you couldn't see me on the camera. I mean, the prosecutors would have had her coached up, ready to go, so she wouldn't have been no help anyway.
And then at one point, I think Relli said she's the one who found the shells. Yeah.
And I mean, the argument has been made that it was bad that the defense agreed to the stipulation of the shell casings. They said that was a bad idea that the shell casings were stipulated to, because it'll show that even if, I think it's an echo, it'll show that even if Rocky shot a prop gun and it ejected shell casings, where are those shell casings? Why, if the police missed those shell casings, the ones that the prop gun ejected, then surely they could have missed the real shell casings. But on the flip side of that argument is, if no one found those shell casings that night, Rocky didn't go back to the scene and pick them up. The only person there that was Relli. So are we saying that Relli threw down fake shell casings and picked up the real ones, or are the real ones still there? But where are the real ones if Rocky and nobody with Rocky ever went back to pick them up? They'll still be there. So I think that stipulation could go, either way, depends on how you're looking at it as far as the jury.
Right. But
make an appointment on the website. Bet not.
Here's the thing, and this is the problem that the prosecution have. They're saying that it's not a prop gun, but they didn't present no evidence of a real gun.
Right. And no legitimate evidence. If we were to consider the shell cases to be planted, what other evidence you have besides shell casings that were found by the victim themselves with a bag that don't even belong to Dunkin' Donuts? I mean, what?
Right, because
he said he went by Dunkin' Donuts to get a bag and a pen to pick up the evidence, but then the color of the bag was the color of a bag that Dunkin' Donuts doesn't even carry.
Right, because, and here's the thing about it, even if he did go to Dunkin' Donuts and get a bag, let's say he did that. Well, when he took it down to the police station, but the officer said on the stand, the officer that was at the desk when he came in, said he handed it to him in a black plastic bag. Dunkin' Donuts don't have black plastic bags. So where's the Dunkin' Donuts bag at?
Yeah.
Because that would have been part of the evidence too. And then I'm trying to figure out, because I don't know if Dunkin' Donuts, maybe they got 24-hour Dunkin' Donuts, but I'm quite sure Dunkin' Donuts close at a certain time. I have one a couple blocks from where I'm at now, and they close at a certain time. They're not open 24 hours. Now maybe they got some that stay open 24 hours, but if that's the case, where is the bag?
In New York, they're open 24 hours for sure.
Okay.
Liquor store bag.
He said, "Let me store it back."
Listen, at this point, might as well be because what? Like, what we doing at this point? What y'all? How y'all feel about Rihanna taking the kids to court? I see mixed reaction about that.
I love it.
You say you love it?
Yep.
Okay.
Who don't love kids?
I'm neutral on it. I don't feel one way or the other. You know. Now, and they both toddlers.
Yeah, I think they 1 and 2.
2 and 3, I think. I think one was born in 2022 and the other one was in 2023. But
that'll be 1 and 2, right?
2022. Well,
yeah, depends on the birthday.
Yeah, depending on the birthdays.
The birthday will be 3 this year.
They're either 2 and 3 now, or they'll be 2 and 3 this year. So yeah, you're right. Technically, you are right.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, man. I mean, everything that this dude got up there and said from the beginning to the end was a bunch of filler. Everything he was saying, a bunch of filler. Because when you don't have a case, you'll try to.
Yeah.
And look what they did during the testimony. They went away from what the actual evidence was. Remember when Wally got on the stand? Wally came in, his whole purpose for being there was to verify that was him and Relli on the phone, and the call wasn't fake. It wasn't AI. But you see the prosecution on cross-examination, they went into a whole nother bag of stuff. And a lot of that stuff hurt him, if you ask me. Like Relli saying he pulled the gun out for self-defense. Relli said that. And I think Taco got to hammer that. Why would you say that if it wasn't self-defense?
Yeah, he might play that portion of the tape and let the jury hear it again, unfortunately. But I mean, I think he has to at this point, just to, to hear from Relli's own mouth that it's a self-defense claim, and Relli knew what he was going to go do, even though he said that he didn't know what he was going to go do, and he deleted text messages. I mean, the recording showed he was clearly going to go fight. Like, he was going to go check Rocky. I mean, it's not in dispute.
Well, yeah, even a call earlier or text or something that they put up earlier in the trial, where he was talking about if he didn't pay for Josh's funeral, he was gonna beat him up.
Oh yeah, he said that. And then Chelsea pointed out, again, that this is the same record the prosecutors played for y'all, but their witness said that it's a fake call, it's AI. He said, "Get that away from me, it's fake." So now we have to rely on this fake, quote unquote, fake tape. They want the jury to rely on that.
Right.
So both things can be true. Either it's a real tape and he's a liar, and he committed perjury on the stand, or it's really a fake tape, and then you can disregard the whole tape in its entirety because it's not real. So which one y'all want to do?
Right. So, and that's the thing that Taco got to hammer home on his closing. Listen, the state and their witness, Relli, went with the theory that this tape was fake. This recorded call was fake. It was AI. It wasn't him. Well, we said it was a real call, and these was his words. But like you said, if they're saying it's fake, then everything he said on that call wasn't him. So you can't take that into consideration.
Yeah. So I'm interested to see what strategy that Taco is going to take, and I'm sure he's going to point all these things out. I'm sure they had a team of lawyers in the war room sitting around the table saying, "Say this, say that," put it all together and go through it one by one. But I think the prosecutor did terrible because I actually think he started over. He went from the top to the bottom, and I think he actually started over and started talking about the same stuff over and over again. I'm like, wait a minute. And if you got to convince the jury that much, an hour and a half now, and I'm sure Lewin's going to get another hour and a half, the prosecutor, the second part of their closing, then I mean that's too much convincing. You should let the evidence speak for itself, and that's why I agree that with Teo that he should keep it brief and brilliant, and then keep it moving. Let the evidence speak for itself. You don't have to tell the jury 1,000 times what they saw and what they heard. If they saw it and they heard it, then why are you talking about it 10 times each topic? You know, say what you got to say and move on. So I don't like the prosecutors, the first part of the closing. And that's just me. That's my personal opinion. Because some of y'all going to say he biased. He only saying this because it's Rocky and he want Rocky to go home. I don't know that man like that. I'm just calling it from a legal standpoint, in my opinion.
Based on the chat,
legal advice.
based on the chat, I think most people agree with you.
Okay.
Based on the chat.
I definitely agree with you, but Law Malcolm, I think that might be Relli. He didn't infiltrate.
Law Malcolm, are you ready? Really, if you in the building, show yourself. And you know what? I actually wonder, because I know prosecutors use this tactic all the time. When it's closing arguments, now the rule of to exclude the witnesses is over with because they already testified. So now the witnesses can be in the courtroom. So I wonder if they put him really in the courtroom to show the jury, like, hey, there's a real victim in this case. You know, he's sitting right there. Look at him. And maybe that's why Rihanna brought the kids in. Like, nah, don't look at him. Watch my kids.
No, in my opinion, that would be a horrible move by the prosecution, because the jury sat there for 3-4 days listening to him testify, watching all his theatrics, watching him be disrespectful to the lawyers, to the judge, to the jury. So I don't think it would be a good idea to have him in there. That would be a mistake, in my opinion, because there's no way, you can't tell me, there's no way in the world that the jury can look at him in a positive light based upon how he conducted himself on that stand.
If I was the defense and he was in the courtroom, I'll point him out. Point who you talking about. Go right over to where he's sitting there, point your finger and say, this man here is a liar. Call it how it is. I mean, and that'll get him out the courtroom real quick. And really so unhinged.
Unpredictable. He might blurt something out.
He might spaz out or may jump up and try to fight. Even better. Yes. I need all of that energy. Keep going. Come on. So
I definitely see him making facial expressions, sucking his teeth, hemming and hawing. Like, if he was in the courtroom, I didn't know they could stay in the courtroom. I didn't know.
During closing, they can, because all the evidence has been presented. So
no, understood. Oh, he would be acting up.
The reason being, you don't want other witnesses to influence their testimony before they testify. So every witness should be excluded. Sometimes they let the head investigator stay in throughout the entire trial since he's like the main person. But normally witnesses are excluded so they can't hear each other's story and get their story straight while they're testifying. But after they already testified and the evidence is closed, then there's no reason to keep them excluded. Now they can come in. I've seen it where they bring in the victim, and I use that with quotation marks around it. We call them the complaining witness. They also bring in all of the officers that testify. They all sit in the gallery, and this is like an attempt to sway the jury. So I've seen all the type of tricks that they try to use to have the jury go their way. Like, hey, if all of these cops, all of us think that he's guilty, surely y'all should, jury, as well. But I don't think the jury is going to buy it, even though my locator has been complaining that for some reason he thinks that Rocky won't get a fair trial. He's saying nothing matter. It's a rigged jury with a rigged judge. I'm not sure the basis of that. But
he's been saying that all afternoon.
Yeah. So I was like, wait, what's going on? Maybe he knows something I don't know. I mean, the other day I didn't know that the prosecutor in this case then flew out to New York to be with a married man's wife that he prosecuted. So I didn't know that. So hey, you never know. You learn something new every day. But so he might know someone this judge. I don't know. I think the judge been fair, in my opinion. I think the judge been fair. He's been calling it balls and strikes for both sides. He's been kind of keeping both sides under control so they don't get carried away in court. And that's the way I've been seeing it. Y'all may see it, when he was awake. Some people say he was falling asleep half the trial.
You see, I messaged you when dude was up there, and I said, you see the judge up there falling asleep?
I said, man, if he fall off this chair like Whitaker did in the YC trial, we'd have some courtroom gold, some YouTube gold. But he held his composure.
Whitaker had them heels on. She was trying to be cute, and she stepped wrong.
Come on,
getting up, or she had something in her system.
And what happened when you try to be cute? You see.
Well, in Lewin deposition, he said he had his daughter. It was a vacation. But the lady said there was nobody else. There was no daughter. There was no dog, no cat. It was one person.
Well,
oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
That was a porno scene. What they was doing.
Listen.
You know, that was a pornographic scene that they had going on. She probably told, "Nah, don't bring your daughter."
And yeah, I mean, why would she? What incentive she had to lie at that point? I mean, it would have looked better on her and probably her name to say, "Yeah, the daughter came."
Right?
Like that. So why would she lie and say, "No, the daughter wasn't there. It was just me and him."
Right.
So that's why I lean more towards believing her than slippery Lewin.
And then he said, "Oh, I stayed there maybe 1 or 2 nights." You know how many nights you spent. Have you ever forgot if you slept in a hotel 1 or 2 nights? No. I mean, if it was 17 nights or 18, you might confused. But if it's between 1 and 2, you know.
When he started bumbling and tripping up on that, I was like, yeah, that woman ain't lying on you, man. Come on.
Listen.
Come on.
you know she wasn't lying, because when they asked her the first question, like, well, who came? And she said him. She said, was anybody else there? She said no. And when she said no, remember the look she made, like that embarrassed look on her face, when she rolled her head and her eyes and was looking down. And then they asked her, was you there? She said yes. And that was in that interview. Yeah, she know what it was.
Not baby oil and all, Tatum. Goodness. Well, it is New York. I don't know what's going on in New York with the oil. But she said it's LA because he flew from LA all the way to New York. So he was he was on a mission. He was flying with a purpose to go across the country.
Right.
To get to that $1 million mansion for a sleepover, allegedly.
Can I ask you a question out of left field? So I know you're a criminal attorney, but just out of curiosity, so can Drake sue Kendrick for saying the A minor thing?
Don't get me going on that. I don't know half of what's going on. I haven't been in tune with that. I don't even know what the beef's about. Let's tell you the truth.
No, during the Super Bowl, he performed the song.
But
what's the issue though?
I guess listen, they go
and a trafficker.
He said what?
The song is basically calling him a pedophile. That's what the song is about. And he said his name. He said, "Say Drake," said it. Like he didn't bleep it out. Like he bleeped out the curse words. But he said his name and he said his partner's names. Because they threatened, they said, "You can't perform that. Don't perform it at the Super Bowl or we're gonna sue you." And so everyone was wondering if he was gonna perform the song. So halftime show comes, everyone's tuned in, and he performed it. I was shocked, actually.
Yeah, I have to look into that. I mean,
here's the thing about that. this America, you can sue for anything in America. I remember years ago, and I don't know if none of y'all familiar with it. Years ago, a lady went into McDonald's and bought a cup of coffee. Well, when she came out, now everybody knows, especially back then, when you get coffee, coffee's usually hot, right?
Oh, she said it was too hot. That's what she sued for.
She burnt her mouth. She
Yeah,
sued McDonald's and got millions of
and
dollars.
won. And she won. Yeah.
She got millions of dollars. So that's why now they had to turn around and put them labels on, warn them that it's hot. You know, so you can sue for anything in America. Here's what Drake's problem would be. Drake
What
took shots.
winning?
He took personal shots at Kendrick Lamar too, saying things,
Absolutely.
talking about Kendrick Lamar's family, his wife and kids. So
Yeah.
how you gonna turn around because listen, Drake really, he'll still make music, but Drake will never be what he was again. And to me, I've never been a Drake fan. He's had some hot songs that was cool, but I've never been a Drake fan. And they say he got ghostwriters. But as far as the lawsuit, yeah, he can sue for whatever. But he's not suing Kendrick Lamar. He's suing UMG, the record label.
Oh no, I understand that, but I'm saying, but they threatened to sue him, and I think maybe the NFL if he performed the song at the Super Bowl, and so it was a big discussion. Would he? Won't he? Because they said they sent him even up to either the same day or the day before was their last letter to them, like, don't perform it, we're gonna sue you. And so everyone was like, is he gonna do it? Even on ESPN, everyone was discussing it. Is he gonna perform it? And he did, and he didn't bleep out his name. He said it. And when the whole A minor line came out, and Nisha, he didn't say the pedal word, but he did say the A minor line. So I was just curious. That's all. I was just curious.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be any merit to it if Kendrick says this for entertainment purposes, and yeah, it's just hard to do an analysis without knowing much of the song. But I don't know, this is gonna be interesting because if you bring a lawsuit into it, now evidence start coming out, and you definitely don't want witnesses coming up there saying, "Hey, Kendrick's not lying because I was a quote unquote victim of said act," and then it can get real crazy. So I think they should just keep the lawsuit. Some people already said it was against the label. Keep it against the label. Don't bring in nothing about no Super Bowl because it can get crazy. And it's just me just going by what I'm reading and what I'm hearing right now.
I mean, there's already evidence of him with younger girls.
They
There's
said he didn't say
videos
that
of
neither. She said he didn't say that neither.
And that's what Kendrick Lamar said. He said, "Say Drake, I heard you like him young." That's all he said. And then he threw the A minor in there. But see, he can come back because that's a double entendre. A minor is a chord on a piano that you play. So he can be like, that's what it meant. It's a double entendre. So he'll have a hard time proving that because the A minor means it has more than one meaning. It was a double entendre. So Drake, he's not gonna win. And then, like I said, he's suing UMG for defamation.
Yeah.
Well, dude, you was going at this man talking about his family and everybody. Then when he come out with they not like us, now all of a sudden he hit you where it hurt. What about all the stuff you said about Meek Mill when y'all was beef and stuff you said about Lil Wayne? So you can't cry wolf now because the ball not in your favor.
Yeah, I think it's good. It's a tough sell if they all doing it for entertainment purposes. So I think that would be interesting trial to watch.
So did the judge
that.
counsel the prosecutor? Because remember how much the prosecutor objected during the defense's opening? I hope he doesn't do that again during the closing. Will the judge? Is that because I know they don't normally do that during any opening or closing, generally speaking.
And maybe that's
Right.
what, I think it was one objection, and it wasn't by Joe, it was by his co-counsel. And maybe he wanted to show that, hey, Judge, I'm not objecting at all. So when I get up there and they start objecting, just overrule everything that they say. But I already know that Lewin is going to try to object. I can just feel it coming.
But didn't the judge already tell him in the opening that he doesn't usually sustain objections during opening statements? He kind of outside of the presence of the jury, he told them that he doesn't do that. He's
right, but the closing arguments are like a different story.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the opening pretty much show what the
evidence is going to be.
Show, yeah, what the evidence might show, the facts will be. But at the argument, it's what's already been presented. Now, if you go outside of what's been presented and try to add your own facts in, that's when you out of line, you outside the bounds that are set. So now you need to be objecting. But I'm thinking, Lewin is going to object.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to go nowhere, because at the end of the day, opening statements and closing arguments are not evidence. And the judge gave those instructions to the jury. What they say in opening statements and closing arguments is not evidence.
Yeah.
So,
and that's how it normally goes, because a lot of times you can jump up and say, Judge, I object. That's assuming facts not in evidence. And the judge sometimes don't know, when you have a lot of different witnesses, a lot of exhibits, you don't know if something evidence or not. So a lot of times the judge would just remind the jury that nothing the lawyers say is evidence. You have to rely on your own memory from the witnesses you've seen, the testimony you heard, and the exhibits. You can't rely on anything the lawyers say. And they just do like a general statement like that and keep it moving. But
as a seasoned prosecutor, I was kind of shocked at how Lewin doesn't seem to be self-aware, because he came up very obnoxious with the strike everything after no and non-responsive, and he was yelling it a lot. He kept cutting the witnesses off a lot, very abrasive.
well, the reason
firm, I understand, but he just his mannerisms, he just came up very obnoxious, and it's hard to be on your side when you speak that way.
Right.
Style.
Here's the thing about that. When he asks a yes or no question, your answer should be yes or no. So technically he's right. But the reason he was doing that was because he didn't want nothing to come out, because that would be evidence. He didn't want nothing to come out that was going to hurt him, so he didn't want them to explain nothing. But here's the problem with that.
I get that, but it was his style of doing it. He was very abrasive.
Right.
Because there's plenty of ways in how you communicate with the witnesses, His style is just very abrasive, and that's not going to endear him to the jury, is what I'm saying.
Right, but here's another thing. The answer here's the thing about that. When he did that, all the defense did was get back up there on their redirect or cross, and they let him say what they wanted to say, and there was nothing he could do about it, because he opened that door, even though he didn't let them explain what they was trying to explain. And the judge was right for sustaining those objections. But you're right, he was very abrasive. He was he didn't act like a professional at all. Even the judge had to tell him, stop yelling at me. He had to tell him to stop yelling at him. That didn't look good in the jury's eyes, because he was in a panic mode. And the reason he was in a panic mode, because he knows their case is weak.
Yeah, I think he has a hard time reading the room, and as an attorney, I think that's a skill. Now, and apparently his co-counsel, the one that just did his closing argument first, he also has a hard time reading the room, because if he would have read the chat here, the other chats, or even the expression of the people in the courtroom, the jury, he would have known a long time ago it was time to stop. You said all you needed to say, but you know, he kept going over and over and over again. And everybody's yelling in their mind, and like, dude, just stop already. And he still when he's talked from breakfast until lunch. That's how long he went.
Yeah, because they started like right after 9:30.
Yeah. And he talked all the way up to lunch. That's
3 o'clock.
crazy.
It was after 3 it was about 3:06 when he stopped Eastern time.
Yeah,
Like,
so that's wild.
One thing, if you have a lot of evidence to cover, I get that, but he repeated himself over and over. And like you said, I think he started over. He went through the whole case and went back to the beginning and went through it again. And I was like, is he serious? I think it was Doug from YSL case that said he would go onto, online and read the comments, because basically anybody in the chat, anybody of age, are prospective jurors. So he would get their input, they don't understand this, or they like this part, or they didn't like this part. And he would kind of tailor his, future, whether it be direct or cross examinations, based on some of the things that he was, seeing online. And I think the Lewin, he's supposed to be very successful, right? Like he prosecuted, what's the guy, Robert Durst, the one where he slept with his wife. So he's supposed to have a really solid career. I would never expect someone with that much experience to be that way.
Right. No, you're right about that. But just because they say you're a good attorney don't mean you're a good attorney. If you like TTL said, if you don't know how to read the room, gauge the jury, gauge your witnesses. See, like him going at the witnesses like he did, and they not giving him what he wanted, he should have calmed down.
Right.
But what he was trying to do is get them outside of themselves to try to maybe say something and go back and forth with him, become combative, to make the jury look at him like, oh, like Relli, they're not credible witnesses. Look how they're conducting themselves. And no witness that got up there did that to him. Only witness that got up there and was combative and out of control was Relli. And like you said, everybody in all these chats on all these channels are all potential jurors. So we think like they think, like those jurors think.
And I like Doug Weinstein's style. He wasn't long-winded. He was short and effective. And he noticed when lawyers go too long. He made the famous quote that DA Love could talk the ears off a donkey. So I like his style, and not only is his style effective, we could go on to say that his client was the only client found not guilty on all charges by the jury on all charges. His client, and he was always brief and short to the point. He wasn't long-winded. He didn't have to say things over and over and over again to get his point across, and apparently it worked, because even though his client's still in custody for unrelated stuff, Diamante Kendrick, he still got him free and clear of the YSL charges.
Right. And here's the thing with that also. In that case, not to get away from this one, but in that case, Young Thug wouldn't have beat all the charges. He wasn't going to beat. No, he wouldn't have beat. He wouldn't have beat having that switch in his house. He wouldn't have beat the drugs, and he wouldn't have beat the codeine, because that was his house.
But his house wasn't like a house like maybe our domain. What really called it? He called me out my living space. If it really said, well, you was at a hotel. But
right.
But his house may not be like ours, where it's just your main people. His house, to me, seems as though it's one of those houses where a lot of the homies come in, artists. It's like an open house, a big group of people always in and out. You might have seen these shows where a lot of these YouTubers stay in one house and they do content and stuff like that. So I think it'd be hard to just say, since this is his house, that had to be his drug and that had to be his gun, when you got people in there in and out throughout the day, and you got people, the police come, people running out the doors and all type of stuff. Who was it that ran out the door? Was it Diamante? They said, or Ledge? Right. So it could have been his drill. I'm just saying, it's too many people in there to say this is Young Thug's contraband.
Here's the only problem with that, though, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but in my mind, the only problem with that is it's Young Thug's house, and the argument would be, well, you should know what comes in and out of your house, especially something like that.
That's not true. And I agree. Right. Tia said it. The jurors, because the jurors spoke after, and they said they would have found him not guilty.
Not guilty.
Except for, what was it, 409? There was one lady.
She was an alternate, right?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm so glad she wasn't back there. Oh, my goodness.
What the jury said was, they don't know because he didn't go all the way. Now, had he gone all the way, he'd have beat all the gang stuff. He didn't plead to the RICO and none of that stuff. He didn't plead to being a leader, none of that. But he wouldn't have been able to get around those drugs. I mean, the house is his house. The house is his house. It's in his name. He would have had a hard time beating it. He wouldn't have went to jail for it, though. He'd have got time served.
I don't know, because when you have motion like that, people in and out, you got all type of artists and stuff. You don't know what they bringing in and out with them at any given time, especially when you're in a big mansion. You can't account for every single room of the house, especially, and then you have more than one house. That just wasn't his only house, so it's just really hard for me to just say, okay, since that's there, it's yours and you're guilty. Right after the fact that when the police showed up, other people were fleeing from that area where that stuff was.
Right, but I think, wasn't it only him and Yak in the house when they got there and they arrested him?
At that time?
Yeah, I think when on May 9th, when they served the warrant, I think it was only him. If I remember right, it was only him and Yak in the house. Remember when Doug Weinstein, because Doug Weinstein was making that point when he had the detective on the stand, like, was he around? Was he in the vicinity of any drugs? No. Was he close to it? He said that, and he did that on purpose because he said, listen, this is not my client's stuff. It's not my client's home. He even brought that up about the somebody said Duke was there too. Tia said Duke was there too.
No,
but
Tia own it. Tia own it.
I don't know for sure, so I'm not gonna say 100%. But I'm not sure Duke was charged with the drugs.
And that's why it's a not guilty right there, because we don't know if it's more than all them people in the house. None, it could have been Duke. So I don't know. Could have. Hey, and when you don't know for sure, that's reasonable doubt in my mind. That's why I say not guilty. And apparently the jurors agree because they said they would have voted him not guilty as well.
Well, right. Well, I say this with that particular jury that they had on that case, maybe he would have been found not guilty with that jury.
We done had so many cases in between there.
Yak wasn't in the house at the time, Tia. Yak was they said Yak had ran out the back door or something. Yak was arrested outside. You're right. He wasn't in the house at the time.
She said it's snowing.
Yep. You must be in the East Coast, on the East Coast or the Midwest.
She said maybe it's my age. I prefer Wayne over Kendrick. And I know a lot of people saying why Lil Wayne didn't perform, but people gotta understand this is a business move. They want to play somebody that's that has music out now that they can go and just download his songs and buy his songs, buy his albums. So I think that's why they really want it. So there's not entertainment all the way. This is money moving. People gonna hear that Not Like Us song and they gonna be on the chart or whatever, downloading and buying and this and that, and that'll put money back into whoever, Kendrick's label's pocket. Not no, Lil Wayne. They don't even know. I don't even know who owned the, the rights to Lil Wayne music. So if Lil Wayne get up there and perform, they'll be making Lil Wayne and whoever owns his music rich instead of one of their own artists.
Well, Jay-Z is the one who does that for the NFL for the Super Bowl.
Right.
And they were saying that Jay-Z and Lil Wayne was beefing. It's all entertainment at the end of the day.
And money. They gonna get that money.
Yeah. But the Super Bowl being in New Orleans, Lil Wayne from New Orleans, that would have been huge. But
maybe as a guest.
But with Kendrick Lamar, with the stuff going on with Drake and that song, people want to see it. They said 133 million people watched the halftime show. Say that's the most in the history of the Super Bowl. 133 million people watched the halftime show. So that was a money grab. That
a lot of money. And I wonder how many people went to go, support that artist and his music right after that happened.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, he just won 5 Grammys for that song. Right. He won in every category he was in for that song just a week before at the Grammys. 5 of them.
Yeah, so I mean, they got it set up, They got it in order. And I understand Lil Wayne probably would have been, had the crowd hype and stuff, but they looking at this from a business point. And who knows? Maybe the time may go around again and Lil Wayne to get his turn. Who knows? Or the next person that do the Super Bowl may bring him on as a guest.
Right. I mean,
they say it surpassed 90 million streams. Lee, that's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's all ridiculous. I mean, like you said, heck, when they just a couple years ago when they had Dr. Dre, Eminem, Snoop Dogg, and all them out there, they brought 50 Cent in. They said Jay-Z didn't want 50 Cent there, but Eminem told him if 50 Cent not there, I'm not doing it. And they told Snoop he couldn't crip walk, but Snoop crip walked.
What's her name? Serena just did it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Serena. Yeah, Serena was getting her boogie on. She a crip, y'all.
Hey, for the people that's popping in, thank y'all for hitting the like button. Court should be starting in about 8 or 9 minutes. We're just waiting for court to start back. And Joe Tacopina, we call him Taco. He's up next. The prosecutors went first. They did the first half. Now Joe Tacopina, Rocky's lawyer, gets to go, and then after him, the prosecutor gets to go again. Joe put a popcorn in the chat, but we need to somebody put a taco. Do we got a taco emoji? Somebody put a taco in the chat. Because it's about to go down. Taco and some popcorn together.
You gotta get your emoji game up, man.
I love what Stephen A said about Serena doing that. Come on here, Chelsea. Boom. Let's go. Tacos in the chat. We ready.
Look at Chelsea. Chelsea went and found her some tacos.
I wonder what Joe thinks about being called Joe Taco, right? Hopefully he's not offended by it, because that's what the internet came to affectionately know him as Taco. I mean, he's easy to remember.
Yeah,
easy to pronounce. If he's offended, we'll stop. But if he say, "Hey, I'm good with it, as long as I'm winning, you call me what you want to call me. Just don't call me bro." Come on here, Taco.
yeah. Because I just learned his name. Saying his whole name when I first heard it, like, how do you say that? So I just call him Joe Taco.
You want to answer this for Tatum?
Why would he say? Why does the state get to go twice? Because it's their case. The burden is on them, so they get the last say. So they'll go when it comes to closing arguments. The state goes, and then the defense gets to come back and put their closing, and then the state gets to rebut the defense because they're the ones with the burden of proof.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Take Two. But yeah, they have the burden's on them. Is there, like he said, is their case. And the defense doesn't have to prove anything. The defense can just literally sit there and don't say a word. I've seen attorneys waive the opening statement. They waive it completely. And matter of fact, attorney Bruce Harvey
in the YSL trial,
he
waived his
opening statement. And he came over here and talked to us about that, and he told us, why it was effective in resolving his client's case.
And his client got the best deal out of everybody.
Yeah, his client, him and attorney Nicole Westmoreland, and thank them again for being kind to come talk to us. And now, matter of fact, not only did they resolve Nichols' case, now they're representing Diamante Kendrick, Doug Weinstein's former client. So,
and you see where the state rescinded their probation violation against Yak.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Yeah, they rescinded that.
But are they still going after him for those jail incidents?
Yeah, that's what he's still locked up for. But I guess his court date's supposed to be on the 27th.
Okay.
He was supposed to be on the 7th, but they kept pushing it back, and then they ended up rescinding that. And a lot of people need to give Kayla Bumpus kudos for that, because she got him a bond. She got him a bond, and she represented his mom when the trial was going on. Remember when it came up about his mom had brought the clothes in and gave them to Weinstein, and Weinstein gave them to the deputies or whoever, the jailer, and they found tobacco and rolling papers. No drugs, just tobacco and rolling papers. And they charged his mom with it. But she said that she got the clothes and stuff from his girlfriend, and she gave them to Weinstein, and Weinstein gave them to the jail. And they searched it, and they found tobacco and rolling papers. But Caleb Bumpus represented his mom and got her off of that.
Right, and also Kayla, before attorney Harvey and Westmoreland took over, Kayla was also representing Diamante Kendrick for these charges.
Right, she got him a bond. She got him a $4,000 bond.
Wow, that's interesting. So as y'all can see, sometimes clients may move from lawyer to lawyer, and need some big name lawyers in the YSL case that were represented him and his family and you said his mother.
Yeah, she represented his mom on that I guess it was a contraband charge, bringing contraband in or whatever, and Kayla represented her on that, and that was early on. Yeah, so and she got her off of it. So I see a lot of people talking about Kayla. To me, from everything I've seen she's done and heard that she's done, she's a good lawyer. You got to remember, she's only been practicing about 8 years. I mean, she's not seasoned like that yet. But
I mean, she was going to court and making it happen and getting them, bonds county to county. So I don't know why the change. It probably was because of the family. I don't know what happened. Get 'em Joe had came up. I don't know what. Maybe he was muted.
You also got to remember this: Kayla representing Lil Woody.
Hey, you gotta unmute. You gotta unmute yourself. Get 'em Joe. By the time you do, you gotta hit the link and then unmute yourself.
If you're in the chat, get them Joe. Hit the StreamYard link it still should be up, and then it'll bring you up, and it'll say join. And once you hit the enter, no, it'll say enter the studio. Once you hit the enter button, it'll bring you up. Even if it's muted, like with mine, when I hit it, it automatically unmutes me and turns my camera on.
But see, they're asking when did he get released since he got a bond, but he had a lot of stuff going on at that time. He still had like probation holds and things from other counties. So I don't, just because he had a bond, I don't think that meant he get to walk home, right?
No. No. Yak would have been out, but remember they came up with that mysterious warrant for probation violation, and the probation violation stems from him catching the extra charges.
I put the wrong comment up. Yeah.
No, he's not released yet, Brooklyn. He just has a Caleb Bumpus got him a bond, but the probation violation was holding him, and then just a couple weeks ago, the state they rescinded that warrant for the station probation violation, but he's still locked up.
Right.
He'll be locked up.
Well, the probation violation wasn't dismissed at the time. It might be dismissed now, but I know at the time it wasn't.
Yeah, no, it's dismissed now. It wasn't dismissed then. He still has to wait for his court date. I think it's the 27th now. It was supposed to be on the 7th, and they pushed it back. They playing with that guy, man. They playing with that young guy.
Right.
You know, and it's all.
So too.
Yeah, listen, they're mad because he beat the case, so they want to get something to stick him with. But they're also saying that I guess Harvey and Westmoreland, they struck a universal plea deal or something for him. But we won't see that till they go back to court. But I think when he go back to court, he'll be released.
Yeah, at this point, I think the judge, McBurney, should go ahead and make a decision. If he's the judge,
he goes in front of Whitaker his next court date.
Okay, well, see, that's crazy. Why won't they put them all? If somebody has cases already pending, just put them all in front of the same judge. Why are they keep separating them to different judges? And that can really slow down the process.
Yeah, that's what the state always do. They inflate charges to get something for two reasons: to hold you and to try to get you to plea out to something. They overcharge people, and that's what happened in his case, because they said even with the assault with the dude, what he got into it with the dude, said because the dude, I guess, broke in his cell or went in his cell and stole all his stuff out of there. You know? And that's not just a Fulton County thing. That's any jail in America you go to. Ain't nobody gonna just let you take nothing from them, because if they allow you to just take something from them, you're a target. You're a target at that point, and they're gonna do whatever they want to you in there.
They be eating peace and all type of crazy. I know I ain't going with that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, who knows? I think the prosecutors, trying anything they can to keep that man in there, talking about jail stuff and violations. I mean, at this point, let it go. When the man was found not guilty. But
yeah, they dropped the probation violation though. They just did that about a week or two ago, about 2 weeks ago.
But still, the charges of the assaults in jail or whatever the case. I mean,
that's
y'all know what kind of jail y'all got and the environment it is. So y'all know people got to fight to defend themselves. But they're like, well, we just keep him in jail in the meantime.
Of course.
And make him prove his innocence.
Yeah.
For the people popping in, court was supposed to start 3 minutes ago, so it should be starting any minute. And we're going to be hearing from none other than Mr. Taco himself.
King Taco.
So he's going to get up there and hopefully he point out all the inconsistencies in the state's case. I mean, point them out so we can know what's really going on.
Hey, you know, this ASAP trial, we got a taco. The YSL trial, we had a burrito.
Come on. We didn't have a taco and a burrito.
Yeah.
Come on.
See, people, y'all got to pay attention, chat. I know all y'all watched the YSL trial. We had a burrito over there with the BBL burrito. Now we got Tony Taco Montana.
I know someone sent you a yak mail. They didn't accept the bond.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay. Keys mobile. Okay, he got kicked out. True. Y'all funny.
What the comments saying? I can't see the chat.
I guess they okay, it just got dismissed. I don't know what.
What just got dismissed?
I don't know if she gave any context. She said it just got dismissed. Maybe she's talking about the probation thing. But in any event, he wasted see, I don't know. And I believe some of this stuff may have been pro bono. So I don't know if you know, the lawyers were getting paid or not. Just like he got asked.
We back.
I gotta get snacks. Not snacks. You gotta get some popcorn and some tacos.
I had to get some cheese, flowers for Casey. Oh, and stuff for that was for maybe for breakfast. Just because I know her sister and everything. It's also my sister, so I'm gonna get her something. So, you know.
Now, the state's rebuttal shouldn't be as long when they after taco go. The state's rebuttal shouldn't be as long, so they might get through it all today.
So we don't know how long, you know, Joe's about to go.
Right. But I don't think he has to do a lot, in my opinion.
Right.
Make your most important points and keep it pushing. You know.
I said an hour at the most.
Yeah, hour, maybe a little more.
I mean, it just depends on if he plan on playing the whole tape, but I don't see why he'll play the whole tape of Relli when he didn't play the whole tape in trial.
Right, I agree with that.
They said when the court came back on, they thought they heard a shot when because it popped back on real quick, and they said the shot must have came from the prop gun.
Yeah.
What the prosecutor said? He said you don't need a prop gun, just get a balloon and pop it.
Hey, when he said that, man, I couldn't even but shake my head, man, at that.
Now pop the balloon.
Yeah. Like he was just saying anything that came to his mind, I guess. But he over talked. Cause like who was that? Tia said he kept going back and forth from the beginning to the end, then he start over again. Like the jury only need to hear it one time. They sat in the courtroom, they heard all the evidence, they seen the videos.
Yeah, I seen a clip on that Pop the Balloon show where the dude didn't use a needle to pop the balloon. He put it on the ground and stepped on it.
Yeah.
That was crazy. I said, what's going on here?
Man, that was crazy. I seen that man. I almost fell out my chair.
Everybody jumped.
Yeah, and I'm too old to be falling anywhere.
Oh,
Yeah,
man. That's wild.
he stumped on it. He did the Kirk Franklin.
Not the Kirk.
Yeah.
And you know he didn't want to.
Jurors, counsel are present. Mr. Tackett, are you ready to address the jury? Yes. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant, Rakim Mayers, now has, and he's afforded an opportunity to argue the case, if you will. I'm not going to argue to you, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm going to do is try to discuss reasonable inferences that we believe can be drawn from the evidence. What I'm going to do is something a little different. I'm going to cede the floor to the transcripts in this case, the testimony. So it's not in dispute, what I'm going to say. Ultimately, what will determine the facts and what's going to be important is you. And we can all live with that. You're empowered to do justice here. This is a great system of ours that works. And I'd like to, first and foremost, I'd like to commend and compliment Mr. President on what I hope is a fine argument this morning. I don't agree with much of anything he had to say, but I did listen intently, and I hope you'll do the same with me. There's a few things on what he said, though, I do have to just address immediately. And during his argument, because I didn't object doesn't mean I agreed. I didn't object once. I thought there were some misstatements of facts. I'll deal with that. But I'm not afraid of anything that was said or anything he had to say. I didn't want to interrupt him. I didn't want to object. I wanted you to hear where the arguments are. Let's see if they give me that same courtesy. He did, during his 2+ hours first summation, they get 2 summations, you'll hear about that later. He didn't once mention the fact that their only witness in this case committed perjury again and again and again and again in this court. That wasn't mentioned once, not even dealt with. That's an important issue in this case, as you're going to see, because the case does rise and fall in its credibility, without question. Without question. Detective Flores, their case detective, testified, and we'll put up this testimony in a bit, that without Relli, the 2 videos and the sounds, there's no evidence of a shooting. It could be, could not be. That's certainly not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So Relli's testimony is in fact everything. And Mr. President seemed very worried about what I'm going to say about Mr. Ephron and his credibility. He understands that that case rises and falls with him. And he spent a lot of time anticipating what I'm going to say about it. One thing he said I would do, but I promise you I won't, is I'm not going to go through every inconsistency of Mr. Ephron. We'd be here until Christmas. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go through the major lies he told, the admissions of perjury, the important facts that he told you that turned out to be lies. I'm not going to worry about some inconsistency he told about some statement he made 2 years ago or 3 years ago. We would be here literally for days on end, and I'm not going to do that. Mr. President said there's no evidence of a property in this case. Again, we'll get to all this. There's definitely a lot less evidence of a real gun in this case than a property. The facts scream out that it's impossible for what he had that night to be a real gun. The DA spent much of that argument, 2 hours and 15 minutes or so, repeating himself, repeating the same arguments again and again, sometimes in sarcastic tone, because the evidence isn't there. Look, together, hopefully, these discussions that we're going to have, we're going to be helpful in trying to arrive at a decision in this case, where you don't compromise, where you don't do violence to your conscience, where you do the right thing. And you're the ones who are empowered to determine what, in fact, is the right thing. It's you. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever in your life been falsely accused? Ever been falsely accused? Have you ever had to sit there and take watch proceedings or watch how it played out and wait, knowing that you're innocent, knowing that you didn't do it? All you can do during such a process is maintain your dignity. Isn't that right? All you can do is maintain your dignity. Knowing that you're innocent, but maintaining your dignity and remembering always that you're left in a crisis because you're conduct during it. That's another reason why I am so proud to represent Rakim. He's a man who's maintained his innocence from day one, 3.5+ years ago, who's conducted himself with dignity throughout these proceedings from day one. I started off telling you about this case was all about my first line out of the bat in the opening statement, it seems like 1.5 years ago, was that this case was about Relli's jealousy, lies, and greed. I said that you'd see the kind of person he was in this courtroom, an angry pathological liar. That he, and he alone, is the source of all the evidence that they are relying on. And this case would rise and fall on his credibility. You take him out of the picture, there is no case. And as I promised, Relli showed you who he truly was when it came time to cross-examination. He's a man who told me without hesitation, I can tell people whatever I want. He said that, actually, to you. I was right out of the box, the first one to line, please.
You want the audiovisual please? Alex, come on, please.
I'm good. You are on.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We have an audiovisual person in the court. We'll have him come up. Go ahead. Sure.
Sound not working.
Okay. What you would have heard, what you may see one day, hopefully after Mark comes up to save us once again, is him literally saying to you, I can tell people whatever I want. He's their witness, who you're being asked to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. I can tell people whatever I want. He's a man who literally gave 4 different answers to one question. 4 answers, 1 question. He said, yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know, in 1 question. That was a first for me. I've been doing this for a bit. That was a first for me. 4 answers, 1 question. Yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know. He's a man who committed perjury before your eyes over and over again. A man who snapped, cursed, threw a water bottle while he was testifying, cursed in this courtroom. Threw a water bottle out of anger while testifying in the light of court with the judge, with the jury, with these terrific sheriff's deputies and bailiffs. That's how you end here. Imagine what he's capable of in the dark of night. He doesn't think anyone's watching. The evidence in this case has shown you that this case indeed rises on his credibility or falls on his credibility, and it is fallen hard. Before we start, I do want to thank you all. It's right to thank you all for your commitment and sacrifice in this case. It's not been an easy case. It's been a long, long case. It's been odd that not one of you have ever been late. Another first for me. Been doing this for a while, both as a prosecutor and defense attorney. Not once have we been waiting for a juror. So your commitment and your sacrifice is extraordinary, especially in a 4-week trial. So we both sides thank you for that. I know that. But this is what this is about. This is why we love what we do. That's why I love what I do. It's an opportunity to come before people who are from the community, who are the conscience of the community, because you are the conscience of this community. And when I say community, I mean you represent the community of Los Angeles. Every part of the community, parts that are represented here, and parts that aren't represented here, Compton, Englewood. You represent all parts of this community. You set the standards, you tell us what's right and what's wrong with your work. Use your common sense to do that. And ladies and gentlemen, your work goes far beyond these courtroom doors. The evidence isn't there in this case. It's not even close. Again, appreciate Mr. President's argument, but we're gonna dissect the evidence now. Apart from Relli's testimony, the prosecution, just his testimony, I'm not talking about his physical evidence, apart from his testimony, the prosecution's evidence consists of videos, shell casings, and knuckle scrapes. And I don't know what else to call them but knuckle scrapes. I know they said, oh, he's going to call them knuckle scrapes. What am I going to call them? Bullet wounds? I mean, they're knuckle scrapes. Videos don't prove that case, they prove the opposite. Relli was the aggressor in both videos, and we'll show you those, and we'll show you them slowly. The shell casing is not, sir.
Mark says it's set up right, but he needs to.
Yeah, I'll stop for a second. You want to try it? Let's try it. Thanks.
Go ahead. You need back here or over here? Yeah. Right.
Tell people what
You want to hang around a little bit, or?
I know, right?
Stick around. Okay.
Don't go far.
Thank you very much. Well, anyway, he was one of the videos. I have to play that. Right.
Yes, no, I don't know. They want to, and I don't know. Since so long, I tell people what about it. I don't get it, but no. Yes, no, I don't know. They want to, and I don't know. Since so long, I tell people what about it.
Okay. I think we already discussed it. I'll have to go back to it, but you can get a glimpse. You could take that down, please. Anyway, the shell casings and the knuckle scrapes mean absolutely nothing without believing Relli's story about them. They mean nothing without believing his story in whole about them. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about how the evidence or lack of evidence shaped up in this case. Before we do, I want to make clear what Rocky is charged with. He's charged with 2 counts of assault with a semi-automatic weapon. One for the altercation by the parking garage on Argyle Avenue. The other for the altercation Piece Del Mar, that fuzzy video that you see. The DA said you only have to decide if it's proper or not. That's it. That's all you have to decide. Very simple. Nothing else is in dispute. That is not true. That's not true. And the judge just told you this just the other day. He said, as a matter of fact, that's not what you just have to decide. It completely ignores the self-defense and defense of others law that the judge instructed you on. But they see what they want to see. They say what they want to say. They hide from you what they don't want you to see. Which is why they cut off the end of the video on Piece Del Mar. And we're going to show you what they cut off. They cut off after Rocky's gone. After 12 is already running away, they cut off the part where Relli goes back and hits Ills one more time. The guy who's only using for a human shield. They cut that part of the video off. We did. We'll show you. The judge will instruct you, each of those charges requires the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, another term I didn't hear much, 2 hours plus summation of this result. Beyond a reasonable doubt that Rocky possessed a real operable semiautomatic firearm and that Rocky did not act in self-defense or defense of another. Beyond a reasonable doubt. And the evidence just isn't there. It's not even close in this case, guys. It's not even close. I'm here to gain respect for the undeniable fact that even now, as we sit here, Rakim Mayers is presumed innocent. He's presumed innocent as we sit here now. I'm here to point out the numerous reasonable doubts that lurk in the evidence in this case. Because, folks, please remember, the judge didn't tell you, he did already have some charges. All you need is one. All you need is one. I submit to you, there are hundreds of reasonable doubts. There's hundreds. You just need one. And the case is over. We have this idea of a reasonable doubt. It's not what we do in our daily lives on the street when we talk to our friends or analyzing whether our kids have been truthful or our friends have been truthful. But it's something that's really important in this setting, the courtroom. Because it seems, as a country, that it has served us very, very well. People who founded this country, who are no strangers to controversy, and certainly no strangers to social danger, have created some of it themselves even. They knew that the surest and best way to guarantee the liberty of citizens was to make sure that if the government brought charges against one of its citizens, they had to prove. And if there was a doubt based on reason, there was a reasonable doubt, there had to be an acquittal. Had to be. What a reasonable doubt isn't, the judge said this to you in the beginning, like, again, 4 weeks ago, whenever that was. What a reasonable doubt isn't, it isn't he may have committed the crime. It isn't he probably committed the crime. It is I'm almost certain he committed the crime. That doesn't carry it. It's I have no reason to doubt he committed the crime. What was proven beyond reasonable doubt in this case? Terell Ephron is a compulsive liar and perjurer. That was proven beyond reasonable doubt. He lies without remorse. Folks, he even bragged to you about committing perjury. He literally did. And you're going to see it. As long as Mark is close by, the video works, you're going to see him literally bragging about committing perjury to you. You know, this reasonable doubt, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, you're going to hear me talk about it again. But the prosecution told you just now, Mr. President said, that the defense story is impossible. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't just say it. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. They have not met their burden here, not even close, because they can't. It's a very heavy burden, and they've not come close. That's why they resort to making excuses, playing games, relying on possibilities, which is really funny, because you were all here for jury selection, because you wouldn't be here if you weren't here for jury selection. See how smart I am? You were all here when Mr. Lewin in jury selection said, we'll never ask you to look at what's possible in this case. Remember that? It's like the closing remark in jury selection. We'll never ask you to look at what's possible. You said that. Yet, as we walk through the evidence together, you'll see all the possibilities they presented. Starting with that first witness out of the gate. Right here at the jury selection. Boom! First witness, Zizzo, right out of the gate. Is it possible you missed the shell casings? You have to say, you never say anything about the word possible. You won't be asked what's possible in this case. First witness out of the box, Officer Zizzo, was asked, is it possible you missed the shell casings? Possible is not proof beyond reasonable doubt, nor are excuses. Why were there no fingerprints on those shell casings that Relli claimed to have found that night? Remember what the floor said about that? Excuses. Well, you know, if it rained, if there was water, if there were cars, if there was wind. We'll go past that. We'll review the evidence together, and you'll see that their excuses for not having proof really start stacking up. And in face of only possibilities and excuses, they resorted to playing games in an effort to win at all costs. And it's not about justice. It's about winning. Plain and simple.
That's it.
And they play games in this case that should offend you. I'm not just saying it, I'm going to take you through. Not showing you evidence, embracing perjury of this Relli, trying to deceive you. Remember something I said to you in the opening. I said we're here to make promises both sides, but not like politicians' promises. You know, the thing where we promise you the moon, you vote based on our promises, and you see if we fulfill them. And here, we make promises in that opening statement. You get to see if we fulfill them, then you vote. Let's see what they promised compared to what we promised. They told you Rocky was the aggressor. His text messages show he was the aggressor. We got deleted text messages, we'll get to that. They told you that Rocky shot Relli with a real gun. We told you that Relli was manufacturing the story, deleting and destroying evidence. He was trying to extort Rocky, which came through. That Relli was the real aggressor, Rocky used the problem to defend himself. There are two hurdles that they have to overcome to get a conviction in this case. Two hurdles. They cannot overcome them. One is that the object in Rocky's hand on November 6, 2021 was not a prop gun, beyond the reasonable doubt. Second is that Rocky did not act in self-defense for 12 your ills. The judge instructed you if the prosecution failed to prove the object in Rocky's hand was not a prop gun beyond the reasonable doubt, the case is over. It's over. Beyond a reasonable doubt. You can stop there. It's over. The judge also told you that regardless of what Rocky had in his hand, if you find that he acted in self-defense or defense of 12-year-old ills, he's also not guilty. That's the law. It's not our argument. They had the heavy, heavy burden of disproving self-defense or defense of another beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a burden that they cannot carry in this case, not even close. Relli threatened Rocky, Relli threatened Schwelby, Relli repeatedly punched Bills and ragdoll Bills. And we're going to show you that again on the video. Slowly. You had it narrated to you, but you can see it on the video. Before we do that and talk about it, let's discuss why they can't overcome that first hurdle. First, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the object in Rocky's hand was real, was not a firearm, because they absolutely cannot overcome that. There is incontrovertible evidence and testimony in this case, and other evidence that shows you the object that Rocky was possessing was a prop gun. Unimpeached. Not a real firearm. And they asked why. First of all, remember, there's no evidence to the record that Rocky was licensed to carry in 2021. He wasn't. But Schwelby and Lou told you it wasn't a real gun. Two people came in here, took an oath, and told you it was not a real gun. Lou Levin told you where it came from, that B&B music video. He identified it with Rocky and Rihanna from July of 2021, right before. He told you he put a clip drawer on it, essentially a belt clip, to clip the piece onto a belt to make it easy to carry. And he extended the magazine with a clear magazine to make it look more intimidating, because the Glock he had, that prop gun Glock, was 26, sort of fits in a pocketbook, it's really small. So this was meant as a deterrent. Mr. Sloman told you that Lou Levin couldn't name the security guy who advised Rocky to carry a prop gun. He was never asked. And he didn't say security guy, he said Rocky's security team. The testimony you could, by the way, you could always have the testimony read back to you at any point. If there's any dispute, I know you guys can take crazy ones, but if there's any dispute, you could always say, can we have that part read back of the testimony where Mr. Lemon talked about the security people who advised on or whatever, type of that. So he never was asked. who, but he didn't say a security guy. He said security team, and he just said he concurred. He wasn't pretending to be a security advisor that they mocked him. They didn't ask him that, yet they just tried to argue that to you. Mr. Levin also told you that the prop gun didn't serve its intended purpose on November 6th, obviously, 2021. And Rocky gave it back to him, and he gave it back to this co-director from the DMV video when he went to New York next. He didn't remember, it was December, January, or whatever. By the way, we didn't bring a picture of the DMV video. They're the ones with the burden of proof here, folks. They have the burden. The DMV videos for all to see. It's out there. They could have, if they wanted to, subpoenaed it. They could have burned it in. Put it on YouTube. They didn't do that. They didn't want you to see that video. Lou Levin told you he asked the co-director, this guy Haji, where the prop gun went. He did call him back after 5 months later when Rocky was eventually charged and then sued. And Haji, this prop gun guy, the director, co-director, said he didn't know that. He explained he had a studio, a big studio in common with other directors of these videos and films and whatnot. And he said it was a common space that had cameras, lighting equipment, prop equipment, and everything else that was barred and exchanged and whatnot between a bunch of people. That's uncontroverted testimony. And it was gone. The guy Haji couldn't find it. Don't think Lou didn't try. He did. The guy Haji said it was gone. And you heard the DA spoke. They told you. They told Lou. They spoke to Haji. They reported it. They told you. And you know, if Haji said anything inconsistent with what Lou said, you're going to hear that thing.
Your Honor, we found out about it that day. It's improper.
There are no speaking objections. There are no speaking objections. I told you that. You will have an opportunity in your rebuttal argument.
Objection, improper argument.
Overruled.
Because if he says it loudly, he's going to get sustained.
Objection, improper
Sustained.
argument.
That is sustained. Don't do that, Mr. Chairman.
Anyway, you were heard.
Wow.
You know, they knew about Lou Levin prosecution before this trial started. They knew before this trial started, he said that the prop gun came from a music video that could have looked like, and they could have looked at prop houses, the music video, whatever else. They could have done it too. But they didn't say, oh, we didn't do it. Again, you have absolutely no burden to do anything. We did provide live witness testimony. We cross-examined people. It wasn't surprising them. Didn't want to be, which they knew what they were going to find. That's why you didn't hear anything.
That's improper argument. Overruled.
Relli's words and actions on November 6, 2021 show you it wasn't the real gun. His words and actions show you. All the prosecution's objective evidence in this case, everything that doesn't come from Relli shows you this was not a real gun. Common sense also shows you it was not a real gun. On that last point, the prosecution would have you believe that Rocky, you saw that video, shot a real gun at his friend Dills, who was right there. I mean, Dills was right there. According to them, he shot the gun, a real gun, at his friend Dills. That makes no sense. You saw the video. The second shot, Dills was right there. There's no way, even if that was a real gun, that Dills wasn't getting hit. That was real. There was no way. DA then said, well, you know, why? Why would he get rid of the prop gun? He said, we haven't explained that. I think we did. I think Lou Levin explained that pretty well, pretty clearly. Remember, they didn't know 5 months later the police would come. They weren't thinking, oh, we better save this in case, I don't know, next year at some point I get arrested. That was the furthest thing from Rocky's mind. They did know that it did not serve its intended purpose. They didn't know that. So that was the end of that. Rocky got rid of that prop gun that didn't work and instead beefed up his security. So now he had to have security all the time instead of just going to events, even when it was his friends on the street. Of course, he didn't know the police were going to be involved 5 months later. As for 12 and Lou Levin, you heard from each of them. And before we get into what they said, let's talk about the process. What's supposed to be about the search for the truth. That's what it's meant to be. It's not supposed to be about just trying to win. That's what it's not supposed to be about. Especially when you have the power of law enforcement behind you. You know, it's the prosecutor's job to make sure innocent people go free also. And it makes sense that all the witnesses come to your attention. All the witnesses come to your attention, as we had to do in this case. You can see that responsible citizens came in here as witnesses who were often treated roughly and ridiculed, attacked by Mr. Lewin, an obsession to win. You don't treat witnesses who came in here, who don't get paid to tell the truth, have no financial motive, you don't treat them like that. Just purely and simply because they're not saying what you want them to say in your version of what the truth might be. You don't do that. Mark Twain, great author, once said, "To a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail." That came to life. The prosecution embraced Relli in this case, though. Embraced him. He didn't even once mention to you all, okay, he perjured himself before you guys many times. Told things fake, that weren't fake. He lied to your faces. That wasn't even mentioned this morning. They defend him despite his despicable acts and his despicable conduct. And with our witnesses, Mr. Lewin carried it to them like they were serial killers. And I mean 12 and Lou Levin. They were the polar opposites of Relli in every way. How they conducted themselves, how they answered questions. They weren't argumentative. They weren't disrespectful. They were compliant and they were responsive to both sides. To both sides. Compare those human beings to what you saw the week before that. They weren't belligerent. They didn't throw water bottles. They didn't curse. I mean, Relli, who couldn't answer any question straight, admitted to lying, and when he didn't admit to lying, got impeached with prior inconsistent statements. I'm not going to go through them all. You know, when you know the truth and when you tell the truth, you don't have to rehearse the truth. You don't have to get your memory refreshed. You don't have to be reminded of the truth when you know the truth and tell the truth. You don't have to be coached on the truth by the prosecutors. You don't have to have someone telling you how to answer questions, like Relli was told in this case. You always get the truth right when you tell the truth. All witnesses answered every question without incident, without problem. They were consistent. They didn't get tripped up once. There was not one inconsistency. So the response to that is, they were coached very well. I mean, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, I guess. Because if they had been caught up and tripped up and been inconsistent, and their truth was inconsistent, well then they're liars. Or they weren't consistent. But because they were so consistent and they didn't get impeached, they couldn't lay low on them. Oh, they must have been coached. They were not coached, they were consistent because they were telling the truth. You saw that demeanor. They both told you, Lou and 12, both told you he previously carried a firearm for that 6-month period. Being the victim of acts of violence. And Rocky had it on November 6, 2021. And now Rocky's friends knew he had friends. They didn't announce it to the world. Of course, that would be stupid to say, for a social media post, I'm carrying a prop gun. In case you want to attack me, it's really only prop gun. No, Lou said, and 12, he said, to his immediate group of friends. The prosecution peppered Twelby with questions about a summary of what he told us, the lawyers. As if that summary contained his prior sworn testimony and prior recorded statements, but it didn't. That's why the judge said it was irrelevant to what Twelby saw in that document.
That's an improper argument.
Read that. That's why the judge said it's irrelevant what Twelby saw in that summary document.
That is an improper argument.
Instead, the summary was simply something that lawyers have to provide as procedural discovery in this case. Look, when I hear this, they're going to try and pretend like we just came up with this prop in defense. Rocky has been saying that since day one. Here's the testimony of Detective Flores on this issue. Detective Flores was asked, was this something, when he was asked, because he was asked on direct about when did he first find out about the prop in defense? And he said, there was no deposition in criminal cases for the question before. Then I said, all right. So basically, what you were being asked when we're talking about that, he just found out about this prop claim. What you're being asked are questions related to discovery disclosure in a criminal case, correct? And he said, yes. So Detective Flores was very honest, and I think I tried to do a good job here, told you what that was about. See, if you just listen to the direct in this case, it would make it sound like only 2 weeks ago, oh, there was a prop claim. That's been since day one for Rocky. Discovery in a criminal case is what he was being asked about. I mean, you also heard that it was revealed before jury selection, the day, I think, before jury selection, no, sorry, the day before opening statements, that we got a ballistics report from them that was done over a year before. The day before opening statement, you guys were a pound. Okay. Whatever. And go crying and screaming. A year after they did it, Detective Flores said, we got it after you guys were a pound. In 2025. Detective Zizzo, Sergeant Zizzo, now former police officer Zizzo, said on the witness stand, yeah, we may have missed it. We didn't search the whole street. I said, really? Looking at his report, like, when did you say that for the first time? He said, today, this morning, he told them that for the first time. Okay. I'm saying, oh, they just came up with it. This is real life. This is a trial. This is what happens. Sometimes witnesses remember things later, sometimes they don't. But I'm not accusing anyone of perjuring themselves as police officers because he just remembered that today, 5 years later. You know? I mean, it's sort of odd. 5 years after that, he remembers they may have missed it. But that's okay. Look, more importantly, as Twelby told you, what he testified to here in this courtroom is what he told us previously and what he saw that night. Period. He was consistent, he was credible, unlike Relli, who actually contradicted his own recorded statements, and unlike Relli, who actually contradicted his prior sworn testimony over and over again. He committed perjury, he bragged about committed perjury. And the fact that the prosecution tried to make you believe that a summary was Twelby's actual statement when it wasn't. It's a game. It's another example of a game. Here's another one. The prosecution asked Twelby, how he knew it was a prop gun if he never spoke to Rocky about it. That was completely misstating what Twelby said on the direct testimony. Completely. Twelby didn't say he never spoke to Rocky about it. He said the opposite. He said they did speak about it prior to November 6, 2021, in September of 2021, in Harlem at that governor's ball thing, and after he first saw it at the DMV video. He said they spoke about it. But he was ripped apart. Dude, never spoke to Rocky about that, you said. He didn't say that. games they play with 12B? You heard this one. You heard Detective Flores tell you that before 2 weeks ago, neither he nor any member of law enforcement ever tried to reach out to 12. 2025. This event happened in 2021. Before 2 weeks ago, before January of 2025, neither he, the lead detective in this case, or any member of law enforcement tried to reach out to 12. They knew who he was, obviously. But that still didn't prevent Mr. Lewin from asking 12B if before those last 2 weeks, didn't you get a message from us? Didn't you get a message from us? No, Mr. Lewin, you didn't get a message from me. Detective Flores already cleared that up pretty clearly. He didn't get a message from you. They knew he didn't contact 12. They knew he didn't try to contact 12 before 2 weeks ago. But he asked him that question. What, give a false impression? That somehow 12 ignored a message? That somehow 12 ignored a message? Oh, I'm sorry.
Disparity counsel. Yeah, there cannot be any disparity of personal attacks.
So it's not personal attack. It's a question was asked that.
There are,
Okay.
do not debate with me
Sorry.
about a ruling.
Yep.
Objection sustained. Go ahead.
Okay, well, you heard the testimony, you saw what happened. You figure out what it was all about, but 12B was asked, didn't you get a message from us in the past? When Detective Flores said, no, no one left him a message, no one tried to reach him. So I don't want to disparage anyone, but you just got to ask yourself, why was that question asked if it didn't happen? Look, you know, what I said, the games, they're a constant theme in this trial. Here's another one. Prosecution asked 12B about photos taken in Rocky's bedroom which showed Rocky's registered firearms and not a prop gun there. Those photos were taken during a search of Rocky's residence in April of 2022. 5 months after the incident on East Lamar in November of 2021. 5 months later. So the fact that there was a prop gun there means absolutely nothing. You heard about the prop gun way before that. And here's this also, think about this. And why was there no prop gun in the house? You heard why Rocky, for that 5-6 month period, carried a prop gun on advice of security. Because he'd been subject to episodes of violence. He had a stalker, his face was slashed. And home invasion, okay? But he'd been subject to violence. On the street, he didn't have a carry. Okay? So when he wasn't with security, he had this thing to hopefully deter people. At home, he had licensed firearms. Now, because a prop is meant to deter would-be attackers, if they're already in his home, much less in his bedroom, they aren't would-be attackers anymore. They're in fact attackers. And a prop gun would be useless there, obviously. Also, with the registered guns found in Rocky's house, I guess Detective Flores, if they were legally registered to Rocky, and they objected. They objected to that question.
No, that's an improper argument.
Well, those in fact were registered to Rocky, legal. Others were registered to Lou, legal. Everything in that house was legal and given back to Lou Levin, who was there at the time of the search. They mocked Lou like he must have made that up. Not just Lou's magazine, the guns were legal too. And they were, 2 of them were, one of them was Lou's, and 2 was Rocky's. You heard that from the it was legal and registered. Detective Flores made it clear that the weapons found in Rocky's home were legal. So there should have been no dispute over that at all. Search for the truth is what this should be about. I'm trying to win at all places. It's not a game. It's not a game certainly. It's not a game. In fact, prosecution did absolutely nothing, ladies and gentlemen, to impeach the testimony of Terell Ephron. Nothing. Yeah, he got loud and yelled at them a little. But saying liar, liar, pants on fire is not impeachment. He didn't move them off their story once. They were consistent. They stayed exactly consistent with their story the entire time because the truth is easy to remember. The truth is easy to tell. They were not impeached, not once. The fact of the matter is, by the way, it wasn't lack of trying. I mean, they were yelled at, they were berated. I mean, at one point, Terell spoke a dialect from his upbringing, from the street where he's from. And he said this thing, and I personally think he's one of the nicest guys I've ever seen. He said this thing where he's like, "You feel me? You feel me?" That was just a matter of speaking. But Mr. Lewin had to take that. Say, "No, I don't feel you. I don't really mean I feel you. I can't feel you."
It's an improper argument.
No.
Overall.
No need to mock a witness who came in here and was compliant and respectful. No, they were grilled both 12-week, and they were grilled about many, many things, including the financial motives of being here. And again, they don't contradict their testimony. I mean, Mr. President this morning spent a lot of time in their testimony, not about their misstatements or their inconsistencies or contradictions or their impeachments, but just repeated their testimony, but in a sarcastic voice, as if that makes it not true. That's not proof. That's definitely not proof beyond reasonable doubt. So anyway, the financial motive that they were both crushed on in their cross-examinations, 12 and Lou. 12 said zero. He went zero from him. For Rocky, nothing. He's got his own career, actually, pretty well. Lou said he makes a portion of his salary from Rocky, and he does, and he loves Rocky. They both love Rocky. So no one's trying to pretend their peer is unbiased with it, so they love it. But it's an interesting thing, though, that they were so concerned about his both of their financial motives. Not once did the prosecution take issue with the fact that their own witness, Relli, was here because of his financial motivation, and only his financial motivation. A $30 million financial motivation. But they're asking Lou Evans, don't you get 20% of your salary from him? Or that poor IT guy who had to fly from Paris did. You made $20,000 last year from him, huh? I mean, that guy's looking $30 million for that. No disgrace. By the way, if Relli got his $30 million that he wanted, that he said repeatedly, they'd have no witness in his case, as you now know, because he'd be on an island somewhere relaxing while they were searching for him. Instead, Relli wants to use law enforcement as a money collector, because he didn't care about the police. You heard him say that many times. And if he got his money, police has to go pound sand. They'll never find him. He's going to be on an island. And he told you how that process works out. You're going to hear that thing. But talk about extraordinary bias that they just want you to ignore. They don't even mention that. It can't be, and it shouldn't be. But it's why we're here in this courtroom. It's why we're all here. What else should be ignored? Despite all the prosecution's efforts, despite the blistering questions posed to them, both Terell and Lou Evans established these incontrovertible facts. They're not controverted, they're not contested. That Rocky was known to carry a weapon by his friends. They didn't controvert that at all. The object in his hands on November 6, 2021 was a crime gun. Relli's own actions on November 6, 2021 confirmed that. Terell testified during the first altercation. Relli said something to the effect of, shoot that big ass gun, which explains his later conduct, by the way. Now, Relli said he didn't say that. So, Now you have to say, who's more credible, more trustworthy, Relli or Relli? Essentially, you have the words to it in that regard, in that one thing. And consistent with his knowledge that it was a fake gun, look what he did after the first altercation, which is impossible to get around for them. The first altercation by the parking garage, where he's claims he's pulled a gun, is pulled on a real gun that he doesn't know is a fake gun. He continues to follow the guy who pulls the real gun and according to him, tries to kill him. So think about that for a second when you talk about a reasonable doubt or a doubt based on reason. Think about that. That was so odd. I mean, he said, yeah, the guy pulled out a gun on me. I thought it was a real gun, and he threatened to kill me. So after he walked away, I decided to follow him. I don't follow him, berating him as I'm following him, almost begging him to shoot me. Well, let's see if Detective Flores, but anyway, Detective Flores told me what he thought about that. He testified. He said, that would be an odd thing for Relli to do. It's testimony from his trial. Mr. Ephron, on December 2021, you asked him why he continued to follow Mr. Mayers if he knew he had a gun, right? Answer yes, Detective Flores. Question, because according to you, you told him that would seem to be an odd thing to do, right? Or odd thing to do, I said, right? And Detective Flores said yes. Of course it's an odd thing to do if you know it's a real gun. Not so much an odd thing to do if you think it's a fake gun or a gun. And of course, when Relli was questioned about why he would do that, about being an odd thing to do, his answer was, with Detective Flores' question about it, Relli said, I don't know. That was his answer to Detective Flores early on in the question. When you asked Mr. Ephron why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing the gun, what he said was he didn't know why. So, Detective Flores, and he said correct, Detective Flores questioned him about it, and the best Relli could do at that point, he said, I don't know why I followed him. It was a real gun. Obviously, I don't know was all Relli could say because he knew he couldn't tell the truth. That was a problem. He knew that. That alone is reasonable doubt. That is a reasonable doubt. Whew. That's it. Just name one. Just one.
That's an improper statement of the law.
In fact, the lack of evidence further shows that this was a problem. You heard that the police found absolutely no evidence of a shooting at the scene whatsoever. Officer Zizzo told you that there was no sign of a shooting, there was no blood, no bullet holes, no shell casings, no physical evidence at all. That's from the testimony at this trial point of view from Officer Zizzo. Just recap. There was no blood, no bullet holes, no sir, no shell casings, no physical evidence of a shooting was recovered at all. No, sir. So that was the guy who was there within 15 minutes. And you heard from the body cam footage from one of the other responding officers, turned out to be Sergeant John Cook, Officer Zizzo said. Sergeant Cook said, there's going to be no evidence for now. We have no victims, no hits, no evidence. And that's the sergeant body cam footage. That's Officer Zizzo's testimony. Also captured on Sergeant Cook's body cam footage is him saying, as of now, or no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, probably just a warning shot. That's testimony in front of you all in this trial. Again, so no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, is probably just a warning shot, right? That's what he said. Sergeant Zizzo said to us. Well, Sergeant Cook was close. It was actually 2 warning shots from the problem. Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution cannot prove otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. They cannot. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Not without Relli being totally believable. Not without Relli being totally believable. And he is not worth your belief. I don't think I need to spend much time arguing that. That's why, in addition to asking him about November 6th, 2021, which we spent some time doing, we spent so much time questioning him about his credibility. And I'm sorry he was on the witness stand for 5 days. The reason he was on the witness stand 5 days, I was only 2 total days with him. But the reason he was here that long is because he didn't answer questions. Like, the questions had to be asked on cross anyway. 3, 4 times. The judge had to get involved. That's why he was here so long. Well, because without him, when he questioned his credibility, it's not because I was having fun speaking to him. I wasn't. But when you question his credibility, it's because his credibility is at issue. Because without him and his credible testimony, the prosecution has 0 evidence of a shooting. They even have to prove, they have 0 evidence to prove that it was an operable gun, let alone shooting. Consider that. What's the prosecution's evidence that the object in Rocky's hand on November 6, 2021 was not brought them? What's their evidence? Relli's shell casings, okay, those. Relli's knuckle scrapes, and the videos from parking garage at 1616 Vista Del Mar and 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. But remember what Detective Flores said about those videos. First, he said, there's no evidence from 1616 Vista Del Mar of an actual gun being discharged. I asked him that question, and he said, correct. From that view by itself, no. Well, that's the only view we have of 1616 Vista Del Mar, that video. They're all there and so on. Then, second, I said the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video. And in that one, you can't tell if it's operable, whether it's an operable gun, a real gun or not, right, Detective Flores? And he was honest. You first cited the fact the gun was displayed, right? Which you already told this jury that the gun that was displayed, the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video, correct? You already told this jury, by that video, you can't tell if it's operable, right? Correct. So if he can't tell it's operable, how are you supposed to do it? Detective Flores can't tell you it's operable. How are you supposed to tell it's operable? You have to believe Relli's story. All of it. And his credibility. Then, third, what else to have? Well, sounds, those 2 sounds. Okay. The gunshot sounds heard at the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video could have been made by some kind of replica firearm, according to Detective Flores. He said, aside from a gun, I asked him, what else could make those sounds? An operable gun, I should say. And then he said, the sound I heard off the camera, I mean a firearm, some kind of replica firearm. He also acknowledged that a replica firearm could also make that sound. A starter pistol could make that sound. That's Detective Flores. It's the case detective. Let that sink in for a moment, folks. Please. The prosecution's case detective told you the sound that they're relying on to prove that Rocky had an operable firearm that night, beyond a reasonable doubt, could have been made by a non-operable product. That's it. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's all you need right there. In other words, the videos in and of themselves don't prove that what Rocky had was an operable firearm beyond a reasonable doubt. The case detective produced that. What else does the prosecution have to rely on? Relli's knuckle scrapes. But even they don't believe that's a gunshot wound. What they said in their opening statement about Relli's knuckle scrapes. Perhaps they were a bullet graze, perhaps they were not. Well, perhaps they were not. That's what they want you to accept as proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Perhaps they were not. What else did they do when they were opening out those scrapes? Whether the victim or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you will have to decide at the end of this case. They told you in opening statements. Really? Says who? Says who? They told you that because they themselves don't believe. Those
That's your
knuckles.
proper arguments. Say, I've already read the jury instructions to you, and one of those jury instructions lists the elements of what assault with a semi-automatic pistol is. Each of those elements have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. What those elements are, that is the law in California, is to what an assault with a semi-automatic pistol is.
One of the objections actually to what you said what the prosecution wants you to do.
That part's overruled.
But anyway, regarding the law, this is not about an element of the law, ladies and gentlemen. This is about the credibility of the only witness in this case, the prosecution. That's what that argument was about. The credibility, I mean, you have to, so whether it was a bullet shot or not, or a scrape from the floor, it does matter. It does matter. Of course they don't want you to consider that. Because first, whether Relli was truthful about his injury goes to his credibility. Credibility, not about the elements of the law. It goes to his credibility, whether he's truthful about the nature of the injuries. And second, whether or not Relli was actually injured by a bullet is something important to consider in deciding whether Rocky had an operable firearm or a prop gun. Those are the two reasons I just brought that up to you. Those are the two reasons. So I disagree with you. You do have to consider whether he was hit by a bullet or not, because he said he was. At first, anyway. Because obviously a prop gun can't cause that injury. So was that a gunshot wound? Of course not. Of course that wasn't a gunshot wound. Even Relli couldn't tell you those scrapes were definitely from a bullet. At least at trial, couldn't tell you. Look at this testimony when discussing whether he was grazed by a bullet. I guess whatever is left from the bullet or the floor or whatever. I don't know. I can't see. Okay. So it's either what was left from the bullet or the floor. Well, I guess it could have been the floor. I don't know why I can't see. That's not what he said in his lawsuit. Lawsuit, he said the shot. He wants $30 million because he was shot. Now it's maybe it was the floor. I mean, does the truth mean anything to him? Does the oath mean anything at all? He really doesn't believe what he said to you in the beginning. I can say whatever I want, do whatever I want. That's that. And that's what they want you to accept as proof beyond a reasonable doubt of the truth. Relli said it could have been the floor. Of course it was the floor. When he was punching Gills, of course it wasn't the floor. It's on his left hand. Relli said he was left. But regardless, there's no bullet in the world that could have done that. I mean, think about it. It scrapes the top of one knuckle, does a bit of a dive to the second knuckle, does a real deep dive to that third knuckle, and then scoots along. I mean, that would be one heck of a magic bullet to do that. Just looking at those knuckle scrapes, no one has to be an expert in anything to know they are not from a bullet. You want to put them up or something? Yeah.
Okay, let's put up the knuckles. Let's see. Put it on the overhead projector. Let's take a real good look. That's his gunshot wound.
Boy. $30 million.
Come on. Come
No
on.
one with eyes in the brain thinks that's a bullet wound.
Come on.
That's what he said, raised by me. Now he said, fourth floor. Fourth floor.
$30 million. We want 30 million. Boy, if you don't go home.
He still brought a lawsuit against Rakim, claiming he required necessary medical attention from that bullet wound. Bullet wound, he said. Ridiculous. And it, by the way, it's the same knuckles you saw in his boomerang Instagram video he posted on his manicured hands, which I think we showed to the jury. We have that? Yeah. Okay. That's a permanent injury
Okay.
that only $30 million would take care of.
And permanently disabled. Oh,
He first told the police that he treated scrapes by himself the day they occurred. That's what Officer Anderson testified to. But then days later, after traveling all the way back to New York cross country, he first went to a hospital in New York for medical treatment. Here, he said, because he doesn't trust anything that in Los Angeles. Why did he go to the hospital in New York? Not because he required medical treatment for those scrapes, but because the detective on November 9th, 2021, told him during an interview that he needs to get treated because this is the type of case this is. Here's Detective Ford's testimony. Her statement, Detective Manfred, was that he needs to go to get medical treatment because of the type of case that this is, correct? I believe that's correct. So a detective is telling him on November 9th, you need to go to a hospital to get treated because of the type of case that this is? I'm only telling someone to go to the hospital because they need medical attention, not the manufacturer of a case. That is offensive, and it should be offensive to you because of the type of cases that you go to the hospital. Make it look like you required a hospital visit. You know, it's bad enough that the prosecution may, and I say only witness, manufactured evidence in this case, and you don't need to manufacture a hospital visit. But he did just that with shell casings, also manufactured evidence in this case. The only evidence they presented trying to establish that Rakim had an operable firearm. I'm going to take you through this. It's not going to be a stretch, and certainly it's multiple reasons of doubt in this. You heard a lot about those shell casings in this case. What you didn't hear was what the police found. You didn't hear that because that didn't happen. The body cam footage introduced at the very beginning of this case, first witness Officer Zizzo showed that the police responded to that scene at 10:32, less than 15 minutes after the incident. Officer Zizzo told you there were 7 police officers there. You saw them on the body cam video, by the way. You saw, Officer Zizzo told you, 7 officers were searching the scene for any signs of a shooting with flashlights. Those big police searchlights. For how long? Detective told you, Detective Forrest told you, about 20 minutes they were there for searching. That's 7 minutes. 7 officers times 20 minutes. That's 140 minutes of manpower right there. 7 officers for 20 minutes of trained police officers searching with flashlights for any signs of a shooting, including shell casings. They found nothing, absolutely nothing. You heard the stipulation at the end. The stipulation means we agreed, the defense and the prosecution, at the end of the case, just before the judge's instructions the other day. It's Tuesday, right? It's the last day was Tuesday. The stipulation between us and the prosecution that a prop gun would also have ejected cartridges. But importantly, that stipulation makes clear that the shell casing recovered in this case did not come from a prop gun. That's for sure. And of course not. Lou explained that as well. That prop gun ejects blank cartridges. And bear this in mind, this is important. This part is important. The police came looking for evidence of a shooting. They were looking for those steel metal jackets, those shell casings. There was zero evidence on this record. Zero. I can find to say, show anything on this record whatsoever regarding what those blank cartridges look like or how they were ejected from the prop gun. There is zero.
That's the improper argument. It misstates the evidence in the case.
Oh, it does not? Just
I don't recall every word that has been stated by every witness during the entire trial. So I don't know if it misstates the evidence or not. If this is something that's important to you, then you can ask that the court reporter read back. All right?
Thomas stating the evidence, they get to speak last. I asked him, show the evidence of what the casing from a prop gun looks like. Show the evidence of that to you. Because I don't want him to state the evidence. So there, I lay that challenge down. Show the evidence. I say, show it. There's no evidence whatsoever regarding what blank cartridges look like or how they would have ejected from a prop gun. No evidence of what they would look like, okay? There's no evidence regarding what material those blank cartridges would have been made of. You heard about paper and plastic from Lou Levin. Paper and plastic, or how far or in what direction they would have been ejected. There's no evidence of that at all from the prop gun. Or whether they would have still been intact or not from a prop gun. You heard no evidence of that. In other words, there's been no evidence whether the blank cartridge from Rocky's prop gun would have been observable to the police as the shiny metallic shell casing from a real firearm. No evidence of that. And they had plenty of opportunity. They had a ballistics expert in here. He could have told you, no. Blank cartridge shell casing looked exactly like non-shell casings. They're steel. They could have done that. They didn't ask one question about that. They didn't ask Detective Flores one question about that. They asked our witness, Lou Levin, about it. Who's not an expert, but he knows enough. He gave an honest answer. He said, yes, they do eject. Talk about paper, bullets in the front. Describe what the casings look like at all. Or how if they would have split or not split. Or were they shiny metal things that like those 9mm shell casings? In any event, the police found nothing. No evidence of a shooting whatsoever. No bullet holes, no blood, no damage to any one of those cars, which would have almost been impossible. No damage to any one of those cars that were walking on right there. And of course, no shell casings. This bears emphasis. The police found no shell casings whatsoever in 140 minutes worth of combined searching with searchlights. But Relli wants you to believe he found it by himself with a cell phone flashlight in 2 to 3 minutes. An hour and a half. Flies in the face of common sense. Flies reason. And what does the prosecution do to try and get around that devastating fact in their case? They suggest that the police didn't know where to look. They actually asked, officers, if it was possible to use the shell casings. As you sit here, can you say to a certain, that's them questioning their witness. Can you say to a certainty that there was not a fired cartridge case in that street on Vista Del Mar? Answer, I can't say. I may have missed something. It's possible. Again, it's possible. We've already discussed jury selection, what you were being promised about, never hearing that word here. They broke that promise on the very first witness. Possible is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but neither is their exercise trying to excuse the officers possibly looking in the wrong place. Possibly looking in the wrong place. They actually told you in their opening statement that the officers He didn't know exactly where to look. He said that. He didn't know exactly where to look. But the one problem with that excuse is there's a video. There's a video and body cam footage that showed the police in the location exactly where to look. Exactly where to look. Here's the side-by-side images. Okay, there's the goal. Right, jump up your own. Hotel. Did everyone see my blocking?
Turn the lights off.
Okay, so here's the officer searching. Yeah. There's that orange wall I keep saying. This is where it will happen, right here, right here. And they're searching right there with these flashlights. Now there's this person who Relli first swore was him. He swore was him at 11:09, and then said it wasn't him, but it was him first. But some news coming back here at 11:09, right across that orange wall where they're searching. Anyway, you also know this is where the tussling happened and the prop was shot. Do we have a shot of from the video where that was? Or you have to do that? Yes. We'll do that later. But anyway, you remember the wall here, and we'll show it. It's near the corner of East Del Mar and Selma. And this is where, at one point, you saw 12 run into. What happened right here? Looking in the exact right spot. But we didn't know where to look. They never said that, you know. They had these videos. There's no videos.
You're gonna break the screen.
So regardless of how far blank cartridges may eject or what they may look like after being fired from a prop gun, one thing is certain. The police searched that exact same location that Relli said he was at on that video when he returned to the scene. Well, now he didn't return to the scene because now there's no evidence that he returned to the scene at all. Thanks. Well, I was in trouble, just a sign of break. So, documents. Okay. Anyway, it's the same exact location. I don't know why they said the community said they didn't know what location was. They were there. And he got lucky because they hit the exact spot where Relli, Rocking Hills could be seen at the moment of the shot. Police didn't find Relli shell casings. Impossible for them to miss that. 7 officers, 20 minutes, searchlights. Impossible. Those were not there 15 minutes after this time. They were not there. So what does the prosecution do? And Relli then, what does he do? They change their story and say now, maybe that wasn't actually Relli on video after all. They did it right here in front of you. That was all right in front of you in 2025. Because in the first part of his testimony, and I wasn't even involved yet, that was all Mr. President, he said, yes, that's me, 1109 guy. That's me. Yes. And this was all right, You sure? I'm sure. Well, you know, weren't you wearing a black hoodie before and that looks like a white hoodie? Yeah, I probably went and changed. So it was always had to impeach his own witness. And you'll see what happens. Once again, they say possibly. There was possibly additional. So the solution to that now, being him now, because he swore he came back. So I asked Detective Flores, is this guy? Oh, this is Rhoda's testimony. Okay. Right, that's where he said, yeah, that's me. Okay, I just said all that to you, but there it is in the transcript, just in case I thought I was making that up at a whole cloth. I said, yeah, I'm sure. So, they said, just to you just now, shocked a little bit by this one, I'm shocked by this one, that I made a mistake to you in my opening by saying that was Relli. I made a mistake to you. Relli swore on the oath it was him to you. But I made a mistake in my opening. He swore to you on the oath it was him until he changed. Until they impeached their witness and got him to change his testimony. That, oh no, it wasn't me. In fact, that same person in that video was there between 11:09 and 11:11, which is about 2 minutes, the same length of time Relli said he had returned to the scene for. The officer, Detective Flores, talked about that. And he told you that the time of 11:11, when the person in the video enters, is consistent when Relli told the police he returned to the scene. Of course, there were multiple problems with that story. First, he said that his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, was with him at the time he supposedly searched the area and recovered those shell casings. You know the video doesn't show you that, not that video. What other problem does the prosecution have with Relli's story about picking up shell casings? The photos, which Relli claims he took at the scene, were timestamped on his phone. And they showed the photos were actually taken at 11:40, between 11:45 and 11:48 p.m. That's more than a half hour after he said he was there. Half hour after he said he was there. So, make no mistake about it, the prosecution realized they had a problem with their evidence here, a big problem. So despite that fact, they took the position for years that that guy who came back 11:09 with Relli returned to the scene in that video. And despite the fact that Relli told you at this trial he was sure it was him, the prosecution then impeached their own witness to get him to say, no, that wasn't me. And because Relli, let me see, hold on a second, I know you want to break. Maybe about 5 more minutes, so one side.
No.
Okay.
2:45 is when we break.
Yeah, can you put through now?
All right, folks, we'll take a break until 3 o'clock. Please be outside the room doors at that time. Please don't discuss the case, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, I will say this. I think that I think there's feedback. That he's doing a good job. I know. I think it was Miss D that asked. I think he's doing a good job, but he needs to watch the clock, because what happened is the prosecutors get to go again after he's done, and if he take up like the rest of today, keeping in mind that the court stops at 4 or maybe 4:30, then that would give the prosecutor all day on Friday to go by himself. Okay, let's see what we got. What's going on here? Let's see. Are they saying something? I think it's still muted through the court system.
He crying again.
Yeah.
You might hear my heater in the background, the heat.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. It should cut off in a second. He can't help himself.
Right.
He cannot help himself.
And he don't know that looks bad when you. Oh, look at him! Look at him go.
To me, and like I said, I'm not an actual attorney, but to me, that don't look good to a jury. What you think?
Well, I think they on break, but it's still.
Yeah, no, but even when he was arguing and making the matter of fact, he wasn't even objecting because the judge had to tell him, "I told you no speaking objections," and he just kept going. I wonder why they not let me hear this part. Somebody give him a pacifier and a bill.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's where people are saying this in the. Yeah, he is clearly upset. Well, I don't know. The cameraman must have went out on break. Well, they turned the camera on.
Yeah, the camera's on. They must have muted the sound.
Okay, hold on. Let's jump over to let's say the other feed we can hear. So we'll go to the other feed, Court TV, and then we'll see if we can hear what's going on.
Yeah, because he real animated right now. Oh yeah, this just a precursor to what he gonna do when he get up there and do his closing. He's showing us all. We're getting a preview right now. I like the way Taco opened up, explaining everything to the jury before he got into it. He
Okay.
made a couple.
Let's jump over real quick, if you don't mind. Let's jump over and see if we can hear what's going on Court TV.
There are also repeated Court of Appeal in California Supreme Court decisions about disparaging other lawyers. Let me be clear what was stated. Mr. President never said anything about the lawyers who talked about the defense. The defense has said as follows: we're trying to win at all costs. We only care about winning, not justice.
Didn't I sustain that objection?
No, you did not until 4 times. I asked it, Your Honor. I objected 4 times. Let me continue. We suborned perjury, stated 3 times. I objected each time. We could have called the worst of them all. We could have called Haji. The court knows we found out about him that morning. The court made a finding that their discovery violation was not inadvertent. That means it was intentional. That means it was not accidental. They got up here and just told this jury that they didn't hear from this witness Haji, that we could have called him. The court knows we have a hearing about it. It's been very clear. The court found that they were not honest in what they provided. They were not honest about when they actually turned the information over. And now he's up here and able to argue that. And when I object, basically I'm told it's overruled. I mean, Judge, the problem is the court made these findings. The court said you could not disparage lawyers. Let's be clear. Anything that he had said was true. That we suborn perjury. That we don't care about justice. Those are reportable issues to the state bar. The court knows it's not true. I know you know it's not true, Your Honor. I assume he knows it's not true. And then finally, he has repeatedly misstated the standard of reasonable doubt. There is no standard whatsoever where you can say that each one of these are, quote, reasonable doubts. That is not a correct standard. The standard is looking at all the evidence in total. Did the people prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt? It is improper to say, if this fact is wrong, that is, quote, a reasonable doubt. You can argue that that evidence is important enough, etc. So they're misstating the reasonable doubt. But more than that, Your Honor, they're disobeying the court's order about disparaging other lawyers. I object. The court lets it go. Then
No, wait a minute. I don't let it go. If I see or I think that Mr. Tacopina is disparaging you or you are disparaging him, I will put a stop to it.
Judge, I objected 4 times. You overruled all my objections. You finally sustained an objection. And when the court sustained the objection, I made clear that my issue was the second part of it, which had to do with they were in essence disparaging both of us. Your Honor, I mean, it's not a hard question. They're saying we suborned perjury 3 times. Your Honor, that's improper. It's misconduct.
I didn't hear that.
Your Honor, it's in the record. 3 different times he said we suborned perjury. I don't know what to tell you.
Hold on, Kathy. Was that said?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, we said,
All right. If it was said, then I should have stopped it. But I don't remember if it was said. You have made so far 9 objections. 6 were overruled. 3 were sustained. So therefore, what?
The problem was, I believe the first 5 I made were all overruled. The court, Your Honor, I've been in front of this court for 30 years. The court knows who I am. The court knows what my ethics are. I'm not going to sit here and tell the court that I'm objecting when he didn't say it. He said repeatedly, we suborned perjury. Your Honor, that statement in and of itself is severe.
All right, all right. Can you, in the break, can you state, if that was said, then I'll bring it to the attention of the jury that that's an improper statement.
This is what I'm asking. Mr. Tacopina can go after our witness all he wants. He can even misstate the evidence. What he cannot do is he cannot argue, A, why we put a witness up there. He cannot say that we suborned perjury. He cannot say that all we care about is winning. He cannot say that this is supposed to be the pursuit of justice and the prosecution doesn't care about that. He has said all of those things. He needs to stick to the evidence in the case. Either he doesn't know California law or doesn't care. And Your Honor, the court's already found, and the worst of them, and I want the court to instruct, he got up there and argued, why didn't you hear from Haji? The court knows, Your Honor, the court made a finding.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, will the court do something about it? Will the court instruct that that was improper argument?
Can I respond?
Failure to call logical witnesses is permissible. You're going to have a rebuttal argument. You can address it in your rebuttal argument as to why you didn't call it.
Your Honor, this is all I'm asking, Your Honor, and I'll just last I'll say it. The court knows what happened. We've had many hearings on this, etc. They hid the evidence. They presented it late. They had repeated orders to turn over statements. He got up and said, that's not the statement of the witness. 1054-3 is very clear. What they gave us is supposed to be the statement of the witness. And when he's standing up saying, well, that's not his statement, that was his statement, that's what they had to turn over. So yeah, Your Honor, I can go back and I can go and argue in the court and say, well, it's just both sides are arguing. But Your Honor, there are rules for a reason, and we follow them. You have not found one instance in this case, not one, where the people did not comply with discovery, where the people did anything unethical. You've already found, you used the words, it was not inadvertent. Non-inadvertent, Your Honor, means they lied and they intentionally did not give us what
I don't agree with that. Doesn't mean he lied.
Your Honor, non-inadvertent.
Don't argue with me. I don't think it means he lied. I just said it was not inadvertent. That's the extent of my finding. It was not inadvertent. I'm not going to debate with you whether they were or were not lying. I don't believe it was a lie. I want to give the court reporter a break, and we'll take a break until 3.
I'll give for, I have to just respond to a few things, but the record here. One thing, I don't want to upset the court, so we can do it.
You're not going to upset me.
No, I'll be quick, I don't want to get further into it, I'm sorry. But there were some things that were said that were just wrong. First of all, they called our witnesses liars in their summation. So I'm calling their witnesses a liar, which he admitted to be, by the way. So, I mean, if our witnesses are lying, and I put them up there, obviously, they're saying we came up with this Tottenham story. So they're saying, I object, as they sound sworn, but that's what they're saying, number one. Number two, I can't say that they want to win at all costs. That's fine. I can't say that. I don't think that's an improper argument. If you say it is, I won't say it again. But the other thing, Your Honor, I didn't argue that that wasn't a statement. I said it's not a sworn statement of 12B, and it's not a recorded statement. I said it's a summary. I'm accurate in describing it. It is a summary. I'm just going for what I said. You know, they disparaged our entire defense, mocked it. So I'm giving them a little bit back. I don't think I'm doing something.
You want to interrupt him when he didn't interrupt you?
You know, and the thing that he said though, first of all, I disagree. I think one fact of relevance would be a reasonable doubt. If the jury finds he's incredible on one thing of importance, like the shell casings, that's a reasonable doubt. If they so choose, it's up to them to decide what a reasonable doubt is. That could cause them to find not guilty. That's up to them. But it certainly is an argument that can be made. They can say, no, it's not a reasonable doubt, but I can make that argument. I know. But the last thing, I think Mr. Lewin's hearing failed for a second. Because the one thing, because I know he said he has an issue with it, the one thing I never said was they could have called Haji. I wouldn't do that. I didn't say that. They could check the record. What I said was they spoke to him that morning. They had a recording of Haji. That was brought out to Lululemon. I said, if Lululemon was inconsistent with Haji, would have heard the tape. I didn't say they could have called Haji. I defied from showing where I said that. I would never have said that. We could have called Haji. He wasn't willing to come. So I never said that. I just simply said what was on the record.
Anyway. If it was said, Mr. Lewin can address it tomorrow. If it wasn't said, then there's nothing to address. All right, we're off the record. I want to give Kathy a break. So can you find
Yo, that man, he can't help. He can't help himself. He just had a whole conniption in that courtroom. Can you hear me?
Okay, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, he off the chain. I mean, he allowed his co-counsels to shift the burden and make improper arguments his entire time for 2 hours. Now all of a sudden it's a problem. And I really, wish that Attorney Takapina would have watched the clock, because now the prosecutor gets to go tomorrow. And he's going to have that entire day. Well, not the entire day. He's going to be still subject to time limits, but he's going to be the only one addressing the jury tomorrow. The defense don't get to go again.
Right.
So the last word they're going to hear from Takapina, even though it's still he's going to get the last word no matter what, but the last word, by himself on a new day, that gives the jury, an impression to listen to him, to see what he has to say. But the crime that he's doing now is unbelievable. Talking about he doesn't suborn perjury, he doesn't co-sign perjury, or he doesn't allow perjury. Quiet as it's kept. Some people are saying that you committed perjury yourself when you lied and said that your daughter was with you, and the other lady said that your daughter was never there. So not only do you suborn perjury, you also commit perjury yourself, allegedly, according to the widow of Robert Dirks. I mean, we're gonna talk about it. Let's talk about it all.
All right. Hey, that. I don't know if I heard him say something about perjury. With he did say he perjured himself, and he said something behind it. I don't know if he used the word suborn or what. I didn't catch what he said, but he did say something. But that's all fair game. If he lied on the stand, he can say that. He perjured himself, just like when he said that the prosecution had to impeach their own witness. Listen, his opening on his closing, I like that how he addressed the jury, came at him. Then he got into his closing. It was a little slow at first, but then he heated up. He started cooking, and that's when all them objections came. Hey, do you hear what the judge just said? You had 9 objections.
9.
I overruled 6 of them.
9 so far, and look at this. Somebody had put it in the chat. They were trying to say, I think it was Teo. Was he going to be over or under 10 objections? And I think at the rate we're going, he's going to be over. I mean, we're at 9 right now, and he's still not done. So we already knew it, though. We called it that he was going to be objecting all throughout this closing argument.
Right. Hey, let me say this, though, as far as Taco finishing the rest of the day off, and Lewin getting all day. Well, he probably only going to give him probably about 2 hours. Maybe because they went first, so this is just a rebuttal.
Right.
So he's not going to get as much time as they got initially. But here's the thing I say. If Takapina come back and he plays the initial tape and that would be one of the last things I would do, play the videos, but I would play the initial tape to where Relli walked up with his hand behind his back, and you see that left hand come out and reach for Rocky. That's what I would end it on right there. I would say what I say, but I would end it right there. And then the other video, but I don't think he's gonna play the other video.
How do you feel about the shell casing argument?
I think if it was me, like I said, I'm not a lawyer, but if it was me, I would have been like, those shell casings, no, they don't match a prop gun. They can't be fired from a prop gun or expelled from a prop gun. But there's no evidence that they came from a real gun, because there was the state didn't present a real gun.
So we got to remember that the prosecution and the defense stipulated that even if it was a real gun or a fake gun, shell casings came out of the fake gun. So where are those shell casings? Unless the person that walked by or the skateboarder picked them up. Because if he said that just missed the real shell casings, where are the prop gun shell casings that you said you stipulated that your prop gun shoots out?
Yeah, that's one I don't understand. You know, I don't. But my thing is, the defense don't have to prove none of that. It's on the state to prove everything. You know, that's all on the state, man. The defense don't have to prove nothing whatsoever. You know.
Thank you so much, Paris. Paris said, how do I become the member? Sometimes on phones, you may not be able to see a link, but I'll just drop the link here just in case it's easy to access. I don't know if it even allow you to click on the link in the chat. Let me see.
Hold on, man. Look at Lady V.
Oh, what's going on, Lady VJ? Talk to
me. She coming here all late.
I've been in silent. I mean, I said a couple of things in the chat, laughing at TTL, laughing at y'all, and laughing at this whole situation. Because if we're gonna tell it, let's tell it all. TTL, I'm with you. If we're gonna tell it, let's talk about perjury.
Right, let's talk about it.
Okay, let's tell it like a TI is. Okay.
Hey, and that was so good on Tacopino to bring that up about the perjury, about him being impeached by the state, being a state witness, and they are impeaching him. That was
so good. That was so good. I was yelling like, yes, get him. Look, because you impeach, and I mean, I don't know. I feel like I have a whole lot to say. I'm with you on where, you know, the shell casings and what happened to the whatever came from the prop gun. Right. Whatever came from the prop gun. What happened to that? And then I don't know who was that, UTTLs, whoever asked where are those cases? And then did the skateboarder, did they pick them up?
Right.
But if they did, they never found a skateboarder.
They never found the skateboarder, but did they look for the skateboarder?
Probably not. Once they got there and didn't see Sorry about that. Go ahead. Finish it. You finish.
No, I was just going to bring up the fact that, first of all, they didn't even investigate. You got a whole lead detective or whoever he is, lead investigator. You didn't even open all of these closed boxes. You searched the house. I mean, to me, this is what I was thinking so you didn't search the boxes. So did you go in there just looking for guns? Because that's all I got out of that. All I got out of that for the most part was that, oh, well, we did find this gun and we found that gun. But do they match the shell casings? No.
Right. And that's all they even the clip talking about it matches a 43 caliber, whatever. You don't have a gun.
We don't have a gun. Those knuckles though.
Oh yeah, that to me, that's no injury. And you gotta we gotta remember that. Thanks for becoming a member, Paris. Paris became a member.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that. I definitely appreciate you, Paris, and thank you for calling it out, for becoming a member of the stream support. And thank you so much for that. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Where do we go?
All of it is crazy.
It is
really crazy. Lululemon is crazy. Taco, he ain't got them all either. He is cooking though. I thought he was cooking Lululemon. Oh gosh, I just don't. something is he's too emotional.
Get him, Joe. Say, let him cook.
Man.
Yeah.
Who's Get Him Joe? Hey, Get Him Joe.
You don't know who Get him, Joe is?
I didn't know. Did they change their name to Get Him Joe? That's my first time seeing it.
No.
Oh, no, he been here a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, I haven't. I usually see like Nishi or Nesh. I don't know how they say it. I see a couple of the same because usually.
Hey, you said who?
Nishi.
This one right here, 426. Nishi. Is it Nisha or Nishi? What is it?
It might be Nashay.
Nashay? Niche? Nish?
It might. I can't see it being Nishi, and I'm not gonna butcher you. So to me, I'm gonna say
I know. 426.
Because I seen Lady VJ, I seen you. Somebody said your name wrong. You had to commit to.
Listen, I'm gonna give you the pronunciation, but my nickname is Nisha.
Hold on. So she's saying
Niche. Niche. I think it's just niche.
Wait, do it separate.
She got a she on the end though. So it's
Is
Nishi.
the E silent?
No, it's Nishi.
She's got the E at the end, so we would say Nishi. I would assume it was Nishi.
Nishi, right?
Nishi. She's saying yes. Okay. Yeah. Well, my family nickname is Nisha, so.
Right, okay. Nishi. Oh, okay.
Nishi, yep.
Okay.
One of the 7 wonders of the world that we were trying to figure out. And because I'm like you, I have, Nisha and look. Now it's just like how it's okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Look, hey,
it's TTL.
DJ, you got us.
Look,
you got us.
Look, we're gonna do it like they did in the YSL where they were saying in pre whatever where they had them listed as what was it, defendant number 1. They were calling them one, they were giving them numbers. You remember that? They didn't have names at first.
Oh, you talking about the jurors?
Yeah, so we're gonna be TTL number 1, 2, and 3 and
yeah. She said I knew that. She from Australia. I see a lot of different people from different countries.
I saw that.
Yeah, shout out to the different countries. That's here.
I'm just
Australia. I think we got France, South of
France.
And I forgot who. What country is Where is it at?
Wasn't somebody from Australia?
Yeah.
I thought I seen somebody here earlier from Australia.
I thought I saw that one time, Australia.
Yeah. I don't know where Republic from. I don't know. It may not even still be here. It's because they had no shit. Okay, bougie. It's probably Nisha. Oh. Yeah. Maybe they gone. But I forgot what country they from.
Look at TTL.
They overcomplicated. Oh.
The TTL club. We in here.
Hey, we just trying to make sure we get names right because people take that serious. Say my name right.
Look, I think I have a stalker, like Tiffany Henry said about that lady's husband. I don't know if y'all follow Dear Woke Christian.
Yeah.
What happened? Shout out to Dear Woke Christian.
Okay. Look, that lady told the radio host that the radio hostess that the lady husband was stalking her. So I said that to say, Prentice, I think I have a stalker. Because everywhere I go, every other video, I see Prentice.
Hey, y'all
So,
a good match. Y'all both commentate real good.
So who to say you not stalking me then?
I don't stalk.
Now Court TV, hold on. Okay, well Court TV don't even have a camera on yet. Let me see. Yeah.
Who is this? Law and Crime?
I think he's addressing what Takapina said earlier. Because he had the court reporter look at the transcripts from what he was saying in his closing. When
Who asked the judge a question during closing? Where they do that at? In LA only. Got to be.
Yeah, you know what? I just think Lou and Noah's case is shot. And it is like that when it comes to proving a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, they don't just have to prove, they have to prove every element of the crime. Is it the same way like that in Texas?
Wait, say that again?
Don't they have to prove every element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt?
Right, yeah, each and every element, yes.
So what is Lewin crying about? They have to prove, they just can't say okay, we believe every element that's of the crime has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. I knew that's what it was. I don't even know why I questioned, but I questioned it because he was saying that. I'm like, is California different?
No.
He's crying. He's crying because he doesn't want to lose. And so the pity party is he wants a pity party. He needs to stop. He's too old. First of all, you're too old. Young man, you're too old for this type of behavior.
You got another one
of law.
You got another one, PTL.
Rev it up.
Yeah,
rev it up. Go
Roro. Come on. Thank you, Rev it up. Go Roro for gifting a membership. Who got it?
I hope it's me.
TTL.
You already a member. What you talking? You already. Wait. I don't know. Who does it show?
No, it'll show it in the chat. Who it usually does. Who they gifted the membership to.
Whoever Tay got it. Shout out to Tay.
Yep. Whoever got it, man. Y'all
member, not the little one. Thank you so much. Go Roro.
Whoever did it, man. Thank Rev it up, go Roro, man, for the membership.
Yeah, go Rev. Come on, Rev. Yeah, I was gonna join. But I was driving. I said I need to join. I had to wait on some funds because YouTube.
Wait a minute.
I looked at my subscriptions and I'm just like, oh. Huh?
I missed this about 15, 20 minutes ago.
Oh.
I didn't even see it. Shout out to Paris.
Look at the baby.
Yeah, I'm your. You know what? I'm your co-counsel now.
Hey, shout out to Paris.
You definitely are.
Y'all make sure y'all support, man. TTL, man. He do a good job. A lot of good channels, content creators. He one of them, man. Get his subscribers up. Get his members up, because he deserve it.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah,
we appreciate y'all.
What kind of perks? What kind of perks we get? Because I live for the perk.
They start. Hold on, y'all. Why are we?
We on mute.
I don't know why law and crime is not.
I don't really like their. It seems like that happens a lot.
Right, because we might be missing out on valuable stuff when we can't. See, let me see what Court TV is saying. Because had we not switched over, we would have missed that whole meltdown that Lewin just had.
Oh yeah.
God, let me see.
Where's the widow?
The who?
The widow.
What widow?
Where's the wife? Where's his lady friend?
Who is that?
So back on the record, all parties are going to observe the present.
Maybe they were just off record.
Okay, so I think we left off when I was discussing with you all the whole notion of the person who used to be Relli is not Relli anymore, apparently, who came back at 11:09 to the scene to retrieve shell casings. Now, again, story changed. Ultimately, he said it wasn't him, so some mystery man showed up at the scene at 11:09, apparently. But one of two things happened here. Either that really was Relli, like you first said, on the video, coming back at 11:09, staying for 2 minutes, returned to the scene, and he lied, of course, then, about being there with his girlfriend, if that was him, and about taking photos of the shell casings while there, because those photos weren't taken until 11:40, 11:45. Or the prosecution has absolutely no evidence whatsoever that he ever returned to the scene, ever. Whichever one you choose, the prosecution has no evidence at all that Relli actually recovered those shell casings from the scene. He could have called his girlfriend, Miss Barker, to back up his claim. Yes. She was probably busy doing what she does, but she didn't show up. Their burden corroborated with witnesses. I mean, the word of Relli, I think, is fair to question. There are a lot of things in this case that are going to be easy to corroborate of his word, if they're true. I'm going to show you a little list. Those sort of cool I put together, but not yet. But there is no corroboration, and they couldn't. Lydia Parker could come in here and say, yes, I went back with it. We found 2 shell cases. She's still his girlfriend, apparently. No evidence whatsoever that he took the shell casing off the scene. While on that point, by the way, the photos taken with Relli's iPhone of the alleged shell casing, allegedly taken at the scene, but not until 11:45, an hour and a half afterwards, they had time date stamps on them. But what you didn't see from the prosecution was the GPS location data for those digital photos on Relli's phone line. I mean, they didn't show you, what else they didn't show you was GPS location data from Relli's iPhone to show you where Relli was on November 6, 2021. That would solve a lot of mysteries here. It's not like they couldn't have done it. GPS location data from Relli's iPhone, which they had. That would have answered all the questions. Could it corroborated or not? After all, you heard that law enforcement, in this case, went out of their way to get a search warrant to obtain GPS location data for ASAP Ill's iPhone, just to show that he was, one, near Selma Avenue and Vista Del Mar about 10:12 p.m. on November 6th. It showed that in his location data. And he was near Rocky's residence at 11:11 p.m. that night. That from Detective Flores' testimony, lest there be any confusion. The question was asked, and specifically, it's important because it showed they could have gotten GPS location data from their only witness who's not corroborated, and whose word may be a little shaky. And specifically, the T-Mobile information law enforcement obtained authorized to search Ill's, Elijah Ulunger's, ASAP Ill's, his call detail records, and his GPS location. Detective Flores is correct. And the GPS location data, I should say, answer yes, okay. And those records, the GPS location data that you all were able to obtain, showed that Elijah Ulanger, ASAP Ill's cell phone was near Selma Avenue and Vista Del Mar at approximately 10:12 p.m. on November 6th. Answer, I believe that's correct. Question. Those records also show that Ill's, I'm just going to refer to this Mr. Ill's for the purpose of moving this thing along a little bit. ASAP Ill's cell phone was near Mr. Mayers' residence at 11:11 p.m. later that night. Answer, yes. Subsequently after, yes. Well, what that shows you is that not only had they had the ability to do that, they in fact did it. But why just for Ill's? Why not for Relli, who claims he came back and found shell casings? That would put an end to this mystery. Was he there? Was he with his girlfriend? Was he not there? You heard again. There was no dispute, by the way, about it, that he was at Selma, Lisa Del Mar and Selma that night during the incident. You see him on video. And rather than looking to see where Hills was at 11 p.m., why don't they use Relli's GPS data to show you where he was at 11 p.m.? Was that him? Was that not him? Did he ever go back at 11:45? This would have answered all your questions. Either corroborated the story or not. Would have put the lie to it again. It would have also shown you where those iPhone photos of the shell casings were taken. Instead, you have to take his word for it. You just have to take his word for it. Yes, they could have done it. They did it with Hills for some reason, but not for Relli. So just take his word for it. If the word of any witness ever deserved to be tested in this case, it's Terell Ephron. I mean, it's a man whose tongue is a stranger to the truth. And they could have easily corroborated his story or shown that his story was not truthful. They just didn't do it. I want to pause here so this really sinks in. Detective Flores told you that he wouldn't want anyone other than the police taking evidence from the scene because that could hamper and hinder an investigation. This is obviously fairly important. As a detective, I asked him, you'd agree when conducting an investigation of the alleged shooting, you wouldn't want anyone who's not law enforcement removing evidence or taking evidence from the scene, right? Answer correct. Because that could hamper and hinder your investigation. Answer, it can. And that makes sense, because once evidence is contaminated, once an alleged crime scene is contaminated, there's no way to undo that. No way. You never get a second chance at it. If you want reliable information from a scene, it cannot be tampered with, it cannot be staged. If it's staged, it's useless. It's pointless to review it because whatever you see, you have to reject it. You have to. And that's exactly what Relli says he did here. And that's why it was even more important for the detectives to test his word by looking to corroborate it, but they never did that. To be clear, the prosecution just wants you to take Relli's word that he found shell casings at the scene. That's it, just take his word. After all, they presented to you nothing to corroborate it when they easily could have. And just ask yourselves, if Lydia Parker, Mr. Earl's girlfriend, could readily corroborate his claim, don't you think you were heard from her? The fact that Relli didn't want her anywhere near the courtroom. Anywhere near the courtroom. Remember when I showed him a picture of Miss Parker, his girlfriend? And I said, is that your girlfriend? He said, I don't know.
Is this Miss Parker?
I think give you the pen now, Johnny, but we're disturbed by that photo. But anyway, back to more important things. What he just said was, I don't know if that's my girlfriend. I mean, just anything he tells the truth about, I don't know if that's my girlfriend. That's not, I don't know. That's either yes or no. He couldn't recognize his girlfriend when he said, oh, she had makeup on. I mean, we're not talking about clown makeup, right? I mean, she literally said, I don't know if that's my girlfriend. Why lie about that? Aside from his name, I don't even know if that's really his name. Did he not lie about anything in this case? I mean, you know that wasn't truthful testimony. He didn't want the only person who could or couldn't corroborate his story to be anywhere near this courtroom. That's what he did today. The judge told you, we the defense does not have the burden to do anything in this case. They do. They had the burden. We don't have to prove anything. We didn't have to introduce a single piece of evidence. We didn't have to produce a witness. That's because the laws of the United States and the Constitution demand that. But as a matter of fact, we had more substantive witnesses in this case to testify than the prosecution did. We want to give you the complete picture, all the evidence, because we want you to know the truth. And there's nothing to hide. Rocky did not commit a crime, not by a long shot. Why? Again, and we need the answer as to why they didn't show you the GPS records of Relli, or they could have shown where he actually went after the incident. From the incident, where did he go for that hour and a half? And where did he take those pictures from? That would have been, especially if there's any question that video may not have been shown to Relli returning, if that wasn't him returning to the scene at 11:11. So where was he really at that time? Unfortunately, we don't ever get the evidence because they didn't get the GPS location information. We're just supposed to accept his word that he didn't go somewhere else to get checked. So we just have to accept it. And the judge gave you instructions on this about the credibility of the witnesses, and it's in your agreement and take it back with you there. But it says that a witness lies to you on an important fact of the case or in his testimony. You can feel free to disregard the entire testimony of that witness, or you can just disregard that one fact and believe the rest. But he lied to you about so many crucial things. I'm not talking about his inconsistencies. Again, we'd be here until the summer. He lied to you about the most crucial facts in this case. You know, by the way, this is not someone who's uncomfortable around guns. You heard he owns a 9mm, he posts those pictures on the Instagram. He's 9mm sticking out of his waist, he said. You heard he owns 9mm semi-automatic. We've never seen proof or he actually obtained it. Second, he blatantly lied about his access to 9mm shell casings in Los Angeles. That's another account of perjury. And that was a big one. And we have to talk about this. We have to spend a little time on this one because what happened there was very crucial. He lied about having access to 9mm shell casings 2 weeks before the incident on November 6th. He lied to them. He lied about being in Los Angeles. He lied about having access to shell casings. He lied about shooting. I'm going to show it. This next episode is not even one lie or one perjury. It was like a perjury miniseries, this next one. It was unbelievable. One lie piled onto the next one, onto the next one. You got caught with that, then he went to another. It was a glorious training. And you're going to see it. I mean, I asked him first if he fired a 9mm weapon before November 6, 2021. Sort of an important fact. Because we need to have access to 9mm shell casings. First he said, no, absolutely not. Then I wanted to make sure, I wanted to almost help him give me the truthful answer. I said, well, how about at a shooting range a few weeks before November 6th? Did you fire a 9mm at a shooting range? Right, hit them off on November 6th, 2021. He said, definitely not. I repeat that, definitely not. And he got all belligerent. He says, you heard me, definitely not. I didn't even own a firearm, he said. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later. Listen.
So let's move closer to the time of the incident on November 6th, 2021. A few weeks before November 6th, 2021. And a few weeks before, you testified that you found shell casings at the scene. Found the shell casing. You fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, correct? Definitely not. Definitely not. You heard me, definitely not. I didn't have a firearm. You got my firearm license a year and a half later.
So you heard me really.
Definitely.
Okay, asked me to confirm that answer. You heard me. What are you asking me? You heard me. Definitely not. I didn't even own a firearm. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later. Lies, 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 lies. And that's when we all saw the video of Mr. Ephron firing a 9mm semi-automatic weapon on October 19, 2021, 2 weeks before the incident on November 6th. And I pointed out to Ms. Ephron, I said, what you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns.
Mr. Ephron, you just told this jury, I don't know what I'm doing 316. There's 316 my name on you. Hold on. What you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns. So you didn't have guns. It's just last time I went to a shooting range.
I mean, you just saw his testimony, which was about 1.5 minutes earlier, where I said, was that a shooting range release? Maybe he did that? Definitely not. Twice that. And then explain why it was definitely not, because he didn't even have his firearm license or whatever. When he got busted with the video that he didn't think anyone had, because it was not brought out on his direct, of course, he said, I said, unless I was at a shooting range. He just thinks he can make that up in front of you. Like, we just told you definitely not at a shooting range, and then just in front of you, like, I don't know, guys. I mean, there has to be a point in time where you have to be so offended by him just looking at you guys and lying. He's took an oath. An oath. You know an oath means absolutely nothing to him. Absolutely nothing. He didn't say it. That was blatant perjury right there. He just witnessed another count of blatant perjury. But what happened in his courtroom after that, I think made me worse. After, you're going to see it, what happened. Because this was now all about, okay, so now we got him firing a gun. Don't play that yet, please. We have him firing a gun before November 6, 2021. We have him firing a 9mm. He lied about it repeatedly. And then, so after securing the date of the 9mm firing of October 19, 2021, I tried to ascertain the location of the shooting range. And the prosecution then asked for a stipulation. You're going to hear that the shooting range was taken outside of California. And the witness all of a sudden adopted that. Let's look at this.
And where is it? And where is it? This whole situation on that date. On that date is outside of California. I don't know where it's at.
There was this stipulation, but at the time, I believe all parties in good faith believed that the shooting range was outside of California. No one is at fault. It's what the parties believed at that time.
Well, I didn't believe anything, so I didn't know. I'm not saying anyone's at fault. I'm just showing how it's played out with the witness. He put out the witness.
Right.
How we not.
The prosecution asked for a stipulation based on what has happened so far up until this point. They believed in good faith that it was outside California. The fact that it wasn't came as a surprise, I believe everybody. But
Well, except the witness, which is not wrong.
everybody counts with it.
Yeah, not that everyone counts it. I just want,
Right.
I just let this play out. How the
New
witness
Jersey is
Same objections, improper argument, total offense.
I explained to the jury. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you again to Rev It Up Go Roro for gifting another membership, and it went to who was it? Was it Desiree? Where was it? Desiree? Yeah, Desiree G. Hudson. Thank you so much again. Let's go.
New Jersey is something like that all day. So I would guess. That's not.
Next line. Okay. last line was not Los Angeles, or not LA. So anyway, the witness then said, after hearing whatever he heard in the court, in the banter, he then said, well, maybe it was probably New Jersey, something like that, but it's not LA. I was able to tell you, sure, he knew that. So, understand what just happened there. The witness, all of a sudden, after lying about all those things we just went through, and I'll repeat them again, then heard argument and said, oh, but it's not LA, it's maybe New Jersey. Because being in LA, that would have been a problem. But something happened over the weekend, little problem for Mr. Relli. See, on Sunday, between 2 p.m., and he was on Friday, that was on Friday. On Sunday, between 2 p.m. to 11 p.m., someone on Twitter posted a screenshot that you saw, heard about, of a video showing Relli at the shooting range that was played before you, alongside a picture of the Los Angeles Gun Club. Locations right there, it would say. Relli was tagged on that, it was tagged. So what does Relli do? Sometime between 2 o'clock and 2:50 that same day, immediately, he calls the prosecution and says, oh, I checked my Instagram account and I realized I was in Los Angeles on November 19, 2021. And I realized I was at a shooting range. And what's the reason the prosecution elicited from Relli as to why he made that discovery? Well, he was going back to check his Instagram account on whether the shooting range was in Los Angeles because he wanted to correct any mistakes he made. So it's true. Just like he said, it was straight. That's literally what he said to you. He really was concerned about making a mistake, so he wanted to make sure he checked his Instagram account to see if he made any mistakes. First of all, I asked him, see, your Instagram account doesn't have anything about gun range. And he started saying, that's not my Instagram account. Well, aren't you Relli boss? Yeah, but okay. Okay, close. I guess you didn't go bother checking all his other so-called mistakes that he made. Just that one. Just that one that have to have a post busting him at 2 o'clock. Within minutes, he calls the prosecutor. He was tagged on the post. Within minutes, he called the prosecutor. What a coincidence. You know, what about all the other mistakes? What executives did you get Capitol Records and Universal Records that you no longer meet because of what happened here? You couldn't mention the name of anyone he met with. But he said they were on his phone. He could check his phone. Oh, there you go. He was checking his phone to correct the record here. That didn't happen. How about the Miami property, Mr. Relli, that you invested in? I mean, last year, sir. You invested in Miami property. You posted on your Instagram. I asked him, which property in Miami did you invest in? I don't remember which property. Why? I mean, no one invests in property because you remember which property. Unless you're a gazillionaire, that doesn't matter. And he's not. And then I asked him, well, how much did you invest in the property? I don't remember. You need to go back and check that. So remember that, just remember that one, how that all played out here when considering his credibility. Relli told you, just like that. There's so many things in the Miami property thing that was just nonsense. But this was horrific. He got caught. He got caught live. It's made in New Jersey, definitely not LA. I went back and checked, it's definitely LA. That's clear perjury. So you know he didn't check his Instagram account, wanted to correct a mistake about whether the shooting range was in LA. That wasn't truthful testimony. You see him testify in the courtroom. The witness who told you when he said definitely not, he was committing perjury because that was his then answer. He cleared that up. I'm going to show you this in a second. When he said definitely not to me, I questioned him. I said, you said definitely not. Because then he got busted with the Twitter thing. And he said, well, yeah, I just made that up because I didn't want to answer any any of my questions, any of your questions anymore. He literally said to you he'd lie under oath on a very important fact, like whether he had access to 9mm shell casings, because he was tired of answering my questions. I'm just gonna lie to you.
So this one on this correct, just a few minutes ago. Okay. Okay, yes, I did. Okay, you said yes? Yes. Did you look like you were confused by that question? And what would you say? Definitely not. And to be honest, I just wanted to stop talking to you.
So, did you look like you were confused by that question because he said he was confused by that also right now? When you said definitely not, I didn't shoot a 9mm at a shooting range before November 6th. Definitely not. So you look like you're confused. Then she goes, to be honest, oh, there we go. There's a watershed moment. To be honest with you, I just want to stop talking to you, so I just said, Jesus. Just give my 30 million and let's get this over with. He just called him Persian himself. But you should believe him without corroboration. We all know it wasn't mere coincidence that minutes after that post that he was tagged on, he called the DA. He called because he knew what was coming the next day on Monday morning. He knew what was coming. And that's the prosecution wanting to correct that mistake. I'll hold that. Let me move on. But again, that is not a minor fact in this case. That's not a minor fact. And it's not a game. This is like whether their so-called victim, Terell Ephron, had access to 9mm shell casings just a few weeks before the claims were found 2 9mm shell casings in Los Angeles. Yes, he did in the same city. He had access in the same city. Here's a funny thing about facts. Because facts weren't getting in his way. But the funny thing about facts is this, as John Adams once said, it's one of my favorite quotes. John Adams said, facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence. And you cannot alter the state of facts and evidence, no matter what Relli tells you, no matter how you want to interpret his testimony, no matter what they say. So with this evidence, ask yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, did Relli first lie to you about going to a shooting range where he had access to 9mm shell casings, and then lie to you again about having access to those 9mm shell casings here in Los Angeles? I mean, why would he do that? Why would he lie about those two things? There'd be no reason for him to lie about that unless it was to cover up something about those 9mm shell casings he claims he recovered. No reason to lie about that. You know exactly what happened, why he lied about it. As the police found when they got there was no shell casings there because he had a prop gun. He had a prop gun, as unimpeached witnesses told you. And he claims that he got these shell casings from the scene an hour and whatever later, a half later. And then he held them for 2 days, gave them to the police 2 days later when his extortion attempts failed. One thing's clear, the prosecution has not proven beyond reasonable doubt that Relli did not get those shell casings from somewhere other than the scene. They did not prove that beyond reasonable doubt. That's enough. That's enough. Beyond the fact that Relli had access to shell casings in Los Angeles now that we know, which he lied about, the prosecution presented no evidence, zero evidence whatsoever trying to corroborate Relli's claim that he actually found those shell casings at the scene. None. Not William Parker, not GPS location data, stuff that would have done it pretty quickly for these. Not video. Relli first said that it was fake. When I showed him that video, it was fake. he didn't think anyone knew he had those videos of him at a firing range. And by the way, we're not like master investigators. They were just on his phone. We just looked at every single thing on his phone. They had to. They gave it to us. We didn't hear about that on his direct testimony. It would have been something to bring out to deal with it. That wasn't brought out. If we didn't cross-examine, we never would have known he was in Los Angeles 2 weeks before. 9 of those shell casings popping back into his head as he's firing. And he lied about it, perjured himself. There's only one reason you would lie about that. Cover it up. Heard about the magazine. I'm gonna get that magazine. So at Block 43, Mr. Preslomik spent a lot of time on today. And there was no effort made to test. Now, you heard the judge, he instructed that 2 weeks, I think 3 weeks ago now, he instructed there'll be no testing on that. 3 weeks ago, right after the trial started, 3 weeks ago, no testing. Here, going forward, great. That's January 2025. What about 2021, 2022? Well, not 2021, because they recovered in 2022, let me be fair. 2022, 2023, 2024. 3 years they had to take that magazine that they recovered and test it to the bullets recovered. They didn't do that. Instead, they spent their efforts having a ballistics expert come in, show you a very nice PowerPoint presentation, which in the end proved only that the shell casings possibly, there's that word again, possibly came from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could possibly have been compatible with the Glock 43, or not possibly. I mean, literally, that was the import of that testimony. Possibly could have come from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could have possibly, this is his testimony, possibly been compatible with the Glock 43 magazine, or possibly not. That was the ballistics expert's testimony. Possibly or possibly not is definitely not proof beyond reasonable doubt. In any event, Lou Levin told you that the Glock 43 magazine was his. He explained why it was his. Whether they want to mock him, mock his answer, he was in Rocky's house after they planned to go to a shooting range. He told you he had bought it, he owned the Glock 42. And magazines are stored all next to each other, 42s, 43s, and all that stuff. Lou told you. I don't know anything about this stuff personally. But he went to the store to buy accessories. He mistakenly read a Glock 43 magazine because they're all different models of Glock. The magazines are all stored together, he told you. He told you he didn't realize it until he tried to load it at Rocky's house in preparation for going to a shooting range. And then when his .380 caliber Glock 42 ammunition didn't fit, he tried 9mm ammunition from his Smith & Wesson, which he did, from his testimony. And because that magazine didn't fit any of his firearms, he left it at Rocky's house. Why? Why not return it? He told you. It was over an hour away from where he purchased it. It would have cost more in gas than the $20 it cost him for that magazine. But one thing you know, despite all the questions from the prosecution, Mr. Little, they did absolutely nothing to refute or contradict his testimony. Absolutely nothing. Because it was true. I mean, at one point, he told you that magazine was never used. We have it. He told you it was never used. You can take this back. You get all the evidence with you. But the reason he told you it was never used, he just got a picture that he looked at it. There's not a scratch on this thing. It's a piece of plastic. It's a cheap piece of plastic. That's why it costs $20. He told you it was never used because if you put this into a steel gun, a Glock, this is going to scratch.
There's no evidence to support that.
Oh, this is pure. It's virgin, as Levin said. There's no scratches on this thing. It's brand new. And they had 3 years to test it. 3 years to test this. They didn't do it. did they not connect Relli's shell casings to the magazine in Rocky's house. They didn't connect those shell casings to Rocky himself. And that's important. You heard that law enforcement submitted those shell casings for fingerprint analysis and found absolutely none on there. And I asked Detective Flores if you could find fingerprints on it. He said, that right? And pretty easily said yes. So they submitted Rocky's fingerprints for fingerprint analysis against the shell casings, and they found none. So they tried to make excuses for that, because that's another fact that's not good. So they tried to make excuses, like, chemical bullets.
Not the bullets.
The shell is once recovered. Claimed to be recovered at the scene by at 11:45. No GPS navigation. Anyway, they claim, Detective Flores said, yes, you do get fingerprints. My fingerprints are all over this thing right now. Okay? He said, yes, you'll get fingerprints on a shell casing, small, it's empty portion. But then they said, well, could there be a reason why you wouldn't get fingerprints? And he said, yeah, there could be. So that's one that was, yes, rain, water, cars, and even wind. Imagine that. Maybe wind wiped the fingerprints off the shell case. Imagine. So now my fingerprints are on this thing. Oh, there goes my fingerprints. Are you kidding me? Wind? Wind. Not the fingerprint off the shell case. That's an excuse. It's not a fact.
There we go, Joe. Let's wake it up. Let's wake them up.
There was one other explanation by Detective Flores that makes a lot more sense. He said, well, human contamination, like someone wiping fingerprints off shell casings, that could do it. And you know that after those shell casings were, yes. Alex, now where am I? All right, hold on. Recontamination, that's right. Recontamination. The detective said that recontamination, like someone wiping fingerprints off the shell casing, that could do it. And you know that after those shell casings were fired, the only person with an incentive to wipe and clean would have been Relli before he gave it to the police. Just like he wiped his phone clean of threatening messages to Rocky. We'll get to that. They didn't bring that out. We had to. So Relli wants you to believe his fingerprints weren't on them because he supposedly went to Dunkin' Donuts to get a bag to pick them up with. And you know that's not true. There's no Dunkin' Donuts open at 11 p.m. at night, especially during COVID.
Objection suspended. Objection suspended.
Well, you decide that testimony is credible.
There's no testimony.
Objection sustained about when Dunkin' Donuts are open.
That's
The
not-
jury's job is to decide the credibility of the witnesses, including all testimony that is given by that witness.
So the prosecutors are saying that there's no testimony that the Dunkin' Donuts was open at the time that Relli said he went by there. The only issue is the prosecutors also said that ASAP Lou got rid of a gun, and there was no testimony to that, but they still said it in their closing arguments. So, you know, he's basically been a hypocrite. Let's go.
Including all testimony that is given by that witness.
So here's what the witness said, and it's your job to decide. Bang. He said, I went to Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night, got a paper bag from Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night in Hollywood. And that's the bag I used to put the bullets in that had no fingerprints on it. You determine the credibility of that statement. He came in here and told you that. You also heard that law enforcement took Rocky's DNA. They actually took his DNA, despite Detective Flores saying that DNA was necessary as part of their investigation. He had to swear that to a judge. they never compared it to the shell casings. Or even the magazine recovered at Rocky's house. That might help. They didn't do that. For that matter, you know that Relli's 9mm shell casings were different than the 9mm shell cartridges found in that magazine. You've seen that picture a hundred times. Completely different brands. The ones in the Relli said he found were Federal cartridge. Lululemon's cartridges were made by Sig Sauer. Completely different. Again, on that point, you heard the magazine was never used, was fully loaded, meaning 2 cartridges were not missing from it, but they were different bullets anyway, so it doesn't matter. There doesn't be any question that that Glock magazine in Rocky's house was not the magazine seen in the video on November 6, 2021. All you have to do is look at your own eyes. All you have to do is look at your own eyes. So to get to this part, I think we can stop it, but let me just go through this last thing. The Glock magazine seen in the video is different. The Glock magazine recovered, which we just showed you actually, is a Glock 43 and it's black. Black, that's the magazine. The magazine that you're going to see in Rocky's prop gun on November 6th was not black. It was extended, as Lululemon told you, to look more intimidating, because it was a little thin Glock. And if you look at it, you're going to see what it was. But don't forget, 12 and Lou both said, and the prosecution sort of mocked this somehow in their summation, they said, oh, conveniently, they both identified the belt and the extended magazine. So they both could identify, the thing. They conveniently came up with these 2 different things to be able to say it was the same prop. Not conveniently. Look at the picture. That's what it was. Luke put it together and Colby saw it. That's the magazine. And, okay, I know we're doing it now. Thank you, Jack. That's the, use that point again, your arm. Put that's too hard on the screen. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm screen. I should do it. Did everyone see here? No, okay. Anyway. That's the magazine recovered. Here's the prop gun. I'm going to try and do square. How about now? We're good? All right. That little thing at the end is the belt clip. That's a clip. And that's what Lululemon described. Here's what you see. This thing, this clear, silvery looking thing, is the extended magazine that Lululemon described, that 12 described. It's part of this Glock prop gun, and it's the extended magazine. So it makes this thing look bigger, and they both described it as clear. This is the first time, because if you play this in real time, you'll never see that thing. We stopped it. And so here is the magazine, the extended magazine, to make this thing look bigger, and it's clear. It's not that. It's clear. Okay.
We'll break it.
Yeah,
folks.
all right.
We'll resume at 9 tomorrow. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourself or anybody else. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Jurors have left, Mr. Siegel, anything? Mr. Priscilla? All right, see you all tomorrow. Robert?
Well,
Yo,
I'm starting to think that it could have possibly been strategic. It's going on 7 hours. Strategic for the prosecutor that opened to keep going to start over again. I think they wanted to push the time. They wanted to go to lunch, run out the clock, and then let Joe get up there so he can finish up today, and then the prosecutor would get the day by himself on Friday because he started over. I was wondering, like the prosecutor, he started saying stuff over again, like he's literally started his list over. And I'm like, why did he do that? And now it may be strategy. They may have did that intentionally. What you think?
did Takapina end his closing?
I don't think so.
Yeah, so that's good. So I think he caught on to that. You might be right saying that, and I think Takapina caught on to that.
And drug
And
heads.
so that's why he didn't finish. He'll get to finish in the morning.
Right. I mean, what? Because listen, I'm looking at the clock, and I mean, you got to do whatever you got to do. Strategy is strategy.
Right.
I remember one time I had to call my client to the stand, and I'm looking at the clock, and I'm like, okay, I want to finish him before lunch and let the prosecutor go because at lunchtime they get to come up with all type of questions.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't work out. I mean, because once you get the going, sometimes the clock run over, and I'm like, oh well, they just get to ask whatever they want to ask at lunch, and we just come back and redirect, and
Right.
still end up winning. But it was just it's a strategy tactic. You watching the clock. It's a lot of things at play besides the law. You got to use everything in your toolbox, everything at your disposal to try to gain the upper hand.
Yeah, but see, if Taco not done, it backfired on them because he still get to come up in the morning and start and finish off. So the jury will still get to hear a little more of him. And I don't think on the rebuttal, well, I'm not for sure. You can tell me this. On rebuttal, if the state will be able to go over a certain amount of time because it's just a rebuttal.
Right, and I don't know if they released any time limit, so maybe the judge said it outside of the record or outside of the camera, because I don't know. I haven't heard any time limit set, but I will say that I don't know if he's the court coordinator or maybe an employee of the court. He was going over and passing notes. Sorry about that, y'all. He was going over passing notes to them, both the prosecutor and Joe, while they were doing their closings. So I think he was giving them time, like, hey, you got 30 minutes left, you got 10, it's time, 5 minutes, we taking a break, so get to a stopping point. But he was passing sticky notes to them.
Yeah, I see. I noticed that. I thought he was going up there telling them, hey, you got this much time left before, but maybe there's not a time limit on them. And that's why they didn't, they was probably just stopping them, like you said, for breaks or whatever else.
That could have been what he was passing. It could have been. But I think they didn't even give time limit for, what's his name, Lewin tomorrow. Because he will go all day. He will literally take them folks whole day tomorrow.
Yeah.
He'll take the whole Valentine's Day.
Judge probably gonna remind him tomorrow that he want the case done before the decade is over.
Right, like, dude, don't get up there and do these same talking points over again. But he got really upset.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. What he's gonna do tomorrow. he gonna pull a Simone Hilton and start yelling and screaming at the jury.
Mm-hmm.
You heard what the juror said in YSL, that rubbed them wrong.
Right. It ain't gonna work the way he think it is. And we already know he cannot read, like I said, the room. He just don't have that ability. So yeah, he's gonna be yelling and what I call carrying on, but it ain't gonna come across the way he think it is. What they say, it ain't giving what you think is giving. They say
Right.
you're crying tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, yeah, Taco, he at the end, he close to the end because he cooking good.
Mm-hmm.
He cooking good now, you know.
And I like his courtroom movement as well. He didn't stay behind the podium the entire time. Like he'll move, he'll walk around, come back to the podium, walk to the screen on the TV, show something, come back, keep the jury, semi-awake.
Keep them engaged.
Keep them engaged instead of just sitting there like the prosecutor did, like a stump.
Well, that ain't gonna be Lewin tomorrow. He gonna be everywhere.
Oh, you ain't better sit him down.
He might go up in the jury box with the jury tomorrow.
He might go to New York after that. Allegedly.
Well, ain't no allegedly. We know he was in New York.
Right. He been right. That's true. Right. He been in New York. He definitely. Thank you, Lady VJ. Thank you so much. You always come up on the stream and you give us your commentary and now you support additionally by way of a membership. So thank you so much. Definitely appreciate you. I see you.
We appreciate you, Lady VJ.
Lady VJ.
I don't appreciate you accusing me of stalking. That's all allegedly.
Come on. Nuh-uh. Brooklyn NYC say no, sir. No, ma'am, no, sir. Keep him out. Out of my city. We don't want him back. Wow. I mean, I understand that Lewin wants to win, but the crying he's gonna do tomorrow, I think it's gonna be unbearable.
Oh yeah. I know that jury gonna sit up there like, man, I'm gonna tell you something, and I sent it to you like in the chat. When Taco, right before he just ended, when he blew that picture up of that gun and he showed everything with the belt clip and when he said belt clip, I'm thinking he was talking about something that's attached that he puts around his waist, but the belt clip was attached to the gun, and he showed the magazine. It was a clear magazine, just like they said. He blew it up where you could see it, but that was the only way you could see it. And he said that, like, you'd have never saw this if we couldn't blow it up. But he blew it up and you seen it. That to me, oh my God, that was damaging for the prosecutor, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, I think the prosecutor should have addressed more of Relli and his inconsistencies and flat out lies that he told. And by them dancing around it, it's like, now you give the defense a chance to tell about the lies that Relli told, instead of coming clean when you had the chance to. So I think it's a bad look, because I don't even think Lewin will be able to mop this up.
Right. Yeah, it don't look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a good look at all for them.
What time did the judge say tomorrow?
He said either 9 or 9:30 again.
Okay, let me see. See if we can get the time. Let me see. It seems like he just really cut him off mid-sentence. He like, hey, take this picture down and let's go home. Let me see. Hold on.
Clear 12 weeks legacy.
Right.
Yeah, folks. All right.
We'll resume at 9 tomorrow.
9. Okay, 9 tomorrow.
Oh yeah. So what it is?
Woo. Okay.
So Taco might have another 15 to 30 minutes, and then the prosecutor get the rebuttal. You get to see Lou. I'm kind of excited to see Lewin. I'm cause I know he gonna act a donkey tomorrow. He gonna get the Charlemagne donkey of the day.
Who?
Lewin.
Oh.
Cause you know he's not gonna be able to control himself.
I think the jury got their mind made up. We got to remember the jury now really and truthfully heard both sides of closing arguments. They heard the whole prosecutor spiel for a couple of hours, and then they heard the defense side for a couple of hours. So this rebuttal is just extra, but they really can make a decision right now because the prosecutors don't even have to exercise their right to rebuttal. So you really could just wrap it up and send it to the jury.
Well, you know that ain't gonna happen. Not with Lewin. He like to talk like Miss Love.
So the question is, will they hold up when the jury gets the case? And it's a holiday, if you will. Will the holdouts hold out so they can stand their ground on whether it's guilty or not guilty, or will everybody just go back there and be like, hey, it's time to go home? I'm not going to even fight with y'all. If y'all all say not guilty and you have one or two holdouts, will those one or two holdouts hold out? Or will they say, nah, I got dinner at a steakhouse and I got to go? Not guilty.
I mean, you never know. It depends because there's no court Monday, which means they have to come back Tuesday.
So
do
they really want to do that?
Probably not. Yeah. Probably not. But I said the same thing in the YSL trial. A holiday came and they didn't, and they still wasn't finished deliberating.
They weren't ready to let it go yet, and I understand that because they have been together at that point for a long time, over a year.
Yeah,
maybe longer. So they already bonded. And they know if they come back with a verdict, then that's it. It's over. It's like graduation. Once you graduate from a high school or college, after that, everybody will go their own separate ways, and you may not see them again. So I don't think they were just ready to let that go yet.
Right.
But here, y'all haven't been together over a year. Y'all been together a week, if that, and they already ready to go.
Right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you might be right. And then them jurors might all be sitting up there like, man, this is a waste of time. Because I think what they do when they first get in there, they take a preliminary vote, and then you get holdouts, then that's when they really start deliberating. That's what I was told. I've never been in a jury room, but that's what I was told. That one point, like they go in there, and I guess it's different everywhere. Yeah. So
normally they select the four-person first.
Well, that's the first thing, right?
And then they kind of just work their way from there.
Right.
I mean, I wonder what would happen if they take an initial vote and everybody voting the same way. I guess there's no need to discuss, but a lot of times they still want to discuss because they sat there and watched this whole trial. So a lot of times they still want to just talk out what they thought was right and what they thought was wrong before they just give a verdict.
Right. Yeah. But who was that? Somebody was in the courtroom. I want to say I'm not a lawyer, but she was in the courtroom and she was saying like on her channel that jurors was taking notes, they was attentive and everything. She said like, so yeah, she said that. So if they doing all that, I mean, which they're gonna have to go over the the jury instructions again, and I think once they choose once they choose their foreman, I think that's what they're gonna do. Go over the jury instructions. But I think if I'm not gonna say all of them, because you know you always got somebody that hold out one way or the other. But I think most of the jurors, I mean, I'm just thinking like me being a juror and sitting on a case like this. I would think most of those jurors, if not all of them, are saying not guilty already.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And obviously we know, you know, jurors, they get back there and do what they want to do.
Right.
But it just, to me, it'll seem that it'll be hard for 12 people to go back there and agree guilty.
Right.
I mean, they have to believe everything they really said and all of the credibility issues and the evidence tampering, you know, going to the crime scene, tampering with evidence, and you deleting text messages, you lying under oath, you don't know what your girlfriend looked like, you lying about the recording saying it's AI, and the whole time it's not AI, it's actually you. I mean, they have to overlook all of that stuff to go back there and just say guilty, guilty, guilty.
Right. And but I'm gonna tell you something that surprised me, and maybe he'll do it tomorrow. And I said this earlier. What I think Taco need to do is go back and play the portion of that conversation with Wally where he said the man pulled the gun for self-defense.
You said what?
I said I think he didn't do it today, but maybe he'll do it tomorrow. I said I think Taco need to bring up the fact that and play the portion of that conversation between Wally and Relli, where Relli said that Rocky pulled the gun for self-defense. That's huge to me. To me, that would seal the case. To me.
Okay, so you think that instead of the video, the initial video, you think that the last thing that should be played maybe is that part? I know earlier you said the video, right?
No. He showed a still foot of the video from the first by the parking garage where he showed the gun where he blew it up. That says something to me. But then if you go back and play the other portion of the video, he shouldn't spend no more than 15 to 30 minutes and be done in the morning, you know, and show the second part of that video.
Right.
With the gun.
Right.
When the two shots were fired, and then play in closing, I would play his own words to Wally.
And you know what, Tacopina, he kind of had a lot of fluff in his argument today. Like the main talking points was there, but then he started putting a little fluff in there. And, you know, some people in the chat was pointing out like, hey, where is he going? You know, get back to the main points. But maybe he was playing the clock like the Super Bowl. Yeah, you try to run the clock out, you know, use a timeout, get to the 2-minute warning. You know, you're trying to do everything you can. So maybe he was, you know, exaggerating his closing so he can go again tomorrow without having the prosecutors go again tomorrow by themselves. So it could have been a strategy. Like I said, I done employed it, and so I know that's a real possibility.
Yeah, no, you're right. But it's a good strategy. If that's what it was, it's a good strategy. So he can come up, even if it's just about, like I said, 15 to 30 minutes, even if that's all it is, the jury will still have that to remember.
Right. Yeah, that's all they need. That's all he'll need. And he did good by pushing it out because I was concerned.
You said that.
I was concerned. I'm like, all right, you're going to have Lewin going again tomorrow by himself.
Right.
And I think that's a bad idea. And I think that's what Tacopina wanted to avoid in the first place, was having a situation where the prosecutors get a full closing day by themselves. So I think it worked out good.
Yeah, because you know without a doubt, he gonna get up there, he gonna be long-winded. He might need to hit his inhaler because he gonna have a conniption. You know, yeah, once he start talking, he ain't gonna, but I'm mark my word, and I'm willing to bet on this, and I don't do a lot of betting. He's gonna have a hissy fit on when he start giving his. He's gonna start yelling. And if I'm a juror, don't yell at me. you heard, like I said earlier, you heard what that YSL jury said about Hilton started doing all that screaming and all that other stuff. So I think he started doing that. He gonna lose the jury. Which,
He gonna start doing the Hilton, huh?
yeah, he gonna do the Simone. Yeah, he gonna pull a Simone Hilton tomorrow. Just worse. You know, she was overboard, but when you look at it in comparison to him, she really wasn't overboard. This guy right here, we already know what's gonna happen tomorrow. He gonna get up there and hoop and holler. They might not even start on time because he's gonna come back in the morning with some type of motion.
She said he already lost him, I think. Oh, so real quick before we get out of here, I know 9 o'clock gonna come here fast. Key's Mogul, her name is Keyshawn Riley. Her son's name is Keyshawn Riley, and I believe she started a petition to bring awareness to the incident that occurred with her son. And you can't post a link here. You just can't copy and paste. You have to type it out. Now I'll type it out. I saw that you said you sent it to X, so I went to my box on X and I got it out. And I'm gonna post the link here. So if anybody's interested in going there and signing that petition, I think that'll be great. And I think she's in the state of Ohio, so I'm not sure if people outside of Ohio can sign it.
No, I'm from Ohio.
Okay, so I put. Oh, it may not even let me. Can one of y'all try to click the link and see if it works? It may have been too big to fit. Let me go to. Hold on, I can go over here and see if it works.
If you can't get it in there, man, just email it to me.
Oh yeah, I think it worked. I think it worked because I just tried to click it.
Okay. Well, did it work for anybody?
Keys Mobile, do you want to come up real quickly and Keys Mobile, you want to come up really quickly and just tell people because Reverend of Gorora asked, "What is it again?" And I know you can explain it better than I can.
Yeah, tell her come up and
if you have time. If not, we can do it tomorrow.
Yeah, if she got time, tell her to come up so we can she can explain what it is. And I know I definitely support. What happened to her son though?
He was okay, I think she said she's gonna come up, so I'll let her.
Okay.
Oh, I guess I gotta drop the link, huh?
Yeah,
I guess I need to drop the link.
The stream, y'all, yeah.
The stream, y'all. I was looking for her. I said, well, I don't see her. All right, y'all. Let's see if we can get her to come and explain it. Oh yeah, no problem. Hey, what's going on, Keys Mobile?
Hey, now, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we
I
can
can.
hear you. Go.
Okay. How y'all doing? So basically, I have been on TalkThatLaw. I appreciate you so much. And share my story, but basically, my son was unalived, and the charges were dismissed, and I fought for like 2 years. A year later, charges were brought, but a year later they were dropped. So I fought my hardest to, get it. Basically, the moral of the story is, if it's not a high profile case in Ohio, the sentiment is they do not really do their job. So we have a new prosecutor. I also was involved in that. I really didn't want this prosecutor on the job, but I have to work with what I, can. So
Right.
I talked to the detective on my son's case, and he wants to charge the initial person that he had initially charged. And he did not want to, drop the charges. So I have him on my side. I want to start the petition just to, have something to support when I go to meet with the new prosecutor. She is making some changes. I don't know exactly what, but as of last year, it was 200 murder cases of Afro-Americans sitting on their desk. So that bothered me. Besides my son, in 2021, it was hectic in our city. And it might have been other places, but I just know in 2021, it wasn't just me that was affected. So I'm just basically trying to get people to sign the petition and, get something going, basically. And I do have a channel if you want to see some of my story. I've been, I have to kind of get in the headspace to even share my story in the ups and downs or whatever. So I'm trying to get there. But my voice is kind of cracking a little bit because you kind of touched me a little bit on Talk That Law by even sharing the petition or whatever,
No problem.
So it just, it kind of, it kind of made me emotional.
Oh yeah, no problem. I thank you for coming up and sharing. I didn't even know that it had went because I don't be on X like that. But when you mentioned it in the chat, it was like a request. I had to go in and accept it for it to come. But I'm glad you mentioned it because I would have never known. I didn't want you to think that I overlooked.
No, you're fine. It was another chat. I had shared it when I had originally did it, and Nishi had brought it up just now, and I appreciate her too. I want to say that as well.
Okay.
So that's how we got on the conversation, basically, and I appreciate her for that too.
Yeah, no problem. I think she said it works. I just signed it. So I guess that's good at the link because I didn't think in Ohio. So it's not necessarily that you have to live there. It's just something that you can take to either the detective maybe and the district attorney to refile the charges.
Yeah, well, I'm taking it to the head prosecutor, the DA, the head DA or whatever.
Okay.
So anybody can sign it. You don't have to be in Ohio or whatever. I am going to do a local petition as well. But this is, because I'll be on the internet and I've made different connections with people, I thought this would be a better reach, to help that it's not just me in the city or just people from our city that's aware. That brings more, awareness from everywhere brings a lot. It helps change, basically.
And if you don't mind me asking, because I know you said that they may refile the charges on this person. So did any new evidence come to light to say for sure that it's the person that's listed on this petition?
Well, it wasn't never any doubt.
Okay.
Because they had evidence, they caught people. They let those people go, which everybody should have been charged in the car. It was broad daylight. It was an exchange of fire. They had evidence, So I don't know. And then it was a thing with the juveniles. They want to let the juveniles. This person was 17. He had a history of violence, like gun violence. And not only that, he was shot in the process. So it was just a lot of things. I just felt like the people that were prosecuting the case didn't want to do their job. Like, we went to battle. If I could, I recorded it. That's why one day we're gonna have to get together, because I have a lot of stuff too to back up why they shouldn't have never even dropped the case. And then I have a civil case that's going to start for, like I said, this person was on the streets committing certain crimes, and the juvenile system just, you know, you can call your parent and be picked up. I don't care what it is. Your parent can come pick you up if you're a juvenile and you've committed a crime.
Wow.
So now they're trying to change that because so many people are speaking out now. You know, these programs are not working and nobody's holding parents accountable. You know, if your child runs away, you're supposed to report them missing, whether they ran away or whatever. You have to, you know, until they're 18, you're responsible for them.
Yeah, I know Ohio law is crazy. I know, I'm from Ohio, so I know. I mean, I live in Indiana now, but Ohio law is crazy.
It is, and it's not like it's a battle for whatever, you know, whatever. I just know that this fight I never would have expected, but I'm ready for it because I'm not unfamiliar with, you know, fighting certain things or fighting for certain rights, but this right here is personal.
Right, right. And I mean, I don't know exactly what city you in. I'm not gonna ask you, but I'll say it sounds like Northeast Ohio. But because I know it's vibe, but it can be anywhere because Ohio is crazy.
Well,
You
I'm
know.
in the capital. I'm in Columbus, so this
Okay.
is
Yeah.
where,
Okay.
yeah. So it's, you know, Columbus it's gotten out of control.
Oh yeah. Nah. That's why I didn't move. I used to live in Columbus. I lived in Columbus on 2 occasions. And that's why I didn't go back there. I mean, Columbus is a nice city, big, nice city. But yeah, okay, yeah.
Right, but the things in it, you know, they have a saying, come here on vacation, leave on probation.
Oh yeah,
You know,
that's the state of Ohio, period.
yeah.
You know, yeah. Ohio has, I think Ohio is only like the 11th or 12th largest state population wise, but has the third most prisons in the country. I think behind only Texas and California.
Yeah, and they just built 2 new ones.
Oh yeah.
So, and one of the people that, and the thing is with me is the person that my son was in the car with that did try to, you know, fire back as defense. He's in jail, which I did want him in jail because you're not sharing information of why you were even where you were or what happened. And you know how young people, they think we don't know anything. So anyway, he's in there for tampering with evidence, but the same the same way they went after him, lie detector tests and all this different stuff, they didn't do the same thing with these people that initiated, you know, the whole interaction. My son was older than anybody in the opposite car. He was and his friend were the same age. The younger brother, I believe, was whoever, he knew the other people. However, my son was supposed to be going to work. His child was right at the babysitter around the corner. So, and he was in the back seat. It was 4 people in the car, but my son was the only one that was struck.
Wow.
So
Wow.
in the same as the other car, there was 4 people in that car as well. So like I said, if you don't know who it is, usually in Ohio, if something like this happens, they usually charge everybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Ohio is
know,
good. You know.
right. So they didn't do that. They didn't do some of the other things we, tried to suggest or whatever. So like I said, and it was just, I don't know. It's just hard. Like that's why I'm gonna say this. I watched the Young Thug trial on one side of the fence because of what happened to me. And I changed how I looked at things and how I wanted justice once I watched the trial. So that's how I even, came upon TalkThatLaw and, and so on and so on. But like I said, I don't want justice in that manner. I want correct justice. And I don't want them to just charge anybody. But I know, besides just knowing some other things I just can't mention, but I know they had the right people.
Right.
That wasn't a question at all. Just how some things played out, how I pushed them to get DNA processed. It was backlogged. And I had to go to meetings and meet with people and, ask them, what's going on? Can you do this? This is holding us up. And the community's in danger as long as stuff is sitting on your desk. Not, my son is deceased. What about everybody else?
Right.
But
Yeah.
that's basically it. And it's, TalkThatLaw shared the link. I appreciate if anybody signed it, share it. I just I appreciate him even let me tell y'all, basically what the story is.
Yeah, it's no problem. And you say you got more about it on your channel, so they can just click your name and to take it to your channel.
Yeah, Keys
Okay.
Mobile. Yep, I got a little channel and I've been sharing. I'm gonna give some updates and do a little bit more, but I wanted to I had a couple people I wanted to come on my channel so they could answer some questions that I can't and might articulate a few things that they can from their point of view.
Yeah. I'll subscribe to your channel. I'll come over. If you talk to me, because like I said, I'm not a lawyer. I'll never say that, but I am
Yeah, but I definitely want to get you and TalkThatLaw because I have questions that you guys might be able to help me, and not just like you can answer just legally wise.
Right.
An apprentice, because I listened to your story and and your insight. So yes, I would appreciate it.
No, definitely. And I'm very familiar with Ohio law. Is it's rough. Ohio law don't play.
You got that right.
Did you pin the link?
You also.
Did you pin that link so I can go back?
Yeah, TTL.
The petition. Yeah, I can pin it real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, because Nishi said it works.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I seen quite a few people come up and say they signed it.
Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody in the chat. And I'm not going to take up no more time. I love y'all. Thank y'all. I appreciate it so much.
Yep, and just sending condolences to you and your family.
Yeah.
In this time.
Thank you.
Yeah, and hopefully we can do something to get you some justice.
Yes, definitely. I'm not going nowhere. I'm still hanging here. Thank you, TalkThatLaw.
Okay, there we go. I think I was able to pin it. I had to do it through YouTube. Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing. I know you always come over and you share your story, and hopefully the authorities do the right thing, so you can have justice for you know, your family and for your son.
Yes,
Yeah.
just keep me in y'all's prayers, and
Okay.
you know, I'll keep y'all updated on anything.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I'll
All right. Thank
if
you.
if TTL has your channel information in the chat, I'll definitely
It's my
subscribe
name.
to
Yeah.
It's my
Say your
name.
name.
It's my name.
Keys Mobile.
Yep, that's me.
Okay, that's it. No numbers or none behind it.
Nope.
Okay, yeah, I'll look you up as soon as we get off of here.
All right. I appreciate you.
Okay.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Well, have a good night.
You too.
Okay. All right.
Look,
Okay. Well.
hold on before you go, TTL.
Uh-huh.
It look like somebody over there trying to cook. Look like
I'm fixing the kids. I cooked spaghetti last night, but I'm gonna do some cabbage and sausage and some collard and cornbread in a little bit.
okay then.
No, it's
No.
not cooking with V. It's not.
Not
Oh,
who?
okay.
She said not cooking with.
Not. He said it's not cooking with V.
No, no, but you can see my roasted vegetables as my little icon.
I don't want to see nothing if I can't eat.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Want me to ship you some?
Get him. Joe said he signed. That's really
Yeah. I seen a few people in there said they
it's fine.
signed. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go when we get off. I'm gonna go and sign it and follow her page. That's
Right. Yeah.
sad. That's so sad. I hate that.
Yeah, I think y'all
Listen.
have a lot in common. Y'all can really talk each other through, because I know you've been through something similar. What you shared with us a couple of streams ago, that happened with your family, your granddaughter.
Yeah.
And sister as well. So I think that'll be really good if y'all two can connect.
Yeah. Then I'm being from Ohio. I know how it works, and that's crazy because Columbus used to be one of the nicest cities you wanna be in, and it still is. Only thing, it done just got so much violence, especially down by Ohio State campus, by the campus. They got a little neighborhood down there by Ohio State campus in Columbus called the Short North, and it's terrible.
Somebody say cooking with VJ. Cooking with VJ.
Oh yeah, nah, they on her.
Hey, and then also, hey, y'all two might get connected as well, because you be cooking it up too. Cook the whole Thanksgiving meal.
Yeah, you gotta share that. I know you still got the pictures of your.
Yeah, I don't know what stream that was. Yeah, but I definitely appreciate y'all coming up and help giving y'all commentary.
Oh yeah,
And
definitely.
helping the channel move along. Hey, Matt, now
Yeah.
that ain't nobody, Matt. I'm talking about cooking and other stuff on matchmaking.
Are you gonna cover are you caught up with Melly, the case with Melly?
Oh yes, I definitely gonna do that whenever that happens. I'm glad they
That's
were
so
able to let
bad.
her go home.
It's so bad.
I know Survivor Speaks is covering a trial where this woman, I think her name Boswell or something.
The mom and with the two kids.
Yeah.
So they today they did they gave verdict today.
Oh, I didn't see it because I came over
She
here.
went live today. If you want to go check that out, she was live this morning.
Did they find her guilty?
Yes, they did.
Yeah,
And she was just boo-hooing. Nobody cares.
She killed her baby.
Uh-oh.
What are you crying for?
Yeah, she killed her own baby.
Yeah. That YNW Melly though is awful. That's awful. That I can't wait. I am waiting for what's her name? Naziah.
Oh, Naziah Harris.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Are you gonna cover that too?
It
It's a
just
lot going
depends.
on, TTL.
Right, it just depends on the timing when it happens and what you cooking. Yeah, it just depends on the timing and how everything play out. But I think that'll be good. A lot of people show interest in that. Preliminary hearing or whatever they had.
No, that Naziah Harris case, they big on that. That's everybody covering that on YouTube for the most part.
And as they should.
Yeah.
See, I refuse to get into it. Yeah, sometimes you get into these cases, then you compelled to see the whole thing through to the end and you can't get no work done. Who said I haven't got no work done all day today? But I think Reverend will go Roro, but she also said she's gonna burn a midnight oil because she wasn't gonna leave here early.
Hey, we gotta get our other friend back. I haven't seen her in a while. The one in Georgia, Fit Lawyer.
Oh, Fit Lawyer ATL.
TTL was on a little hiatus. Fit Lawyer, I haven't seen anything from her in a while either. We need y'all. We need you to explain to us.
But she also is from my understanding, a practicing attorney as well.
She is.
So we ain't just sitting here, on YouTube playing lawyers. We actually got to do the work. You know what I mean? So I get it. I understand where you're coming from. They say, "Oh, she is busy." Though I understand.
Yeah, no,
she is busy.
Fit Lawyer ATL. She representing Moontunk from the YSL trial that they revoked his probation, sent him for 5 years. So yeah, they got stuff. They did petitions down there to get him out. That was crazy how they did him.
Yeah,
that was set up. That was a setup. But the worst part about it was his attorney. But they said his attorney had been sick and all. But still, you got to advise your client better than that.
Yeah, I'm not with that lawyer. And he wanted to keep him because that's the one that he's been with. But that whole situation that they pulled on him, that just wasn't the right what was his name? Mr. Wright? That wasn't the right one for him.
Yeah.
He did not.
Mr. Right.
Yeah,
he definitely was Mr. Wrong for that situation.
Yeah, for that situation, because I heard Doug Washington speak on say he's a very good lawyer, but yeah, he didn't do Moontoon no favor, even with the plea bargain. Why would you have him sign? He didn't admit to that stuff. The prosecution wrote that stuff out, and you allowed him to sign that, agreeing to that stuff? No.
Yeah. They said she snuck it in.
And Yak too. That whole situation was messed up as well. But I hate it.
I should say, shout out to Tasha.
Those two situations with Moontunk and Yak, that's just retaliation. That's retaliation. Now it'll be hard.
I think so too.
It'll be hard to prove it, but I mean anybody with any common sense whatsoever can see that. Ray Charles can see that dead and in his grave.
He can see it, huh?
Yeah, Ray Charles can see that. Yeah, they did them boys bad.
Ray Charles. Stevie Wonder can see it too.
Rest of Ray Charles.
Let me stop. Don't do. I'm not gonna be messy with you.
Man.
Yeah, they all.
She said he always had his leg posted up. I was done with him after that. What does that mean? His leg posted up.
Who is that? Oh, talking about Moontoon?
No, it's on Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright. Oh, he did.
Y'all funny.
Yeah, I mean, and then he got on the stand, and when he got on the stand, I guess that was half-assed what he did. He really didn't fight for Moontoon. you know. And I think Moonton came to the realization, but his lawyer, she is her and another guy, and I forget what they call him, but they took Moonton case pro bono, from what my understanding.
Yeah, I think he was maybe a lawyer that posted a lot on Twitter, on X. Tasha just rewinded a few minutes, and she explains the petition in detail. Keys Mobile.
Oh, okay. You still got the link up?
Yeah, it should be pinned to the top. Yeah, that's probably how she saw it. Yeah, because she just came in. But
okay, it don't make a difference because I can go back on the replay and pull it up.
Right. Yeah, you'll be able to see it. Yeah. But yeah, we going on the 7.5 hour mark. So I ain't gonna hold y'all so we can be rested up for tomorrow. But thank y'all again. Thank you, Lady VJ, again for becoming a member. I see you. Thank you for supporting. If you come back tomorrow, let me know. We can talk a little bit during the lunch break.
Okay.
Okay.
Y'all have a good night.
All right, you too.
You know, without a doubt, I'm gonna be here, man. Guess I'm getting ready to fix something to eat real quick.
All right. What time is it over there?
What time is it over here now?
Yeah.
7:55, 5 minutes to 8.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
Yeah.
What time court started this morning? Like what?
9:30 this morning. Yeah, 9:30 this morning. Tomorrow is 9 o'clock. So.
Oh yeah.
I know that jury ready to go.
They being ready. Ready.
I'm
ready to go for them.
Right. I think if Lauren get in there and get it over with, they might come back with a verdict tomorrow.
They say, where your channel is so they can go to your late night cooking channel. Late night cooking with Prentice.
Yeah, no, I'm still trying to get together because it's not gonna be a cooking channel, but it's gonna be diverse though. You'll see some stuff in there. But yeah, because I didn't get hooked to this type stuff here.
Right.
Awareness.
Oh, awareness. Okay.
Yeah.
I know you said you're still in the works on that, right?
Yeah, I got to get some things ironed out. It might be a couple months, but because every day I'm with you, and then I've been talking to Flesh of the Gods too. So
what is he covering right now?
The ASAP Rocky trial.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was covering it. Shout out to Flesh of the God.
Oh yeah, he be on it. I think he getting ready to go live about 8 o'clock. I think.
Oh, he do the late night shift. Somebody said he live now.
I think he was doing it live when the trial, but I think he might have some. He might be a little busy, so he just come back on the recap and do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
I'm getting into Tasha hours.
Oh yeah, man. I'm gonna let you go because 9 o'clock comes early. Well, it'll be about 11 o'clock your time. It'll be noon here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, man. But it was a good day. Oh man, we working on 7.5 hours.
Right. Yeah, it was a good day.
Good day. But we'll be back in the morning or noon. I'll be here.
Okay, so we can see this thing through to the end. We almost one more day.
Yep, right, exactly.
The jury will get the case, and then we just go from there.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna drop down so you can.
Okay. All right. Have a good one. All right. I'll see you.
Too, bro. All
right, y'all. So thank y'all again for coming in, joining, all that good stuff. Thank you. To Lady VJ and Mr. Prentice Jones himself. Now I gotta go do these Valentine's Day cards instead of breakfast. And then Law Malcolm gonna say guilty. Send them out of jail. That's what Law Malcolm said. All right, thank y'all again for supporting the channel, liking the video, sharing it, all that good stuff. The new people that subscribe, and let me thank the people one more time. Paris, super sticker. Paris also became a member. Rev it up, go Roro gifted a membership, and also a member herself gifted another membership. And then guess what? She gifted another membership, and guess what? Gifted another membership. Shout out to Rev it up, go Roro. Golly, 1, 2, 3, 5. 4 or 5 membership. That's good. Thank you so much, Rev it up, go Roro. She said, I want to plan. I got you. And then also the lady BJ for being a member of the channel. Shout out to Tia. Also a member. Thank you. TalkThatLaw and chat. See y'all tomorrow. Yeah, I'll let y'all go. We're at 7.5 hours. Thank y'all so much. Y'all have a good one. We're going to finish the rest of the closing arguments tomorrow. It's 9 o'clock California time, 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern time. We'll be right back, and we're going to finish this thing up. We're going to see if Rocky's going home tomorrow. But before I go, let me give my legal disclaimer. No legal advice intended. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not your lawyer. I'm just here to talk their law. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate every one of y'all, and I'll see y'all on the next one. Let's go.